you won't let it be, let it be. When you say that we were coming around, and you won't let it be, let it be. Oh, I can still remember the scene, and we were dancing on a memory. I don't wanna love you no more, and I don't know if you were everything, but please don't take me out of your heart. It's that kind of love we couldn't keep. I don't want it falling apart, 'cause I don't wanna feel like dying. You always told me don't let it go. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. Try to find the light in misery. I'm hiding my hesitation. We flew too high. If I could only see all the time that we wasted, but you won't let it be, let it be. When you say that we were coming around, and you won't let it be, let it be. Oh, I can still remember the scene, and we were dancing on a memory. I don't wanna love you no more, and I don't know if you were everything, but please don't take me out of your heart. It's that kind of love we couldn't keep. I don't want it falling apart, 'cause I don't wanna feel like dying. You always told me don't let it go. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down, I'll let you down. I'll never let you down. Yeah, I know I should go dry my eyes. You're right, I'm too emotional sometimes. Don't laugh, you know I can't keep it cool. No, not like you do. Lost inside our conversations wherever I go. Yeah, I guess we all got our own ways to go. Yeah, and it's like nothing has changed. I tell you all about my days, even when there's nothing to say. I talk to you when I get caught up in the waves. I know you're not far away. It's like we're still face to face.
How's it going, you fucking delinquents? We are going to start a game of Risk. There's a few videos that I wanted to watch, and then we'll research the Gulf War. Oh, man. Put this down here, maybe. All right. I did want to watch this Boogie interview. I think that's what this is.
Are your employees adding security holes? Take control with ThreatLocker's Zero Trust Endpoint Protection.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube? Boogie2988.
Yeah.
Coming at you live was getting through the power of the internet. I am an old school YouTuber that was like one of the first to the market, going back all the way to 2000.
Uh-oh. This is weird. This is the first time in a while.
2006 is when I started my YouTube channel.
Where are you based out of these days?
I'm living in Fayetteville, Arkansas, which is where I've been for 25 years.
So it makes so you didn't do the standard oh, things are starting to work in YouTube, let's move to LA. Or I know that was a huge thing a few years ago.
I was really tempted to, but as I said back at the time, I was LA poor, Arkansas rich. Now that's changed a lot because Northwest Arkansas has the University of Arkansas, go Razorbacks. We have the home offices of Walmart. And Walmart did this really smart thing where they told every business, if you want to sell at Walmart, you have to open an office in Northwest Arkansas. So there's like 2,000 offices, small businesses.
One sec. Let me grab this. So whose baby is it? Whose baby is it? What was he saying that Walmart did that was a smart move?
You have to open an office in Northwest Arkansas. So there's like 2,000 offices, small businesses built. We're the home of Tyson Foods. So
Weird.
If you're eating chicken in America, you're probably sending that money back home to us. And we're the home of JB Hunt, one of the largest trucking companies. And because all of those companies are there,
I didn't know that
including
Arkansas
Razorback
had that
Games
many
and all
things.
this other stuff. You have the Walmart children, the Children's of Sam Walton spending money on the area. It's
Fucking A. This is the first time in a while that I've had buffering. Alright, so what is our move here? We have a good Australia take, but I don't want that, so... Except alliance. I am going to move into Europe. That's what it looks like. Yeah, that looks like the best move here. Fucking A, what the fuck?
in America, you're probably sending that money back home to us. And we're the home of JB Hunt, one of the largest. Trucking companies, and because all of those companies are there, including the
There we go.
Razorback Games and all of this other stuff, you have the Walmart children, the Children's of Sam Walton spending money on the area. It's become a really expensive area to live in, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, That's the home of all that, but sadly, to be blunt, you're kind of the home of, I think, what every YouTuber fears, right?
Yeah.
The decline. I think you went from, if I'm not mistaken, millionaire, correct? A technical millionaire.
I was close. I was really, really close. At one point, I had, and I mean like for 2 days, when I say close. For 2 days, I had about $780,000-$800,000 in crypto. Went to bed one night, and it was worth half that when I woke up.
Damn.
What were you in?
So here's my biggest regret. I originally invested in Ethereum, and this was based on a few friends becoming Ethereum millionaires. And I had like an initial investment of about $200,000.
Well, Ethereum was probably the good bet back then because it was like what everyone was doing their what's it called, on like the NFTs and shit.
I put it in, and then it fell for the first time.
Yeah.
Like 200,000 went down to like 80. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I don't really need the money right now. I'm making money. I can live off of
How
that.
much were you making?
10 to 15,000, I think.
A month?
Yeah, in a month. Right?
That's
Incredible,
pretty.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it was
pretty good.
Incredible wealth. More than you could ever hope to spend, right?
Yeah.
And eventually that crypto went up to past my investment point. Got close. If I held onto my Ethereum right now, if I had never needed to dip into it and I had not gambled on stupid altcoins, I probably have about 1.5 million in Ethereum right now.
Even still, like, I don't even.
Yeah.
Okay, what year was that?
The initial investment happened in 2019. No, 2019. Yeah.
Okay, how much did you put into Ethereum?
200,000.
200,000 in 2000.
The initial investment was in 2018.
Okay.
And then the first market crash.
2018. Let's say you put it at the beginning. S&P
There we
500
go.
was worth 271. Now it's worth 458. It would have almost doubled. To
If I put in like
400,000.
traditional stocks or
Into
traditional.
just the S&P 500, just following the market in general.
Yep.
Was there not a single person surrounding you? Was there not a single person just in your YouTube circle, in the family circle, who's like, dude,
I had the
you're
opposite.
making money.
I had the opposite. I had people telling me, you should invest in crypto. Everybody I knew was
Everyone
investing.
you knew.
All of my YouTuber friends, McJuggernuggets kid behind the camera, all these people.
Okay.
That, like, look,
I mean, yeah, he was in that. I feel like most YouTubers back then were probably investing into crypto.
millions from crypto. I made millions from crypto. Nobody was telling me that it was too late.
That it was too late to make the money. Yeah. All right.
Late in the game. Nobody was telling me that I bought Ethereum at $30 and now you're gonna buy it at 280.
It wasn't even too late in
Let's
the
see what
game.
our
It's just
cards
like
are, all right.
crypto's a gamble.
Yeah.
It's a straight up a gamble. It's like, I hardly consider it an investment versus like traditional. Okay. So
I mean, not to make any excuses.
I mean, yeah, it is kind of a gamble, but there's also parts where it's like it wasn't a gamble at the same time.
But keep in mind, I didn't come from money. I'm the son of a coal miner, right? And so no one in my life was ever trying to teach me what to do with
It's
money
true.
or how to do it with money. So somebody comes along and they're like, "Look, I took my initial million
Yes.
and I turned it into 20 million. You should do that too."
that's why I'm excited about this conversation. Usually on the show, I just meet with random people who are they're either a part of the audience or they're off the street, and I just help them through the situations. You're an interesting case here because you follow the case of the professional athlete, the actor, the YouTuber.
Yep.
Boom, lots of money comes in. We put it.
No
here,
idea
there,
how to
we
invest it.
Spend it, just goes crazy. Then we end up broke. It's
Yeah.
a traditional story, and that's why I'm so excited to have this conversation. Is because you just followed that path. I mean, what would you say you're worth today in total? Since you guys are so awesome for supporting me, I partnered with a company called Kudos to give some money back to you, so stick to the end of this to see how you can participate. Kudos is fantastic because they double the cash back you receive on
How's the chicken?
Oh, the prawns are delicious.
Oh, I have a shellfish allergy.
One prawn, very good.
Did I say chicken wrong?
Tired of people not listening to what you want? Yeah. The more we
All right, let's see. I'm aligned with. Oh, they're going for. I thought that they were going to take a. Ooh, really risky roll right there. Risky roll. Are they also going to try to move up into North America? No. Doesn't look like it. Maybe.
On every online purchase with a simple click of a button. On top of that, with their current holiday promo, you can receive up to 25% cash back on places like Walmart, Sephora, and Priceline.
Buy crypto a second time.
Crypto. The grand prize, it's like a bonus Christmas gift. The equity in your house is what's carrying you.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
My bottom
Really?
line comes down to if and when I need to sell my house, I'll have a nest egg of probably $300,000 that I can hopefully invest smartly this time and live off of the dividends. I would like to think I wouldn't screw up a second time. I wouldn't like buy crypto a second time.
Crypto, but like what
know.
next? Like, would you say you've become educated on personal finances?
I at least know not to do that. And I think the other
There's
thing,
a lot more not to
Yeah.
the other thing to do is hire a professional,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, get that financial advisor in your corner. That is like the key. Okay, okay. So I just want to start with the basic things for where we are today. YouTube ad revenue. That's the big boy. That's what's bringing in the primary cash monies right now.
And I showed you my numbers. I made about
Yeah.
$44,000 in the last year, but
which gives us $3,724 a month on average, but we know a lot of that has to do with
huge
that big
spike came from this latest
documentary.
documentary, right?
Okay, the documentary linked
that-
below. Mike's awesome.
And that spike absolutely will not be sustainable. Now I have a few other projects. I got a great podcast in the works called the Low Cal
Low Cal
Podcast. We just made our
Podcast.
5th episode.
Yeah. I've listened to a few of those. They're decent.
So it's profitable. I
much
think
is
that's
the
going to be an
product?
income bring-in. That's easily going to bring in probably $2,000 a month, I think, within the next
That's
6
good.
months. So that's going to be
That's
a nice
decent.
lifeline. My YouTube numbers, I think, are going to settle at probably $3,000 a month. But if you look at my finances, if we've gotten into them, to be comfortable, $2,100 mortgage, $800 a month.
I need this guy out of my fucking bonus.
Utilities, bills, everything. I need about $7,000 a month to maintain my existing lifestyle, which I just don't think we can do.
Oh, trust me, we will get there.
yeah.
Patreon, like honestly, what's even the point? It's $122 a month.
I
at this
never,
point.
I never.
Are you doing
promote it.
anything
No, I never.
on there?
No, I never promote it.
See, okay. To diversify some of the income stream here, we launched a Patreon. We did a budgeting program, but we didn't just do them as cash grabs. We actually thought of them as potential future business avenues. And
Make
the
an
way that
alliance
we did
request
did
just
that
in
is we
case.
put way more value into them.
That way
than
I
what
can
we
get
were
this guy
charging.
out.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And
so
that's
my
actually becomes an
Patreon, if you go
sustainable
and read it, it originally said, this is an AdSense forgiveness Patreon. If you want to give me $5 a month because you use ad blocker, please do. And that was all. I never promoted it. I never pushed it. I never, for the
But
most
you have
part.
dedicated fans. You do have dedicated fans. You've gone from almost 4 million subscribers down to, or almost 5 million subscribers down to gonna fall below 4 potentially.
Yeah, it probably will. Probably by the time this airs, honestly. There's a very real chance, yeah.
With that, like there's clearly people that are still very dedicated boogie heads,
And I've
whatever
never-
you might call them.
I did ask these people for help like a year ago, and the internet publicly shamed me.
You've
right?
asked people
'Cause I
for help a
provided
lot.
no value. I mean, like one time I threw myself on I took a huge hit to my health, and I was like,
Yeah.
got really scared because these medical.
Does he have a cameo? I wonder if he has a cameo. Boogie298 cameo. Yeah, he does have a cameo. I was like, I'm surprised because he could do his character Francis, and I feel like he could make money off
bills
of
are starting
that.
to pile up. And this one time I came out and I'm like,
I'm surprised people make money off a cameo in the first place, though. Come on!
hey, I really could use some help.
Wasn't there the oops? I just
Should I? No. Gotta go for a...
Accidentally bought a $100,000 Tesla. Please
That was-
give me
Shit!
money.
That was it. Like I never bought a Tesla. I never.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't get a Tesla?
No, of course not.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm driving a Toyota hybrid Corolla that
See-
I bought used for $20K.
Yeah, I saw the Toyota.
What's
I was
his
like,
plan
did he
here?
get rid of
Is
his
he-
Tesla?
Never had one.
Okay,
Never
sick.
had one, so that's his internet rumor.
I mean, so I went with my friend McJuggernuggets to a Tesla dealership.
Mm-hmm.
He test drove, I test drove, right? He's like, I'm going to buy one. I hope you buy one. Let's look into getting you one. And I got this crazy idea in my head.
Yeah.
You know, it's showroom experience, right? I'm like, I'm going to get a Model X with the wing doors. And then I called my friend at the Celebrity Car Museum in Branson, check them out. And I'm like, how much to kit it out as a modern day DeLorean? It was like maybe 10, 15, maybe 20. Let's put the money into it. And I thought I'd have a cool show car, right?
Yeah.
We were coming off the back of Ready Player One. The DeLorean was all the rage again. Back to the Future anniversaries just happened. I'm like, this seems like a smart investment. While I was in the showroom, when I got home, I put a $2,500 investment deposit down, and I'm like crunching the numbers, looking. I'll spend $50,000 today on a down payment.
Yeah.
I'll loan out the other 50. This is a stupid decision.
It would have been aggressively stupid. I'm
Right.
so glad you didn't
yeah,
do that.
yeah. So,
I am so glad you didn't do that. That was one of the scariest things that I thought I heard.
but at that point, why not just play the character?
Is
right?
it?
At that
well-
point, just let the internet do what the internet's going to do, right?
Yeah.
I didn't expect front page of Reddit. That was wild. And to this day, I think it's still fascinating. People think I bought that car. I can't
I
believe
thought you
you
bought that
thought I bought that
I
car.
thought you bought that car.
And the worst part about it is, and anybody out there, like, if you want to buy a luxury car, buy a luxury car. I don't think it's a smart decision. But if you're going to buy
Well, I mean, you should be very, very, like, financially secure before you try to buy a luxury car like that. In my opinion. Ooh, sick.
a luxury car, don't buy a Tesla.
There we go. Ugh, why not buy a Tesla? I mean, you're not spending money on gas. I want to see what his reasoning behind not buying a Tesla is. Come on, bro.
Stupid. I'm so glad you didn't do that.
Yeah. So,
I am so glad you didn't do that. That was one of the scariest things that I thought I heard.
but at that point, why not just play the character?
Is
right?
it?
At that
well-
point, just let the internet do what the internet's going to do, right?
Yeah.
I didn't expect front page of Reddit. That was wild. And to this day, I think it's still fascinating. People think I bought that car. I can't
I
believe
thought you
you
bought that
thought I bought that
I
car.
thought you bought that car.
And the worst part about it is, and anybody out there, like, if you want to buy a luxury car, buy a luxury car. I don't think it's a smart decision. But if you're going to buy a luxury car, don't buy a Tesla.
What's wrong with Tesla? I'm considering getting a Tesla.
They're so expensive for repairs. If someone dents that vehicle,
Makes sense, yeah.
they know it's a luxury car, so they make sure they upcharge you every chance they get. If you want to go the fastest possible speed, there's a fee to unlock that. It can do it. It's just a
Wait, what? There's a fee to unlock how fast you can... What?
software, Governor. They charge you to let it have the ludicrous speed.
What the
Like,
fuck? That's
it's the
pretty
most- it's
fucking
one of the
gay.
most funniest things I think you can make. I've routinely
well, cars
made
in
fun.
general. I mean, unless it's like a beater that's getting you from A and B, or just safety measures or room for family, everything beyond.
That's what I have. I just have a beater that gets me from A to B, and then a truck, which makes money which I can like use to make money for me. So
That starts becoming a want.
That's why-
So luxury vehicles are okay if they're,
That's when I bought the newest car I've ever owned was this hybrid.
Yeah.
And it had one previous owner. And I bought it just before all the prices went crazy. So I got it for
Good.
21,000. I wanted to build credit, so I put 12,000 down. I loaned out the rest.
you still owe on it.
Fucking cunt.
I have a funny story about the nail salon.
Oh, what is it?
So,
This guy's fucked.
so,
Oh,
they, at the end of my set, they were like, do you want to design?
he bought out. Yeah. You do what?
And at the end of my set, they were like, do you want to design? And I usually don't ask for a design there unless they
Yeah.
offer a design because they're just not that good at it. Like, I know a
I
lot of them
think
aren't
maybe
that good
1,000
at
or
it.
2,000.
So
It's
I was
in the
like, oh,
neighborhood of
yeah,
not
sure, I'll
very
get
All
a
right, I'll have to
design.
search these.
And like, I clearly
Facebook,
got green,
76
right,
bucks.
for
I'm assuming.
Christmas.
Again, what are we
And I
doing
was like,
there?
oh, these are my Christmas nails. And they were like,
Yeah.
a snowflake? And I was like, no, can I get a cross? And they were like, a what? Because they don't speak any English.
Yeah.
And I was like, a cross? I'll show you a picture. And they were like,
What? They didn't know what a cross was, though?
no.
That's pretty
But
crazy.
they were like, how about a snowflake? And I was like, no, a cross. And they
A
were
cross
like,
is easier than a
yeah,
snowflake.
But this was before I showed them a picture. And they were like, how about a snowflake? And I was like, no, I'll get a cross. And they were like, a
Yeah.
candy cane. And I was like,
What?
I was like,
Maybe they're just like some
well, they don't, like, they're not
Christian.
Christian, and they're from the
Cringe.
Philippines, so they, like, barely speak any English, and they, like, definitely don't know what a cross was. So I showed them a picture of a cross, and they were like, why? And I was
What?
Like, and I was like, well, like, do you know why, like, people celebrate Christmas? Like, Christmas is Jesus' birthday, and he died on the cross, so, like,
Yeah.
it's a Christian symbol. And they were like, how about a snowflake? I was like, no fucking snowflakes. And then they all came over and, like,
Cringe, bro.
looked at my nails, and they were like, what that? Craw? What that? Craw?
Weird.
I was like, okay. I was like, I get it. We just don't know what it is, but yeah, I still want it.
Like, how do they not know what it is? They live in America. Like, you
Well,
see
also,
them
it's
everywhere.
Like Christmas. Like, do they not know why we celebrate
Yeah.
Christmas? Like, do they just think, oh, we celebrate Santa Claus?
But no, I think that they know what it is.
I don't know. They were disgusted with me, though. That's for
Maybe
damn
they're
sure.
just Satanists
They
or
did a good
something.
job. They're not
Crazy.
Satanists. That's fucked up. And then we went to McDonald's because I didn't feel like cooking Gabby any food, so I got her McDonald's, right? And we go through,
Yeah.
and she gets a sweet tea.
Mm-hmm.
We get out of the line, and usually if they fuck up her sweet tea, she's not having it. She's freaking out. She's like, we gotta go back my sweet tea! So I was like, okay, they messed up your sweet tea. You're being chill about it. I'll go back through for you. There's nobody else in line, right? So I
Yeah.
go back through and I'm like, hey, we ordered a sweet tea. We got a regular tea. I hate making a fuss about a fucking tea, right?
Yeah.
They were like, okay, that's $1.25. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll buy it. But, like, for a tea that you guys messed up on.
Yeah.
And then I get up to the thing and they're like, let me grab my manager. And I was like, I didn't even make a fuss. I was going to pay the $1.25.
Uh-huh.
And then the manager comes out and she was like, you can have it. Like, it was our mess up and whatever. So we get to the next one. Gabby gets her sweet tea.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an iced tea.
Huh.
It's a regular tea. And I was like, I'm sorry, Gabby. I am not going back through. But yeah, so here we are. Taught the Asians about, or
That's funny.
Taught the people that did my nails about
Jesus Christ.
and looked like a Karen at McDonald's. So, you want a McDouble? Do you want a cheeseburger?
No, not right now.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
No, if you don't eat it now, it's gonna be disgusting.
Yeah. True.
Do you want it or not, then? Do you not want it, Jess?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just posting some clips and just nothing's happening, or
No, this is Meta PC. So this is a sponsor that I have. We get 5%.
All right.
Yeah, we get 5% of the sales that we make in a month. So some months.
Oh.
Tis the season to save now at Conlon's. Save 35% off and more store-wide. Plus, ask about...
It's low like this, $76. On a really good month, it's maybe $300.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's keep going through the income. Twitch again, not. Yeah.
And it had one previous owner. And I bought it just before all the prices went crazy, so I got it for
Good.
21,000. I wanted to build credit, so I put 12,000 down. I loaned out the rest.
You still owe on it?
I think maybe 1,000 or 2,000. It's in the neighborhood of.
There you
not
go,
very
right
much,
there, and
so.
then put.
Facebook, $76 comes in a month. Again, what are we doing there? We're just looking at some clips and just nothing's happening, or?
No, this is Meta PC. So this is a sponsor that I have. We get 5%.
All right.
Yeah, we get 5% of the sales that we make in a month. So some months it's low like this, $76. On a really good month, it's maybe 300.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Let's keep going.
I leave 2 weeks
No, you don't leave in 2 weeks, Gabs.
after Christmas. I leave.
Yeah. I guess I don't know when she's leaving, but I know that her birthday's not in 2 weeks. When is she leaving?
I don't know. Later, like, Gabby, that's mine.
She said that she's leaving in 2 weeks.
That's mine, asshole.
That's why I was wondering.
In the bag. Oh, I didn't know what one's mine. Yeah. You should have.
Heart. And heart. There we go. So far, I doesn't seem like I have anyone who's trying to fight with me or
Going
anything.
through the income. Twitch, again, not. For some reason, I would have thought you were doing better on Twitch.
And here's the thing: it's because number one, I don't stream as often as I like.
Why?
Okay, well,
I'm just doing it. Most of the bad things that I ever said.
if someone else doesn't take out Red, I'm taking out Red. And
Trying to totally break character with you here. I have this very Andy Kaufman-esque character. Also, that I'm an idiot. And so I will either push the edge because I grew up on Andy Kaufman, Sam Kinison, Richard Pryor, George Carlin, Andrew Dice Clay. I love shock humor. I listen to shock humor still to this day.
But people didn't like it when you did it.
No, then it is they like it coming from a shock jock or a shock comedian, not the person that some people branded as the Mr. Rogers of YouTube. You can't do that. Bob.
What? People branded him as the but what about his Francis character? That was not really.
Saget did it, but I'm no Bob Saget, right?
So why we do?
All right. Should I take Red's cards, or is that risky? I think I should.
Do it then.
Stupidity. It just, you know. But on top of that, if you watch one of my live streams, I mention donations, subs, stuff like that, maybe once.
Well, if he takes it.
Stream, because I'm never against the character I play, against the reputation I have. I don't.
Oh, this made it really easy for me to take Red. It's almost dumb if I don't. Sorry, Red. That was just too obvious of a choice. There we go. Green's gonna take purple. He knows it too. Fuck. Come on.
Like crowdsourcing.
But you refuse to get a job, and you need money to survive.
It's less of
so we have to do
refuse and-
something.
It's less of refuse and more that I just don't know if I could.
I do have good news about that, though.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have 4 million subscribers for long, so you can get a job now. Sorry, buds.
I mean, that's not something I would actually ever say. You know.
Merch. People aren't really buying your merch.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'd take $20 free a month, for selling
I
the
get it
product.
as well, but when I start seeing people on this show, especially business people, who are just so scattered in different pots, and little's coming in, little's coming in here, it's just not adding up to much. Instead of, again, this is what I was gonna start bringing up with Twitch. Like you say, oh, I'm not really on there much, and things have been consequences from what I've said, and that I'm feeling anxious about it. Then I'm just like, okay, we're done with Twitch. Done with Twitch. Who even gives? Focus all in what we know can be the revenue builder all time.
Which continues to be YouTube ads.
Yes, it does. This is absolutely the biggest number that we have seen here so far. Now, would I be able to? They're not going to be able to see it, but would I be able to see the studio app?
Yeah, sure. I think I showed you a screenshot.
Yes. There's a couple things I'm curious about. Private for my eyes only, not for you. Okay.
Okay, so they're back.
What I'm mostly curious about, I want to go lifetime. So, dude, okay, this is what the revenue looks like. YouTube revenue starts, right? Because, obviously, first of all, when YouTube started, it was just...
I mean, the first 3 years...
Oh, they are gonna love that one.
Okay. He's smart.
Let's see. Jacob, James, Jayla, Jen, only on the J's. Holiday shop like a super gifter at thriftbooks.com.
I'm gonna tell him attack white. Should I go alliance with? I accept alliance. He seems like a good player, considering that he wasn't.
The first 3 years I started on YouTube, there was no partner program. Partner program didn't exist.
So we go like, and then just trickle to where we are today. Is what your graph.
Sticky, what are you doing?
That scares me.
Yeah, I had like 2 good years. If you look at the 17-year history, I had like 2 really good years.
You've made $1.3 million. Incredible.
In 17 years,
And we
which
have,
comes
like,
out to what per year?
I know, but that's still
Are
an
you a math
incredible
guy?
amount of money. Not a public math guy.
Yeah.
What did I say? 1.3
Yeah.
over 17. 17 was when you started.
Ooh.
15 would have been when I started.
Yeah, $86,000 a year. Well, I mean, you're above the median household income.
That beats that of disability, which is what I was on when I started YouTube.
Yeah,
channel, right?
absolutely. But this, managing money correctly and not spending a lot of it on prostitution, would equate to us having at least a little bit of money now.
Well, again, to address that important part of the doc, number one, those numbers are rounded up. Mike admitted that those numbers are rounded up and adjusted. Secondly, the majority of that money was spent traveling. And I went to the Game Awards.
Hey, take that
I
3,
went
put
to
it up
Disney.
there.
I went.
Oh,
It's still
no.
a huge waste of money. But I think if we're dropping character and I think if we're being genuine here, I think it's. I tried to get a travel channel off the ground and try to do what my friend Jacob the Carpetbagger and Adam the Woo do, and I thought people would watch me go to Disneyland. Right, I'm a big fat weird guy trying to do this, do that. Turns out they did not want to watch me do that.
Really?
So if you contributed of the 80 whatever that you're making on a monthly basis, 20% on a monthly basis, which is like just very basic recommended, contributing to just the standard stock market 8% return. Being a little more conservative there from beginning to end, up years, down years, all combined 8%.
Sure.
Over the course of the 15 years, $70,000 a year would equate to almost $500,000. Now, obviously, we continue and just let that continue to compound and hopefully throwing more things in there, we could have gotten you to a point where, mid-60s retirement. What scares me now? I'm not going to talk about the age thing, like, whatever. This is financial.
Well, man, I'm not making it to mid-60s. Let's just be honest.
Oh, well, that's what I want to talk about.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the, I know a lot of people want to, okay. This is financial audit, not dating audit. So, she's going to live longer than you.
Sure.
Yeah.
You guys might get married, maybe.
Sure. Probably.
What do we do when you're no longer here? And
She's definitely gonna live longer than him. He's like obese and also so much younger than him. So, damn, why did he do that? Ooh, I did not like that move that White did. Yep, that's the move. You tell them to get the fuck out of your space.
Nothing to a widow.
Well, my process has always been, when I met her, without getting into her personal history too much, because it's not necessarily the place for it,
Yep.
but when I met her, she was struggling with severe social anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
She was struggling with just getting her life together. When I met her, I was talking to my friend Michael, kid behind the camera, and his plan was just be the person you needed when you were in that position. Because that's who I was when I was her age. When I was 20 years old, just like her, I couldn't function in the world. I played EverQuest and World of Warcraft and built
smart
terrible
move,
websites
you
and
dumb
made
fuck.
a barely passable income.
What does this have to do with you leaving or anything?
Well, hold on, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
If I left her destitute,
Yeah.
my plan is to still leave her better off than she was.
Okay.
Right?
Well,
Like get her out
sure.
into the world, get her the experience she needs, get her working when she's ready.
But if we're
get her an
responsible with money, you
education when
actually
she's
leave
ready.
her at nest egg instead of just
Well,
putting
right.
life
I'm just
now.
saying. I'm just saying right now that's a conversation her and I have had, and like that's a very real possibility. And she's chosen to stay with me because she's not in it for the money, right? She's in
No.
it for the life experience. She's in it for the love. She's in it for the companionship. She's in it to become a better and stronger person.
But
and
as a
I'm helping her do
partnership,
that.
caring about the other partner, you want to, instead of putting now with instant gratification, we want to leave.
Well, that's
something.
why I'm here.
Yeah.
Right? That's why I'm sitting down with you today.
No,
Because
absolutely.
I'm hoping you can help me create a financial plan that can.
That's why I don't
move
call
us
it
in
out
that
immediately,
direction.
so you don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a mortgage.
We
Now,
do.
this is your biggest equity position. What do we think the house is worth today?
Zillow tells me 480. One of the houses in the neighborhood just sold for a little over $5 million. It's the same size, or sorry, $500,000. 500,000.
I was about
and
to
it's-
say, I
it's
was
the
like-
same size as mine. It's literally across the street, and it just sold. So I think there's a very real chance that I need to put maybe 20,000 of work into it. We need new carpets. We need paint,
Yeah.
stuff like that. There's hole in the ceiling and some
Did you
frames
almost
and
lose
YouTube
this?
damage. Do what?
Shit.
Did you almost lose this house at one point? Okay.
That's always. I will bend over backwards to make sure that mortgage gets paid.
Yeah.
If I have to sell everything I own, if I have to, and I have, we've made some concessions that I'm not entirely comfortable sharing because the people involved are private people.
Sure.
But I did move a roommate in. He's been helping a little bit here and there. I had a roommate over the last 25 years. He's finally been able to kick in a little bit as well. So we are finding ways to.
So there's
Let's
two
see.
roommates.
Yeah.
Okay. What was the purchase price of this house?
The original purchase price $270.
It's windproof. Do you know what I mean? Guys, this is the Bearskin Tactical Hoodie. I wasn't a...
All right, we can't let.
And then I refinanced in 2018 because of my divorce. So the loan in 2018 became $200,000 because I put more money.
All right, actually, go like this. Hey, Gabs.
Are you winning?
Yep.
Who are you playing with?
I don't know. Shit.
I'm feeling much better.
Stay right there. Now he breaks, right? Yeah. He breaks. I move this forward, stay right there. Beautiful. He opened that up for me, so I didn't even have to do anything. Dumbass. Boom. Oh, do I want to use that? Or should I keep them? That way I can get more. Yeah, I keep them. I'm in a decent position right now. I don't need to trade. We're all ganging up on... Okay, I was confused with... Oh, what? I was about to say, if he does that, I might have to use my... Ooh. Okay, is he coming? He's coming for me. Go. What the fuck is going on with this?
Yeah, because I had money to put down. So I got it down to 207.
And we're at 4.3%. What are we going to refinance? You're going to get like hit to 8%.
Well, the plan would be to try to bring the initial monthly payment down. But I really don't want to have to ever do that because we're 5 years into a 15 years. So we paid so much principal off.
Wow, you did 15 year.
Yeah, I was making good money at the time, so why not do 15 years? But now we're, from 2018 to now, we're 5 years into a 15-year. Now, I'm no math wizard, and you are the math wizard, but that means I paid a good amount of principal off, right? I'm earning a very solid amount of equity by staying in that house, right?
Well, you definitely pay more interest up front, but yes, 5 year into 15 year, you're definitely starting to see more benefit.
Right.
Absolutely. Well, I love the rate though.
Yeah,
the rate though.
couldn't get a better rate, right?
We would like
With
something,
my,
but like
with my credit, I could not have gotten a better rate
for
at the
sure.
time.
But
I mean, the reality of it is, moving out of that house and trying to stay in Northwest Arkansas near my medical professionals where I need to stay.
you have to say.
Yeah, it's a very stupid idea. There is very little in the area. I might be able to get an apartment for $900 a month. I might be able to get a duplex for $1,300 a month, but paying $2,100 in and then having some of that being brought in by roommates, I'm paying as much to live in this house and build equity as I would be giving it all to a landlord instead.
If anything, of course, I don't have the full financial history of like the last few years, but if anything that I know just from just internet, this was the good choice.
Oh yeah, this is the smartest choice
This was
ever
the
made.
good choice.
Yeah.
And 30-year fix or 15-year fix, there's different philosophies on that. I personally go 30-year because I just feel like I can just make a better return on investment putting the rest of the money somewhere else. But either way, I'm totally okay with this. To limiting risk, knowing your position and knowing that the YouTube career can be, you know, a quick woo, I would have like, okay, we made 1.3 million and we owed a total.
You were the first in your family to go to college, but why stop there? With a graduate degree from
Oh, what?
you could make a real difference.
No
They're counting
fucking
on
way.
you. So what are you waiting for? It's time.
Sharing meals is a big part of the holiday season, especially for Nakai, whose family always invites their friends over to eat.
It feels good to have other people have dinner with us on the holidays.
When the family's paychecks aren't quite enough for pricey holiday foods, the local pantry helps them bring loved ones together to celebrate. This holiday, join the movement to end hunger. Get involved at feedingamerica.org/join.
Oh, you douche. Fuck you. Don't fucking attack me like that then, bitch. Why the fuck were you doing that? thought that they could bully me or something. What the
Total of
fuck was that?
208,000. I wish we could have just taken care of this and lowered your risk profile
Yeah, yeah.
over that time instead
Of course, yeah.
instead of doing.
This person's offline, so then they're gonna come. Bum, bum, bum. So offline.
Doing the traveling and stuff like that, where
Of
all my
course.
money's been going.
Try it.
I mean, I pay a little extra towards this on a monthly basis, but where my money's
Damn, they are smart enough. I don't know if they can get it. Does he go for for the kill against me first? I think he does. Damn it.
mostly been going is into cash flowing properties that then pay for this if YouTube goes away completely.
Yeah.
So that's.
I could tell that they were a novice. Expert. Makes sense. Damn.
We were risk mitigating.
Right.
But instead of that, we were going into crypto.
So nobody ever likes this answer.
Okay.
Because it's not a good one. And nothing I'm about to say is an excuse.
Let's hear it.
But the headspace that I was in 2018 was not a very good one. And so I was not planning for a potential future because I did not feel that I had one.
Yeah.
In 2018, Christmas, I had planned to.
Because he's so fat?
And I made it to that Christmas date, and I decided to postpone it for the dumbest reason.
I gotta go piss. 2 people from Iraq. Weird. Damn. Game hasn't started yet? What the fuck? I was up there for a while. Okay, looks like I'm leaving this game. Join. Kuwait? Bro, what the fuck? First Iraq, then Kuwait?
Christmas Day, I'm sitting there alone. I have my dog in my lap. My roommate's out of town.
Oh, this is annoying.
And I realize my dog's going to be sitting there with my dead body for 3 days. And I'm like, you know what? I need to wait. And I rescheduled to July 24th, 2019, which was my birthday. Mm-hmm. And I thought in that process I would travel a lot.
Damn. I guess we take Hopefully no one lines up for us.
I don't even know if I can show this on YouTube. Like, genuinely, I don't know if I can.
At least I got
From the
fast
Daily
and
Caller,
easy.
reporting for once on stuff that I care about and agree with. Exclusive. Senate staffer caught filming sex tape in Senate hearing room. Graphic. I don't think I can show even the censored images that they've provided. I don't even think I have leeway for that. Here was sort of, hold on. What do you think of this, guest? Thank you. Wait, there we go. He says based. I don't even think I can show the censored images of this. Can I? I'm not going to. I'm not going to risk it. Okay, I'm gonna link what I'm looking at right now. Okay, and you guys, if you're in chat, you can look at this, and you can look at it. There you go. But the image that they've attached to the Daily Caller article is a a twink bent over the railing of the upper seats of the Senate hearing room in a jockstrap with a cartoon drawing of the Capitol building's dome placed to censor what is no doubt an exposed butthole. Wrong link? Is it? Oh. There you go. Oh yeah, the first link that I linked was the guy who did the 3D model of me that rotates in my opening. Somebody asked for it on email. There we go. So Jack Hainsworth, the person who did the art for me, was not recently caught, a twink, in the Senate hearing room, to my knowledge. The new link that I have posted is the one that I was referring to from the beginning. This is the new one. There we go. And then following in the link, which I know for an absolute fact that I can't show, but this is particularly funny, okay? Because there is a video that the Daily Caller has provided.
Is he moving that 5 down to there?
Gay sex with a little like blurry censor bar where the actual penetration is happening, and they have a Daily Caller watermark in the top right of the video. Like, it's Daily Caller branded homosexual sex in the Senate building. This is incredibly funny.
What the fuck?
That's the main thing. Senate hearing room gay sex. I guess that is the right thing to look up. I think that's an accurate description of the news event that we're going for here. At the moment, the only news outlets that are reporting on it are the Daily Caller and Breitbart, it looks like. I see a town hall. It's all like right-wing outfits, you know? Which, you know, like, obviously. But it's not, like, fake or made up or anything. It's just they're the ones talking about it because, of course, they would want an excuse to show, like, you know, hot twinks with, like, a pretense of... They want a bunch of, like, 65-year-old dipshits to, like, click on their article and look at these, like, barely censored photos and videos and go, and get, like, really steamed up, but actually kind of, like it a little bit, you know? Something gets done in the Senate. Am I right, fellas? They're also Democrat staffers. Oh yeah, that's right. They're not random people. They're Democrat staffers. So based. Finally, we have people getting work done in the Capitol building. Already ID'd? Oh, of course they've already been ID'd. There's no way to hide something like that. I think that what they've done is based and red-pilled. You know, this isn't like an issue of indecent exposure or anything like that. The room was empty. It was just, you know, them essentially defiling a sacred hall of government with you know, gay sex, which I think is good. So yeah, no issues here. They will be fired. There's no way around them getting fired. This will not be a good career move for them.
Yeah, that's fucking gay.
Unless they do a really good job of, you know, leveraging the publicity for their OnlyFans. You know, like, if they do a good job with that. I'm sorry I can't show you more images, guys, but they're pretty graphic. The only non-graphic image I could really show you is just the ID'd staffer, which is significantly less interesting than the twink. To be fair, the halls have probably been defiled for decades. Oh, of course people are f***ing, you know? It's just recording it, you know? Recording it. The real crime would be to not use the room to have the gay sex. Yeah, it was an empty room, you know? An empty room is just wasted space. You have to make use of it. Anyway, I respect them. I respect the troops. If the troops are Democrat staffers having gay sex with one another, it is good, it is based, and it is red-pilled, you know? I'm fine with it. Andrew Johnson had a gigantic party where they let randos in from the street after he won and they ransacked the White House. That's great. That's fantastic. That's proletarian right there. I have won the presidency, and my first act as president is to throw a big goddamn block party in the White House. Let every beggar and solicitor and whore out on the street into the White House. Absolutely. Only good thing he did, KEKW. He got all the good out of the way early on. Is this an emergency stream? No. A leader should be that beloved, TBH. True. God help me. That was Andrew Jackson, not Andrew Johnson. For what it's worth, I was just repeating the mistype of the person who typed it. But yes, I did not issue a correction. Oh, man.
Wait, so... I've got to re-listen to this. What the fuck?
On stuff that I care about and agree with. Exclusive.
Why the fuck?
Senate staffer caught filming sex tape in Senate hearing room. Graphic. I don't think I can show even the censored images that they've provided. I don't even think I have leeway for that. Okay. Here was sort of hold on. What do you...
Move this out of that guy's way.
What do you think of this, guest? Thank you. Wait, there we go. He says based. I don't even think I can show the censored images of this. Can I? I'm not going to. I'm not going to risk it.
Okay, weird.
Okay, I'm gonna link what I'm looking at right now. Okay, and you guys, if you're in chat, you can look at this. And you can look at it. There you go. But the image that they've attached to the Daily Caller article is a a twink bent over the railing of the upper seats of the Senate hearing room in a jockstrap with a cartoon drawing of the Capitol building's dome placed to censor what is no doubt an exposed butthole. Wrong link? Is it? Oh. There you go. Oh yeah, the first link that I linked was the guy who did the 3D model of me that rotates in my opening. Somebody asked for it on email. There we go. So Jack Hainsworth, the person who did the art for me, was not recently caught, a twink, in the Senate hearing room, to my knowledge. The new link that I have posted is the one that I was referring to from the beginning. This is the new one. There we go. And then following in the link, which I know for an absolute fact that I can't show, but this is particularly funny, okay? Because there is a video that the Daily Caller has provided, which is just full-on gay sex with a little, like, blurry censor bar where the actual penetration is
what
happening.
The fuck?
And I have a Daily Caller watermark in the top right of the video. And, like, it's Daily Caller branded homosexual sex in the Senate building. This is incredibly funny, is the main thing.
Okay, what the fuck? Daily Caller? There, wait. What should I put in here? Senate. Social media exposed after Daily Caller exclusive shows video of. I don't know if I should click on this. Let's see. Social media. Oh, you dick! Damn it. Nope. No trades yet. Alright. Socialist media exposed Daily Car report on a Senate staffer who filmed a sexual encounter in a hearing room Friday. So, the staffer seen naked during the sexual encounter with another unidentified male in the video filmed in the Senate building and Joe's face since he could not be. A whole lot of gay porn on my timeline. What the fuck, bro? This is so fucked up. Get the fuck out of my bonus. Oh, what the fuck? Ew. Insurrection, Temple posted. What the fuck? That is so gay. I don't think I've ever heard of anything that gay.
Senate hearing room gay sex. I guess that is the right thing to look up, I think. I think that's an accurate description of the news event that we're going for here. At the moment, the only news outlets that are reporting on it are the Daily Caller and Breitbart, it looks like. I see a town hall. It's all like right-wing outfits, you know? Which, you know, like, obviously. But it's not, like, fake or made up or anything. It's just they're the ones talking about it because, of course, they would want an excuse to show, like, you know, hot twinks with, like, a pretense of... They want a bunch of, like, 65-year-old dipshits to, like, click on their article and look at these, like, barely censored photos and videos and go, and get, like, really steamed up, but actually kind of, like it a little bit, you know? Something gets...
I don't know why he gave up...
Also Democrat staffers. Oh yeah, that's right. They're not random people. They're Democrat staffers. So based. Finally, we have people getting work done in the Capitol building. Already ID'd? Oh, of course they've already been ID'd. There's no way to hide something like that. I think that what they've done is based and red-pilled. You know, this isn't like an issue of indecent exposure or anything like that. The room was empty. It was just, you know, them essentially defiling a sacred hall of government with the, you know, gay sex, which I think is good. So Yeah, no issues here. They will be fired. There's no way around them getting fired. This will not be a good career move for them in the long run, unless they do a really good job of, you know, leveraging the publicity for their OnlyFans. You know, like if they do a good job with that. I'm sorry I can't show you more images, guys, but they're pretty graphic. The only non-graphic image I could really show you is just the ID'd staffer, which is significantly less interesting than the twink. To be fair, the halls have probably been defiled with decks. Oh, of course people are f***ing, you know? It's recording it, you know? Recording it. The real crime would be to not use the room to have the guests like, yeah, it was an empty room, you know? An empty room is just wasted space. You have to make use of it. Anyway, I respect them. I respect the troops. If the troops are Democrat staffers having gay sex with one another, it is good, it is based, and it is red-pilled, you know? I'm fine with it. Andrew Johnson had a gigantic party where they let randos in from the street after he won and they ransacked the White House. That's great. That's fantastic. That's proletarian right there. I have won the presidency, and my first act as president is to throw a big goddamn block party in the White House. Let every beggar and solicitor and whore out on the street into the White House. Absolutely. Only good thing he did KEKW. He got all the good out of the way early on. Is this an emergency stream? No. A leader should be that beloved, TBH. True. God help me. That was Andrew Jackson, not Andrew Johnson. For what it's worth, I was just repeating the mistype of the person who typed it. But yes, I did not issue a correction. Oh, man.
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com, but there's millions of books for under $5.
Even adventures?
Adventures, fantasy, anything.
Okay, new plan.
What is he
Grand Theft
doing?
Auto 6 is finally here, or at least the first
Ah,
is.
he's-
And man, does this game look incredible! But let me
He's
tell you,
setting
in
up
just these
for a
90
red
seconds,
kill.
I believe that Rockstar has given us enough information to predict the entire 30+ hour plot of this game. Don't believe me? Just give me the next couple of minutes. I'm gonna prove to you that I know the plot a full 2 years before this game actually releases. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where if this is our standard for goodness, then no wonder this country's screwed. And who would have thought that after this insane year of gaming, we'd go out on such a huge bang? It's like Rockstar saw the successes of Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Spider-Man 2, and just said, hold my Mountain Dew. It's not even a game release. This thing's a trailer, and the internet just up and forgot about all those actual games and is now obsessed with analyzing this Rockstar trailer frame by frame to learn everything they can about GTA 6. And so you know when people start analyzing things frame by frame, we had to get in on that action. I mean, it is kind of what we're known for over here. No, hello neighbor. No, down. Bad boy. No, not your turn. So I sat down and looked at every picture, every line of dialogue, every possible detail to see what I could learn about this newly anticipated game. And I was
Let's see what my
shocked that
trades
despite
are.
only having 33 words spoken in the entire trailer, the game's
Okay,
whole plot
good.
was laid out bare in front of us. Our lead character's story has already been foretold. A story of drama, passion, and ultimately betrayal.
What is this guy
Spoiler
doing?
alert, friends, there are no happy
Is this a
endings in
bot?
this one. So have your getaway cars ready, theorists. I've got a feeling we're gonna have ourselves a 5-star wanted level after I give away the secrets of GTA 6. The first and most obvious piece of evidence coming out of this trailer is probably the backing track. So let's just start there. Music is one of the most important parts of any trailer. It's gonna help set the tone, it's gonna emphasize the setting, the location, and if it doesn't fit, you're really gonna notice it. But Rockstar also has themselves a habit of taking the use of music one step further. trailer. They tend to use songs with specific lyrics to hint at what their story is going to be about. You can see I'm playing with this concept during the build-up to GTA 4. The core plot was pretty obvious, thanks to the dialogue telling us that the lead character Nico was looking for someone, but the lyrics of the song actually took this a step further. In a TV trailer, they used the song Vagabond by Greenskeepers, which opens with lyrics like this, quote, "From far away I came, got away from seeing red. I want to shoot you down now for the things you did. I came a long way to see you. Now I wish you were dead." And when the game eventually came out, it was revealed that Nico had traveled from Yugoslavia, a faraway place, to kill the man who betrayed his unit in the Yugoslav wars. A man that made him see red with anger that he now wants dead. See what I'm saying here? It is not subtle. Lyrics are giving us more context around the main plot of the story. Rockstar then continued doing this with the GTA 5 trailers, with the second trailer using the song Skeletons by Stevie Wonder. Quote again, "Skeletons in your closet itching to come outside." GTA 5 was all about Michael lying about who he was. His friends thought he was dead, but instead he'd made a deal with the FBI and went into witness protection. And when the song goes on to say, "She said it wasn't polite to tell a white one," he said one white lie turns into a black one. It's all about how Michael omitted the truth, telling small white lies to the people around him, which continued to grow into bigger and bigger lies, black lies, leading to massive altercations and, depending on the ending you chose, the ending of one of the characters' lives. So what song then is giving us all the information for this new GTA 6 trailer? Well, it's called "Love is a Long Road" by Tom Petty. The lyrics are coming from a man's perspective, singing about a woman that he loves. In the trailer, we're introduced to our two lead characters, Lucia and Jason, who appear to be romantically involved, which leads me to believe that this song is about them and their relationship, told from Jason's perspective. The first verse of the song uses lines like, "There was a girl I knew. She said she cared about me. She tried to make my world the way she thought it should be." And we see exactly this happening throughout the trailer. Lucia is the one running the show. She's the one doing most of the talking, giving us a big speech about how they need to stick together. She's the one counting the money in the car. And when they're robbing convenience stores, she's the one leading the charge. That's why all these lyrics feel so passive and more focused on what she thinks is best rather than what he wants. She tried to make my world what she thought it should be. So the fact that the lyrics are lining up with what we see in the trailer means that the rest of the lyrics in the song could probably be offering us more clues about what to expect in the game. For starters, we know that their relationship will eventually come to an end. The lyrics from the third verse say, "It was hard to give up. Some things are hard to let go. Some things are never enough." Notice that it's all being said in the past tense. This long road of love that this couple was on, it's over now. But why? Well, let's again look back at the lyrics. Some things are hard to let go. Some things are never enough. It seems to be referring to their lives as criminals. Either the money that they're getting or the thrill and adrenaline here is never enough. There's always gotta be just one more heist. The trailer places an emphasis on money in the final few shots. We get a nice big close-up of Lucia holding a big old wad of cash in the front seat as the police drive past, and we only see him pulling out guns in convenience stores, places where the only thing you're gonna be taking is petty cash from the register. It's likely that one of them wanted to get out of this life and the other one kept them in. We also get the line, "I'll give her one more chance." In fact, we actually get that line twice, which solidifies the idea that this is all about Lucia. She's the one calling the shots and seems to be the one that's more focused on doing just one more heist. But Jason, well, it seems like Jason may have other plans. You see, when looking back through the trailer, I noticed that Jason's face is never fully shown. It's always obscured in some way. The two major shots of him are in the car and during the ending sequence. Both times we only get to see one half of his face. This is classic visual shorthand for someone hiding a part of themselves from us. By hiding one half of their face, we never actually get to connect with who they really are, get a sense of their full character. Think about like the Phantom of the Opera. He's hiding half of himself under a mask. We don't get to see the other half of who he truly is until the mask is removed, and finally then we realize, yeah, that guy, he's not that great. He was actually hiding a lot of awful stuff. The burns on his face, but also symbolically the evil in his heart. Compare that to Lucia, who regularly faces the camera practically straight on. She has nothing to hide. The only time that we see Jason forward facing in this entire thing is during the heist sections, where he and Lucia are wearing bandanas to hide their identities. So again, not allowing us as the audience to fully see who he is or get a sense of whether or not we can truly trust him. And trust is actually a key point here. It's literally the final word from each character in the trailer. And when Lucia poses it as a question to Jason, look at how he responds.
Trust?
Trust.
He's nervous throughout the trailer. In the car scene, when the police drive by, he looks panicked. But Lucia, she doesn't react that way. She's got a more neutral expression. She's enjoying this. This isn't her first rodeo. Then again, presumably it wouldn't be Jason's either, so why is he so nervous? What secret is he trying to hide? What game is he playing? Well, before we get to the games that Jason is playing, let's talk about the games that us theorists are playing. The sponsor of today's episode, Watcher of Realms. It was us versus Jay Schlatt and his followers to see who could beat the most levels, and you guys, you guys showed up. Just look at those scores. It was hard to give up. Some things are hard to let go. Some things are never enough. Notice that it's all being said in the past tense. This long road of love that this couple was on, it's over now. But why? Well, let's again look back at the lyrics. Some things are hard to let go. Some things are never enough. It seems to be referring to their lives as criminals. Either the money that they're getting or the thrill and adrenaline here is never enough. There's always gotta be just one more heist. The trailer places an emphasis on money in the final few shots. We get a nice big close-up of Lucia holding a big old wad of cash in the front seat as the police drive past, and we only see him pulling out guns in convenience stores, places where the only thing you're going to be taken is petty cash from the register. It's likely that one of them wanted to get out of this life and the other one kept them in. We also get the line, "I'll give her one more chance." In fact, we actually get that line twice, which solidifies the idea that this is all about Lucia. She's the one calling the shots and seems to be the one that's more focused on doing just one more heist. But Jason, well, it seems like Jason may have other plans. You see, when looking back through the trailer, I noticed that Jason's face is never fully shown. It's always obscured in some way. The two major shots of him are in the car and during the ending motel scene. Both times we only get to see one half of his face. This is classic visual shorthand for someone hiding a part of themselves from us. By hiding one half of their face, we never actually get to connect with who they really are, get a sense of their full character. Think about like the Phantom of the Opera. He's hiding half of himself under a mask. We don't get to see the other half of who he truly is until the mask is removed, and finally then we realize, yeah, that guy, he's not that great. He was actually hiding a lot of awful stuff. The burns on his face, but also symbolically the evil in his heart. Compare that to Lucia, who regularly faces the camera practically straight on. She has nothing to hide. The only time that we see Jason forward facing in this entire thing is during the heist sections, where he and Lucia are wearing bandanas to hide their identities. So again, not allowing us as the audience to fully see who he is or get a sense of whether or not we can truly trust him. And trust is actually a key point here. It's literally the final word from each character in the trailer. And when Lucia poses it as a question to Jason, look at how he responds. Trust?
Trust.
He's nervous throughout the trailer. In the car scene, when the police drive by, he looks panicked. But Lucia, she doesn't react that way. She's got a more neutral expression. She's enjoying this. This isn't her first rodeo. Then again, presumably it wouldn't be Jason's either, so why is he so nervous? What secret is he trying to hide? What game is he playing? But before we get to the games that Jason is playing, let's talk about the games that us theorists are playing. The sponsor of today's episode, Watcher of Realms. It was us versus Jay Schlatt and his followers to see who could beat the most levels, and you guys, you guys showed up. Just look at those scores. You completely crushed the competition. So I just wanted to say thank you for backing me up and showing the world that the real gamers are the thinkers. Now apparently I've been informed that a new experience awaits. We still have all the classic things that made Watcher of Realms a great RPG in the first place. Real-time battles with hundreds of heroes each with their own unique powers, the ability to time your attacks for the perfect assault, combining the powers of land, sea, and sky to create devastating combos. But you've already proved that you're masters of those things. So this Christmas, Watcher of Realms decided to up the game.
Why would you do that?
Put you to the ultimate test. They've introduced a new mode into the game that'll tickle the ears of any true gamer, Boss Rush mode. That's right, you can now test your mettle against all of the most challenging bosses, one after the other, after the other, after the other. And believe me, this mode is not to be taken lightly. It's more than just pure strength that'll win you these battles. It takes brains and strategy, something that we theorists have already proven that we have plenty of. Although, an extra bit of power, yeah, probably be helpful. And Watcher of Realms has taken care of that with their Christmas event, complete with new gameplays, new modes, new heroes and skins. In it, you're going to be able to collect hero shards, and if you get enough of those, you can get yourself a powerful new legendary hero and skin completely free of charge. So, get yourself a new hero, and then go to the Boss Rush mode to show everyone who the real boss is. It's you. You get it? You're the boss. Who's the boss? You're the boss. Link is down in the description, or you can scan the QR code on screen right now to download the game today and start collecting shards. Oh, and I almost forgot, if you sign up today, you can also join a competition event where two groups of influencers influencers compete for even more rewards. You guys did an awesome job last time, so let's do it again and show the world the power of theorizing. And if you didn't join in last
This guy
time,
obviously
totally
doesn't
okay.
understand
Watcher of
what I'm
Realms has
trying to do
created
here.
a user-friendly, time-saving hero development system, so
See,
you can still
it
get
blo-
loads
that
of free,
blocks
powerful
us
epic
both.
heroes in early
Why
stages.
would you do-
Thanks
why
again,
wouldn't you
Watcher of
just go
Realms,
right
for
there?
sponsoring this episode. But now I should probably explain what I mean about Jason playing games with Lucia. You see, I wasn't the only person to notice that Jason was acting a little bit shady. There were a number of people who took to Reddit to write up their own very compelling theories as to what's going on with Jason. So I thought we should probably talk about those theories in a mini Morty.
Gonna talk about a popular theory for a minute, that's why we call it a mini Morty.
The overwhelming majority of theories that I saw circulating online were claiming that Jason's worried about getting caught by Lucia because he's an undercover cop, one that was assigned to get close to Lucia in order to take her down from the inside. But while on this mission, he begins to fall in love with her. If we go back to the Tom Petty lyrics, she's changed his world, and that's
Yeah,
why love
he's
feels
gonna
like a
go
tough
boom,
and
boom,
long
boom, boom,
road,
boom.
because he's fighting with himself as to whether he follows his orders or his heart. And during the events of the game, he's eventually gonna snap as Lucia continues to push for more and more, ultimately pushing him into something that he doesn't want to do, crossing his moral boundaries. Now, all of that might seem like a bit of a stretch, but there is more evidence here. Firstly, user Willie points out that if you look real close on that second to last shot of Jason, you can see two small holes in his ears. Those are earring holes. And it seems weird that he wouldn't be wearing them, which leads to the idea that he might have gotten rid of those in order to go undercover. His haircut also raised some suspicion because, as user God Garbage puts it, Jason really does have that cop haircut too if you think about it. User Jojo Reddit also points out that during the trailer we see a body cam shot from a white police officer, presumably Jason's body cam footage. And this is just my observations, but it's also worth pointing out that GTA 6 began development all the way back in 2014, a year where the media landscape was shaken by the passing of Paul Walker, the co-star of the Fast and Furious franchise. Now, Paul Walker's character Brian was an undercover cop that got romantically involved with a member of the gang that he was investigating. Seems like Rockstar might have taken some inspiration for Jason there. But for as compelling as that argument might seem, there are plenty of holes here that I should probably point out. First of all, the body cam footage from the white police officer, well, I definitely like that as evidence. The idea that this is actually POV footage from Jason, yeah, it's a little bit shaky. If you look closely, you can actually see the officer's forearms are incredibly smooth. But when you take a look at Jason, he is not incredibly smooth. In fact, quite the opposite. He is a hairy boy. In the motel scene, we actually see him with his shirt off and his chest is covered in hair. And sure enough, in the next shot, we see Jason's arms in full view, and they are indeed incredibly hairy. Something about Jason doesn't exactly scream manscaping to me, so those arms in the body cam footage, probably not his. As for Jason's chosen haircut, the game takes place in the state of Leonida, the game's version of Florida, specifically in the city of Vice, which is meant to be a parallel of Miami. Looking at the Miami Police Department's guidelines around appropriate haircuts, the code states that, quote, the maximum extension of hair that's combed outward shall be no more than 2 inches. In addition, the hair on the side of the head shall be gradually tapered. Sounds pretty one-to-one with what our man Jason is rocking, except here again, there's a catch. If he's supposed to be undercover, then police are actually encouraged to break their own rules. The guidance is very clear that undercover cops are exempt from all these rules, because guess what? They don't want them to look like a cop. Makes sense. The guidelines also have something to say about piercings as well. Quote again, earrings of the small post type that do not hang below the earlobe may be worn by civilian female employees. That's right, male officers from Miami aren't allowed to wear earrings, which means that the idea that he's missing out on these shots because he's gone undercover is actually getting the whole thing backwards. Much like the haircut, he would more realistically have gained earrings as a part of his cover, not lost them. All of this is to say that while I really like the idea of him being an undercover agent, sadly the evidence just doesn't really stack up. I suppose he could still be helping the cops as an informant rather than being an actual police officer, which would explain away things like the haircut and the earrings, but I have myself a different solution. While we've all been busy analyzing what's up with Jason in the trailer, I think it's all a red herring. I still believe the song is Jason's story, but I also think it's distracting us away from the real betrayal that's gonna happen in the...
How do celebrities like Justin Bieber and The Rock generate hundreds of millions of dollars? It's actually not what you think. They make a special kind of money known as royalties.
He sucks, bro.
And I help everyday people increase their income online. And I have to say, we're pretty darn good at it. My company is called Publishing.com, and we were just named the 19th fastest growing company in America right now. And there you can see us at number 19 on the list. And the reason we've been so successful in helping regular people make money is because we don't believe you should start your own business. That's what everyone gets wrong. Instead, we show you how to simply plug in to Amazon and the $500 billion business they've already built. However, the way we do it is very different from anything you've seen before. We don't show you how to sell products on Amazon. The way we plug into Amazon is through this app.
This game, and it all comes down to this screenshot right here. That symbol
I wish I could just tell him to leave it right there.
Leonida, and it's very similar to the seal of Florida, you know, the place that Leonida's based on. The Florida seal depicts sable trees, the state tree, a Seminole woman spreading flowers, and a steamboat sailing before the sun breaks over the horizon.
That I
the Seminole woman is there to represent
win
the indigenous
right
people
after
that
this.
lived
How
there
many
when
cards
European
does he
settlers
have?
arrived, with the flowers being spread representing the harmony between them as well as the prosperous land. The sable trees represent prosperity and economic success. The steamboat is a callback to the transportation advancements that the state made back in the 1800s, and the sun rays are there because the state shines proudly. The point of all of this is that these symbols aren't just there as pretty pictures, they have a meaning. So then, what's the state seal of Leonida trying to tell us? Well, in the seal, we also get the sunshine rays, the steamboat, and the palm tree, connecting it back to the Florida seal that this is based on. But there are also a few key differences. First, let's talk about the woman. Unlike in the Florida seal, where she's looking to the earth and spreading flowers and prosperity to the land, in GTA 6, we have a woman in a red dress looking off into the distance, longing for something beyond the land that she's currently standing on. This would match what we were saying about Lucia earlier in the video. She's longing for something more. Things are never enough for her. It's always going to be just one more heist, one more payday, and then they're going to be able to leave this place and start a new life. But then take a look at the rest of the image. There's a snake hanging from a tree behind her. A snake in a tree is always going to be symbolic of one thing, the Garden of Eden, where Satan took the form of a snake and tricked Eve into eating from the tree of knowledge. This then leads to the original betrayal, where the woman Eve betrays Adam, leaving the couple to get yeeted out of the Garden of Eden by God. Snake in tree equals deception, lies being whispered into the woman's ear, promising her good things that'll actually lead to tragedy and downfall. The woman in the seal wearing red is also interesting. Red is symbolic of anger, it's symbolic of evil, it's symbolic of temptation. Remember that scene in The Matrix where Neo sees a woman in red, but then he looks back at her and it's suddenly an agent pointing a gun at him? It's evil hiding in plain sight. It's betrayal. There's also the classic biblical example of a woman wearing red, the Whore of Babylon. She's a personification of the city's rulers that have fallen to corruption. Red is corrupt. So really, every way to Sunday, this seal is trying to tell us that the woman here is a betrayer. She's wearing red, she's looking out into the distance to get away, and she's being tempted by a snake. That woman, I suspect, is Lucia. Think about what we see of her throughout the trailer. She starts off in a prison meeting with a counselor, but the next thing we know, she's out on parole with an ankle bracelet.
What is he
I would bet
doing?
that they offered her a chance to get out, maybe to even have a chance at a clean record and to start a new life, so long as she helps take down the gang that she works with.
Thank you for
Lucia
opening
took a
up
plea
my-
deal from the police. She made a deal with the devil, so to speak, and so she'll be the one to ultimately betray Jason, just like Eve did in Eden.
Alright,
Take
cool.
one last look at that seal, though. Notice anything else that's different from Florida's? Right there. That right there is an alligator attacking someone, which at first might just seem like, yeah, obviously there's an alligator, we're talking about Florida. But I wouldn't be so quick to jump to that conclusion. If the woman in red is meant to represent Lucia, then the person in white standing next to her must represent the person that's closest to her, Jason. Him wearing white is a symbol of his innocence in this whole
Alright,
thing.
what
And the
are-
fact that
what
he's
are
being
my
attacked
cards
by
here?
an alligator in the seal is symbolic of him being sacrificed. He is literally being fed to the wolves, or I suppose the alligators. It's her turning in a loved one to the police, a betrayal for her own self-preservation. She's the one left standing while he's literally getting eaten alive. A man who, remember, based on how he looks throughout the trailer, doesn't want to be there. He's the innocent in this. He's just following her lead. Again, think about the lyrics to the Tom Petty song. She said she cared about me. She said she
You moved
cared,
that
but
right
did
there.
she really? No, it was all an act. So then, does Lucia get off scot-free? Nope. Remember, again, the symbolism that we're talking about here. Eve listens to the devil, Satan, the snake in the tree that's feeding her lies. The snake gets her to betray Adam, sure, but they both wind up suffering the consequences. They both lose. And I suspect that that's going to apply to Lucia here. She listens to the cops. She betrays Jason thinking that it's going to be the thing that gets her off, gets her to escape to a better life, but it's going to backfire. She's going to be taken down too. That's why she's left on the shore longing for a new life, but never actually getting one. She's stranded. In the end, she chooses to work with a snake, but just like we see on the seal, that snake is ready to bite. Am I right? Am I wrong? I guess we'll see in 2 years. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. And if you want to keep filling up on GTA content in the run-up to 2025, why not watch our old theory about whether the game's police have some sort of racial bias programmed in. Or you could watch our video where we figure out whether Eagle Vision from Assassin's Creed is actually a real skill that you can learn. As always, my friends, don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you all next week.
Watch football all season long, live and cable free with YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Hello, it's your boy Walmart Belle Delphine, Discount Aubrey Plaza, Boxy on Crack, Beardless Moist Critical, Gender Swapped Leafy, here to feed you some delicious trash content once again, like a mother bird feeding her babies. Now, while I am working on my big video, I decided to have some more fun. Over the past year, I've gotten tons of requests to react to Jubilee videos. So today I'm going to react to two. One of men and one of women attempting to pick up the opposite gender using only charisma. Or as people apparently call it nowadays, Riz.
There you
I
go.
mean, like, I
Mary,
guess a
watch
guy can
this.
try to, like, riz you and be cringe, but, like, if he has good...
Let's see it. This was...
Christmas Day, I'm sitting there alone. I have my dog in my lap, and my roommate's out of town, and I realize my dog's going to be sitting there with my dead body for 3 days. And I'm like, you know what? I need to wait. And I rescheduled to July 24th, 2019, which was my birthday. And I thought in that process I would travel a lot so that my roommate and my dog, who'd never really bonded, would begin to bond. So if you look at my travel plans, in January, I spent a couple of weekends away. In February, it became 3-day weekends. And then in March, it became 4 days weekends. And by July it rolled around, I spent 2 weeks in California saying goodbye to my friends with the plans of going home to end myself.
I'm very glad you didn't, by the way.
Well, I ended up doing
All right, good. I got
some, which I do not recommend, right? We don't casually do. I did it under the, I did that with the guidance of a shaman. And my original trip was in 2019. And I realized that I had to stay on the path that I was on. I realized that this was what for better or for worse, no matter how hard this was going to be, I had to stay here and do it.
He's not
here I
gonna
am
be able to break
4
my
years later.
America, maybe. He might.
And it's not been great. It's
Yes.
It's not been, and I went home and COVID happened. And
Well, I have a question for you for the future of this conversation and what we're trying to do here.
We dare you to find a place where you show your family a new view. Let them fly like angels and teach them about gravity all before the sun goes down.
Boom.
We dare you.
Boom.
Plan your trip
Boom.
today.
Adding a Waterpik water flosser to your daily oral care routine can be exciting.
The things I've seen wash out in my sink.
Pulsating warm water cleans deep, removing up to
Oh, I didn't even see that one.
99.9% of plaque bacteria. The special 360-degree rotating tip easily reaches your whole mouth, even back teeth. Over 225,000 5-star ratings, and the #1 brand recommended by 9 in 10 dentists. Go online or ask your dental professional about Waterpik Aquarius.
Are
Just in
you
case.
willing to? And I think it might be for like the true first time from just conversations I've watched preparing for this, and then obviously this conversation so far.
Sure.
Are we willing to just let go of the past? The past does not define us. We are human beings that are on this life, have a life temporary on this planet, that we are growing, and let's look for the future.
well, we are
now.
talking about the past. Like we're talking about the financial decisions I was making in 2019.
No, I know, but when it comes to
right?
what
so, like,
we
obviously it's
uploaded-
relevant.
I don't
But
think
if you're
anyone
asking if
was
I have
a,
personally moved on. Yeah.
Well, are we willing to in this conversation?
It's
Like,
like
are we
above
willing
Sure,
to?
unless you ask me why I was
That's
making
right.
these financial decisions in 2019, I'm going to tell you, kid. I'm going to tell you.
That's fair enough.
Right.
No, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
But when it
28.
comes to I uploaded this many YouTube videos then and
28.
stuff like that, like, okay, let's like, what can we do
Alright,
in
I
the
need to go
future
pee
to
again.
make this awesome,
Right.
so that we can make sure your financial
freedom. All right, I'm actually going to restart this since nothing's buffering anymore. That way I can watch it all the way through. All right. Yeah, I did want to watch this interview because I saw that documentary about Boogie, and it seemed pretty fucked how much money he was spending compared to how much money he was making. And I wonder if anything changed or if he's still acting the same way.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube? Boogie29.
So here we go.
I love getting to the power of the internet. I'm an old school YouTuber that was like one of the first to the market, going back all the way to 2006 is when I started my YouTube channel.
Where are you based out of these days?
I'm living in Fayetteville, Arkansas, which is where I've been for 25
Fayetteville,
years.
Arkansas.
So it makes like, so you didn't do the standard like, oh, things are starting to work in YouTube, let's move to LA. Or I know that was a huge thing a few years ago.
I was really tempted to, but as I said back at the time, I was LA poor, Arkansas rich. Now that's changed a lot because Northwest Arkansas has the University of Arkansas, go Razorbacks. We have the home
Razorbacks.
offices of Walmart, and Walmart did this.
I didn't
really
know
smart
that the
thing
home
where they
offices of
told
Walmart
every
were
business,
in,
if you want to sell at Walmart, you have to open an office in Northwest Arkansas. So there's like 2,000 offices, small businesses built. We're the home of Tyson Foods. So if you're eating chicken in America, you're probably sending that money back home to us. And we're the home of JB Hunt, one of the largest trucking companies. And because all of those companies are there, including the Razorback games and all of this other stuff, you have the Walmart children, the Children's of Sam Walton spending money on the area. It's become a really expensive area to live in, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well,
Jordan,
that's the home
Sweden,
of all that, but sadly,
me.
to be blunt, you're kind of the home of I think what every YouTuber fears, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The decline. I think you went from, if I'm not mistaken, millionaire, correct? A technical millionaire.
I was close. I was really, really close. At one point, I had. For 2 days,
three.
when I say close. For 2 days, I had about $780,000-$800,000 in crypto. Went to bed one night and it was worth half that when I woke up.
What were you in?
So here's my biggest regret. I originally invested in Ethereum, and this was based on
a 3-player game. This is going to be interesting.
A few friends becoming Ethereum millionaires, and I had like an initial investment.
This was probably like the time of NFTs and stuff. Okay. So my plan here is I am going to take South America, it looks like, and then see. Let's see if there's any bots. All right. Let's shoot an alliance.
Investment of about $200,000. I put it in, and then it fell for the first time.
Yeah.
Like 200,000 went down to like 80. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I don't really need the money right now. I'm making money. I can live off of that.
How much are you making?
10 to 15,000, I think.
A month?
Yeah, in a month. Right.
Incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, it was incredible. I mean, incredible wealth. More than you could ever hope to spend, right?
Yeah.
And eventually, that crypto went up to past my investment point. Got close. If I held onto my Ethereum right now, if I had never needed to dip into it and I had not gambled on stupid altcoins. I probably have about 1.5 million in Ethereum right now.
Even still, like I don't even. Okay, what year was that? What year was that?
The initial investment happened in 2019. No, 2019. Yeah.
Okay, how much did you put into Ethereum?
200,000.
200,000 in 2000.
The initial investment was in 2018.
Okay.
And then the first market crash.
2018. Let's say you put it at the beginning. S&P 500 was worth 271. Now it's worth 458. It would have almost doubled. Almost doubled. To
If I put in like
400,000.
traditional stocks or traditional.
Just the S&P 500, just following the market in general.
Yep.
Was there not a single person surrounding you? Was there not a single person just in your YouTube circle, in the family circle, who's like, dude,
I had the
you're
opposite.
making money.
I had the opposite. I had people telling me, you should invest in crypto. Everybody I knew was
Everyone you knew.
All of my YouTuber friends, McJuggernuggets kid behind the camera, all these people. They're like, look, I've made millions from crypto. I've made millions from crypto. Nobody was telling me that it was too late in the game. Nobody was telling me that I bought Ethereum at $30 and now you're going to buy it at $280.
It wasn't even too late in the game. It's just like crypto's a gamble.
Yeah,
it's just straight up a gamble. It's like, I hardly consider it an investment versus like traditional. Okay. So,
I mean, not to make any excuses, but keep in mind, I didn't come from money. I'm the son of a coal miner, right? And so no one in my life was ever trying to teach me what to do with money or how to do it with money. So somebody comes along and they're like, look, I took my initial million and I turned it into 20 million. Yeah. You should do that too.
That's why I'm excited about this conversation. Yeah. Usually on the show, I just meet with random people who are either a part of the audience or they're off the street, and I just help them through the situations. You're an interesting case here because you follow the case of the professional athlete, the actor, the YouTuber.
Yep.
Boom, lots of money comes in. We put it here, we put it there, we just spend it just goes crazy. Then we end up broke. It's a traditional story, and that's why I'm so excited to have this conversation. Is because you just followed that path. I mean, what would you say you're worth today in total? Since you guys are so awesome for supporting me, I partnered with a company called Kudos to give some money back to you, so stick to the end of this to see how you can participate. Kudos is fantastic because they double the cash back you receive on
Prosperity is possible when the government spends less to bring down inflation. Prosperity is possible when we create policies that increase work flexibility. Prosperity is possible when we support more energy production. When we hold government accountable and get it working for us, that makes prosperity possible.
I chose Wix for my business.
Oh, why did you do that?
For functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace. I offer a range of products and services. To manage it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on actual projects. It really just made everything feel more achievable.
Is he gonna attack down? Because if so, that's fucking stupid. Boom. 10v8.
on every online purchase with a simple click of a button. On top of that, with their current holiday promo, you can receive up to 25% cash back on places like Walmart, Sephora, and Priceline. That's basically free money on a purchase you would have made anyway. They even suggest the perfect credit card for each purchase, all with a slick browser extension or on your iPhone. So if you have multiple credit cards, you don't have to keep track of the different reward categories for each. All you have to do is add Kudos to your desktop or iPhone with just 2 clicks. Just shop like normal, and at checkout, Kudos will automatically appear and take care of the rest. All of this is completely free, and I personally use it. Again, free money, why would I not? So far, they've helped 150,000 members earn over $100 million in rewards this year. And here's the fun part. Every single one of you who signs up through this video gets entered to win a grand prize. To participate, all you have to do is go to joinkudos.com/Caleb and enter the promo code HAMMER. For each sign-up, we'll throw $1 into the pot, and one person will win the grand prize on January 31st to start the New Year's off right. There's a live counter on the page showing the current grand prize total, so check it out for free. The rewards are great, and if you get the grand prize, it's like a bonus Christmas gift. The equity in your house is what's carrying you.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
My bottom line comes down to if and when I need to sell my house, I'll have a nest egg of probably $300,000.
All right, so now I am going to
hopefully
try
invest smartly this time
and
live off of the dividends. I would like to think I wouldn't screw up a second time. I wouldn't like buy crypto a second time.
Crypto, but like what
know.
next? Like, would you say you've become educated on personal finance? Essentially,
I at least know not to do that. And I think the other
there's
thing,
a lot more not to do.
I think the other thing to do is hire a professional.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, get that financial advisor in your corner.
Yeah.
That is like the key.
Okay,
Okay.
sick.
Well,
Thank you.
okay. So I just want to start with the basic things for where we are today. YouTube ad revenue. That's the big boy. That's what's bringing in the primary cash monies right now.
And I showed you my numbers. I made about $44,000 in the last year, but
which gives us $3,724 a month on average. But we know a lot of that has to do with
huge
that big
spike came from this latest documentary, right?
Okay, the documentary linked below. Mike's awesome,
and that spike absolutely will not be sustainable. Now I have a few other projects. I got a great podcast in the works called the Locale Podcast. We just made our 5th episode. It's profitable. I think that's going to be an income bring-in. That's easily going to bring in probably $2,000 a month, I think, within the next 6 months. So that's going to be a nice lifeline. My YouTube numbers, I think, are going to settle at probably $3,000 a month. But if you look at my finances, if we've gotten into them, to be comfortable, $2,100 mortgage, $800 a month health insurance, utilities, bills, everything. I need about $7,000 a month to maintain my existing lifestyle, which I just don't think we can do.
Oh, trust me, we will get there.
Yeah.
Patreon, like honestly, what's even the point? It's $122 a month.
I never, I never.
Are you doing
promote it.
anything?
No, I don't.
On there?
No, I never promote it.
See, okay. To diversify some of the income stream here, we launched a Patreon. We did a budgeting program, but we didn't just do them as cash grabs. We actually thought of them as potential future business avenues. And the way that we did them is we put way more value into them than what we were charging.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And
so
that's
my
actually becomes a
Patreon, if you go
sustainable
and read it, it originally said, this is an AdSense forgiveness Patreon. If you want to give me $5 a month because you use ad blocker, please do. And that was all. I never promoted it. I never pushed it. I never, for the most part.
But you have dedicated fans. You do have dedicated fans. You've gone from almost 4 million subscribers down to or almost 5 million subscribers.
Oh, he only had a
gonna fall below 4.
4 stack too.
Yeah, it probably will. Probably within by the time this airs, honestly, there's a very real chance. Yeah.
With that, like there's clearly people that are still very dedicated boogie heads, whatever you might call them.
Boogie heads.
I did ask these people for help like a year ago, and the internet publicly shamed me.
You've asked people for
I provided
help a lot.
No value. I mean, like one time I threw myself on I took a huge hit to my health, and I was like, got really scared because these medical bills are starting to pile up. And this one time I came out and I'm like, hey, I really could use some help.
Wasn't there the, oops, I just accidentally bought a $100,000 Tesla. Please give me money.
That was a bit. Like I never bought a Tesla. I never.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't get a Tesla?
No, of course not.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm driving a Toyota hybrid Corolla that I bought used for $20,000.
Yeah, I saw the Toyota. I was like, did he get rid of his Tesla?
Never had one.
Never had one. So that's his internet rumor.
I mean, so I went with my friend McJuggernuggets to a Tesla dealership. He test drove, I test drove, right? He's like, I'm going to buy one. I'll help you buy one. Let's look into getting you one. And I got this crazy idea in my head.
Yeah.
You know, it's showroom experience, right? I'm like, I'm gonna get a Model X with the wing doors, and then I called my friend at the Celebrity Car Museum in Branson, check them out. And I'm like, how much to kit it out as a modern day dealer?
All right, 10.
Is it maybe 10, 15, maybe 20? Let's put the money into it. And I thought I'd have a cool show car, right?
Yeah.
We're coming off the back of Ready Player One. The DeLorean was all the rage again. Back to the Future anniversaries just happened. I'm like,
there we go.
This seems like a smart investment. While I was in the showroom, and I got home, and I put a $2,500 deposit down, and I'm like crunching the numbers, looking. I'll spend $50,000 today on a down payment.
Yeah.
I'll loan out the other 50. This is a stupid decision.
It would have been aggressively stupid. I'm
Right.
so glad you didn't do that.
Yeah. So
I am so glad you didn't do that. That was one of the scariest things that I thought I heard.
But at that point, why not just play the character?
Is
right?
it?
At that
Well-
point, just let the internet do what the internet's going to do, right?
Yeah.
I didn't expect front page of Reddit. That was wild. And to this day, I think it's still fascinating that people think I bought that car. I can't believe you thought I bought that car.
I thought you bought that car.
And the worst part about it is, and anybody out there, like, if you want to buy a luxury car, buy a luxury car. I don't think it's a smart decision. But if you're going to buy a luxury car, don't buy a Tesla.
What's wrong with Tesla? I'm considering getting a Tesla.
They're so expensive for repairs. If someone dents that vehicle, they know it's a luxury car, so they make sure they upcharge you every chance they get. If you want to go the fastest possible speed, there's a fee to unlock that. It can do it. It's just a software governor. They charge you to let it have the ludicrous speed. Like it's one of the worst money things I think you can make. I've routinely
cars
made
in
fun.
general. I mean, unless it's like a beater that's getting you from A and B, or just safety measures or room for family, everything beyond that starts becoming a want.
That's why.
So luxury vehicles are okay if they're,
That's when I bought the newest car I've ever owned.
Oh.
Was this hybrid.
Yeah.
And it had one previous owner. And I bought it just before all the prices went crazy. So I got it for
Good.
21,000. I wanted to build credit, so I put 12,000 down. I loaned out the rest.
You still owe on it?
I think maybe 1,000 or 2,000. It's in the neighborhood of not very much.
Okay. Facebook.
He doesn't even know
76
what to
bucks.
do.
Again, what are we doing there? We just posting some clips and just nothing's happening, or?
No, this is Meta PCs. This is a sponsor that I have. We get 5%.
All right.
Yeah, we get 5% of the sales that we make in a
Bro,
month. So some
make a
months-
move.
The Red Tag bonus sale is going on now at GM of Butte. Save up to $5,500.
It's low like this, $76. On a really good month, it's maybe $300.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's keep going through the income. Twitch, again, not. For some reason, I would have thought you were doing better on Twitch.
And here's the thing: it's because number one, I don't stream as often as I like.
Why?
I get very anxious doing it. Most of the bad things that I ever said, I said on Twitch, right?
Ha!
It's because I have this trying to totally break character.
I could see that happening.
With you here, I have this very Andy Kaufman-esque character. Also, that and I'm an idiot, and so I will either push the edge because I grew up on Andy Kaufman, Sam Kinison, Richard Pryor, George Carlin, Andrew Dice Clay. I love shock humor. I listen to shock humor still to this day.
But people didn't like it when you did it.
No, they like it coming from a shock jock or a shock comedian, not the person that some people branded as the Mr. Rogers of YouTube. You can't do that.
I did
Bob
not know
Saget
that
did
people
it,
called
but I
him
know
the
Bob
Mr.
Saget,
Rogers
right?
of
So
YouTube.
why we do it then?
Stupidity. It just, But on top of that, if you watch one of my live streams,
And
I mention
victory.
donations, subs, stuff like that, maybe once in a 2-hour stream, because I've never
Victory.
against the character I play, against the reputation I have. I don't like crowdsourcing.
But you refuse to get a job, and you need money to survive.
It's less of
Yeah,
it's
two
less
novices, I
of
knew it.
refusing, more that I just don't know if I could.
Let's see.
I do have good news
what I
about
got here. Aw, what the fuck? Why does this video keep like buffering? It's annoying the piss out of me.
that though.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have 4 million subscribers for long, so you can get a job now. Sorry, buds.
I mean, that's not.
Is his subscriber count really dropping that much? That's crazy.
Not something I would actually ever say.
Let's see what Boogie's subscriber count is. Boogie 298. 4 million plus followers. What is it?
I think it might have been a mistake, Mike.
4.02 million.
Your butthole ass is out there.
You know.
Merch. People aren't really buying your merch.
Only 17. That's almost not worth making the merch. Is that monthly? He's only making $17.9 a month. That's almost like you just shouldn't be selling merch at that point. No. Why is this? Let's go battle games. All right.
I don't know. I'd take $20 free a month, you know, for selling
I get
the
it
product.
as well, but when I start seeing people on this show, especially business people, who are just so scattered.
Why?
Different pots, and little's coming in here.
Why is it doing this? Motherfucker. It wasn't on any other video.
It's not adding up to much. Instead of, again, this is what I was gonna start bringing up with Twitch. Like you say, oh, I'm not really on there much, and you know, things have been consequences, and I'm consequences from what I've said, and then I'm feeling anxious about it. Then I'm just like, okay, we're done with Twitch. Done with Twitch. Who even gives? Focus all in what we know can be the revenue builder all time.
Which continues to be YouTube ads.
Yes, it does. This is absolutely the biggest number that we have seen here so far. Now, would I be able to? They're not going to be able to see it, but would I be able to see the studio app?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I think I showed you a screenshot.
Yes, I just.
think I gave
There's
you
a couple
some to
things
show,
I'm
but
curious about. Private for my
Damn
eyes
it.
only, not for you. Okay, so what I'm mostly curious about.
Green's gonna
on
go
the
for
left- so,
America.
dude, okay, this is what the revenue looks like. YouTube revenue starts, right? Because you know, obviously, first of all, when YouTube started, it's just,
I mean,
trying
the
to make
first
a
3
living
years,
off of it.
first 3 years I started on YouTube, there was no partner
Exactly.
program. Partner program didn't exist.
So we go like, and then just trickle to where we are today. Is
Yeah.
what-
I'm gonna make an
That scares
alliance
me.
request
Yeah, I had
with
like
Green.
2 good years. If you look at the 17-year history, I had like 2 really good years.
You've made $1.3 million. Incredible.
In 17 years,
And we
which
have, like,
comes out
no-
to what per year?
I know, but that's still
Are
an
you a math
incredible
guy?
amount of money. Well, I'm not a public math guy.
Yeah.
What did I say? 1.3
Yeah.
over 17. 17 was when you started earning, or
15 would have been when I started earning.
yeah, 86,000 hours a year. Well, I mean, you're above the median
I mean, that's
household
that
income.
beats that of disability, which is what I was on when I started the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. But this managing money correctly and not spending a lot of it on prostitution would equate to us having at least a little bit of money now.
Well, again, to address that important part of the doc,
Yeah.
number one, those numbers are rounded up. Mike admitted that those numbers are rounded up and adjusted. Secondly, the majority of that money was spent traveling. And I
Yeah.
went to the Game Awards. I went to Disney. It was still a huge waste of money. But I think if we're dropping
see.
character, and I think if we're being
Oh,
genuine
Blue's a
here,
bot.
I think I tried to get a
Blue
travel
and
channel
yellow
off
are
the ground and try
bots.
to do what my friend Jacob the Carpetbagger and Adam the Woo do. And I thought people would watch me go to Disneyland, right? I'm a big fat weird guy trying to do this, do that. Turns out they did not want to watch me do that.
So if you contributed of the 80 whatever that you're making on a monthly basis, 20% on a monthly basis, which is like just very basic recommended, contributing to just the standard stock market 8% return, being a little more conservative there from beginning to end, up years, down years, all combined 8%.
Sure.
Over the course of the 15 years, 17,000 hours a year would equate to almost $500,000. Now obviously we continue and just let that continue to compound and hopefully throwing more things in there, we could have gotten you to a point where, mid-60s retirement.
We dare you to find a place where you experience some twists and turns and enjoy some ups and downs before turning up the heat, all in the same day. We dare you. Plan your trip today.
No one accept my alliance requests.
What scares me now? I'm not going to talk about the age thing, like whatever. This is financial.
Well, man, I'm not making it to mid-60s. Let's just be honest.
Oh, well, that's what I want to talk
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the. I know a lot of people want to. Okay, this is financial audit, not dating audit. So, she's gonna live longer than you.
Sure.
You guys might get married, maybe.
Sure. Probably.
What do we do when you're no longer here and you've left nothing to a widow?
Well, my process has always been, when I met her, without getting into her personal history too much, because it's not necessarily the place for it,
Yep.
but when I met her, she was struggling with severe social anxiety.
Mhm.
She was struggling with just getting her life together. When I met her, I was talking to my friend Michael, kid behind the camera, and his plan was just be the person you needed when you were in that position. Because that's who I was when I was her age. When I was 20 years old, just like her, I couldn't function in the world. I played EverQuest and World of Warcraft and built terrible websites and made a bare...
Yeah, didn't he make porn websites or something?
A barely passable income.
What does this have to do with you leaving her or anything?
Well, hold on, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
If I left her destitute,
Yeah.
my plan is to still leave her better off than she was.
Okay.
Right?
Well,
like get her out
sure.
into the world, get her the experience she needs, get her working when she's ready.
But if we're
Get her an
responsible,
education.
why leave her at nest egg instead of just putting
Right.
life
I'm just
now?
saying. I'm just saying. Right now, that's a conversation her and I have had.
I wanted to move through
And,
that way. You
like,
should have
that's a
went
very
boom.
Real possibility, and she's chosen to stay with me because she's not in it for the money, right? She's in
No.
it for the life experience. She's in it for the love. She's in it for the companionship. She's in it to become a better and stronger person.
But
and
as
I'm
a
helping her do
partnership,
that.
caring about the other partner, you want to, instead of putting now with instant gratification, we want to leave.
Well, that's why I'm
something.
here.
Yeah.
Right? That's why I'm sitting down with you today.
No,
Because
absolutely.
I'm hoping you can help me create a financial plan that can.
That's why I don't
move
call
us
it
in
out
that
immediately,
direction.
so you don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a mortgage.
We
Now,
have a
this is your biggest equity position. What do we think the house is worth today?
Zillow tells me 480. One of the houses in the neighborhood just sold for a little over $5 million. It's the same size, or sorry, $500,000, 500,000. And it's the same size as mine. It's literally across the street, and it just sold. So
Okay.
I think there's a very
Give me
real
a second.
chance that I need to put maybe 20,000 of work into it. We need new carpets. We need paint.
You dumb
stuff
fuck.
like that. There's hole in the ceiling and some
Did you
frames
almost
that's
lose
YouTube
this?
damage. Do what?
Did you almost lose this house at one point?
No, never.
Okay.
Yeah, that's always. I will bend over backwards to make sure that mortgage gets paid.
Yeah.
If I have to sell everything I own, if I have to, and I have, we've made some concessions that
You dumb
I'm not
fuck.
entirely comfortable sharing.
I could have
because the
moved.
people involved are private people.
Sure.
But I did move a roommate in. He's.
I
been
was
helping a little
waiting
bit
to
here and there.
move.
I had a
My
roommate over
shit.
the last 25
What?
years. He's finally been able to kick in a little bit as well. So we are finding ways to.
So there's two roommates.
Yeah.
Okay. What was the purchase price of this house?
The original purchase price $275, and then I refinanced in 2018 because of my divorce. So the loan in 2018 became $200,000 because I put more money down because I had money to put.
That was such
So I got
bullshit.
it down to 207.
You know, we're at 4.3%. What are we going to refinance? You're going to get hit to 8% if
Well,
you refinance.
the plan would be to try to bring the initial monthly payment down. But I really don't want to have to ever do that because we're 5 years into a 15 years. So we paid so much principal off.
Wow, you did 15 year.
Yeah, I was making good money at the time, so why not do 15 years? But now we're from 2000.
I'm just gonna go and fucking attack that. I guess no. I still could win. Fucking A, bro. This shit needs to... Why is it just this video? I'm fucked here. Why would they have done that? You could have waited 5 fucking one turn, bro. I would have
5
moved
years
out
into
of
a
your
15
way.
year. Now, I'm no math wizard, and you are
You
the math
literally
wizard, but that means I paid a
gave
good
me
amount
one-
of principal off, right? I'm earning it very solid amount of equity by staying in that house, right?
Well, you definitely pay more interest up front, but yes, 5-year into 15-year, you're definitely starting to see more benefit.
Right.
Absolutely. Well, I love the rate though.
Yeah,
the
you
rate though.
couldn't get a
'cause
better rate, right?
We would like
But with my credit, I could not have gotten a better rate
for
at the
sure.
time. At the time.
But
I mean, the reality of it is, moving out of that house and trying to stay in Northwest Arkansas near my medical professionals where I need to stay.
You have to stay there.
Yeah, it's a very stupid idea. There is very little in the area. I might be able to get an apartment for $900 a month. I might be able to get a duplex for $1,300 a month. But paying $2,100 in and then having some of that being brought in by roommates, I'm paying as much to live in this house and build equity as I would be giving it all to a landlord instead.
If anything, of course, I don't have the full financial history of like the last few years,
Mhm.
but if anything that I know just from
Did I get
internet,
a roll
this
7v7?
was the good choice.
Oh yeah, this is the smartest choice
This was
ever
the
made.
good choice.
Yeah.
And 30-year fix or 15-year fix, there's different philosophies on that. I personally go 30-year because I just feel like I can just make a better return on investment putting the rest of the money somewhere else. But either way, I'm totally okay with this. To limiting risk, knowing your position and knowing that the YouTube career can be, a quick whoop, I would have like, okay, we made 1.3 million and we owed a total.
What makes a classic? In 94, the rules had changed. Attacking play took center stage. Numbers and shirts and player names. 3 points for a win to keep fans entertained. Stoichkov's goals had Bulgaria dreaming, but ended up finishing 4th just behind Sweden. The most decorated teams both met in the final. Italy versus Brazil, a chance for a 4th title. Dunga's team came sore and conquered. After Baggio's pen, he stepped up and squandered. What makes a classic?
Okay, if you're looking for a gift for a friend who is obsessed with new and unique fashion, here is your go-to gift. These are No Goose Firefly Glass bracelets. Stick around for 20 seconds and I'll spill all the tea on these killer gift ideas. You can thank me later. Okay, so this brand is blowing up my feed. Why? Feast your eyes on this. Nope, no tech gimmicks here. Just the perfect blend of really cool hand-blown Lamport glass. 0.925 sterling silver and a touch of gold leaf. Tiny phosphorescent particles are embedded into glass beads, and when charged by the sun, they create a spectacular emerald or blue glow. Look at this.
Total of 208,000. I wish we could have just taken care of this and lowered your risk profile
Yeah.
over that time instead
Of course, yeah.
instead of doing the traveling and stuff like that. Where
Of
all my
course.
money's been going, I pay a little extra towards this on a monthly basis, but where my money's mostly been going is into cash flowing properties that then pay for this if YouTube goes away completely.
Yeah.
So that's I wish we were risk mitigating.
Right.
But instead of that, we were going into crypto.
So nobody ever likes this answer.
Okay.
Because it's not a good one. And nothing I'm about to say is an excuse.
Let's hear it.
Bro,
But the
I'm
headspace
gonna
that I was in
fucking
2018,
freak out at this person.
Was not a very good one. And so
Why the
I was
fuck
not
did you
planning
attack
for a
my
potential
fucking
future 'cause
5
I
if
did
you
not
don't-
feel that I had?
Yeah.
You're like, oh.
in 2018 Christmas, I had
What a
planned to take
selfish
my mom.
cunt.
And I made it to that Christmas date, and I decided to postpone it for the dumbest reasons. Christmas Day, I'm sitting there alone. I have my dog in my lap, and my roommate's out of town, and I realize my dog's going to be sitting there with my dead body for 3 days.
What the
And I'm like,
fuck?
you know what? I need to wait. And I rescheduled to July 24th, 2019, which is my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought in that process I would travel a lot so that my roommate and my dog.
Aw,
could never
you
bonded, would begin to
cunt.
bond. So if you look at my travel plans, in January, I spent a couple of weekends away. In February, it became 3-day weekends. And then
That was
in
such
March,
bullshit.
it became 4 days weekends. And by July it rolled around, I spent 2
I
weeks
guess I should have figured.
in California saying goodbye to my friends with the plans of going home to end myself.
I'm very glad you didn't, by the way.
Well, I
Oh,
ended up
fuck
doing,
no.
Some, which I do not recommend, right? We don't casually do. I did it under the, I did that with the guidance of a shaman. And my original trip was in 2019. And I
Unspecific.
realized that I had to stay on the path that I was on. I realized that this
Australia.
was what for better or for worse, no matter
The
how hard
Netherlands.
this was going to be,
Yeah.
I had to
Icon.
stay here and do it. Now here I am 4 years later doing it. And it's not been great. It's not been, and I went home and COVID happened and
Well, I have a question for you for the future of this conversation and
Yeah.
what we're trying to do here. Are you willing to, and I think it might be for like the true first time from just conversations I've watched preparing for this, and then obviously this conversation so far,
Sure.
are we willing to just let go of the past? The past does not define us. We are human beings that are on this life, have a life temporary on this planet, that we are growing, and let's look for the future.
Well, we are
now.
talking about the past. Like, we're talking about the financial decisions I was making in 2019.
No, I know, but when it comes to
right,
what
so, like,
we
obviously it's relevant
uploaded-
here. But if you're asking if I have personally moved on, yeah.
Well, are we willing to in this conversation? Like, are we willing
Sure,
to just...
unless you ask me why I was making these financial decisions in 2019, I'm going to tell you, kid. I'm going to tell you.
That's fair enough.
Right.
No, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
But when it comes to I uploaded this many YouTube videos then and stuff like that,
Yeah.
like, okay, let's like, what can we do in the future? Just make this awesome,
Right.
so that we can make sure you're financially secure.
But I
That's what
effectively,
we're-
I had a nervous breakdown at the end of 2019, and I don't even think you could put this in your video, but I said something extremely inflammatory. I said that the people who had spent the last year harassing me, getting my sponsors to stop supporting me, attacking my fans, and attacking me personally, I said that they were worse than, which is not a thing you can say. Right? It's also not true. It's hyperbole. I didn't mean it.
I'll move
But
this
I said this on
out
live
of his
stream.
way.
You can't take that back once the cat's out of the bag.
You in live streams.
Yeah, right. Which used to be extremely lucrative. I used to make $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month from live streaming
Yeah.
when I was really good at it and really pushing it. I would live stream for 3 hours a night.
I don't like that my 4 stack is stuck in there and I don't really have a way to get it
a very
out.
successful streamer a few weeks ago about
Okay,
you.
thank
He
you.
thinks you can make like 20K a month
If
on
I can
Kick.
keep my foot out of my mouth, and that's
No,
something
on
I have
Kick.
so much trouble doing. Even there, I mean, like, people, probably rightfully so, but for whatever reason, I think I'm held to a standard that I don't know that I'm good enough for. I'm going to say
Well,
stupid
you also
shit from
react to
time time.
everything.
And that's one of
You
my
feed
biggest
them.
issues, too.
You feed them. It's the, I haven't opened TikTok in like 2 months, so it's like,
Yeah, a lot of the things that you want
can't,
to, a lot of the things you want to talk about have really changed since March in this last year.
What happened in March?
Again, I went into some really intense therapy.
Mhm.
I combined it with and the mentorship of a shaman.
Okay.
And those 3 things.
'Tis the season to save now at Conlins. Save 35% off and more store-wide. Plus, ask about available 60-month special financing. Make your holiday shopping easy this year with last-minute gift ideas from Conlins.
All right. Move that.
It's the GM of Butte's moving sale. Save up to $10,000 on a 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation.
Don't do
Find your
anything
next
fucking
ride at
stupid.
Butte Auto's GM of
No!
Butte's today.
All right, they didn't yet.
If you look at the statistics, modern science is showing, and I can recommend a documentary for anybody who's interested, How to Change Your Mind. It's available on Netflix. Have the capacity to cure post-traumatic stress disorder, which was my biggest issue, right? It's one of the reasons I was stuck in these negative thought patterns. And so with a combination of doing intensive, twice-a-week therapy with a traditional therapist, while combining that with seeing a shaman and taking the much puts your brain into a place of neuroplasticity, and so you can learn finally, right? And then you do that with the therapy, and you can learn from the actual therapist. And this last year, I've made such tremendous strides. It's right. So
whatever works for you, man.
I
right?
would old Boogie a year ago.
Yeah.
The egotistical, self-centered, extremely defensive
You
man.
think you're different?
Considerably.
Okay.
Yeah, considerably.
Okay.
Here's how I know I'm different. I wouldn't have been here. If you'd invited me to do this in December of last year, I would have laughed at you.
Why?
Because this is humiliating. This is difficult. This is hard. I have to
Oh,
swallow
I hope
a
it's not
tremendous amount of. Sure, it's how humiliating is it to look at every mistake you've ever made printed out and be
Well,
called out on your
want it to
for
be
thousands of people to see.
hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands, right?
Please.
You know?
Hundreds of thousands.
I hope. Where I try to structure the most episodes is hopefully we end
Why are you doing that? No. Then I'm not gonna attack that yet. Fuck, bro. I hate having alliances with dumb fucks. Fucking A, dude. Huh?
Towards the positive now. That is.
I hope so.
That is where I want to go. Like the
But
future.
still,
and
but again, I knew walking down here that this was a hard pill to swallow.
It's very brave,
right? But I'm telling you, never would have even considered doing this.
This. Okay. So could you tell me what this is, please?
This
I don't know. I've
is
done
either
mushrooms,
the
and I don't know
car
if it's.
loan or one of the dumbest purchases I've ever made.
What's one of the dumbest purchases?
Bro!
This is the car loan.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Yeah, the dumb purchase.
I need to
was
get out.
A dog.
Well, I have 2 dogs. They're great.
I spent way too much on a dog.
How much?
He's a purebred miniature poodle.
Sure.
Which generally will cost you about $3,000 to $3,500.
Okay.
I bought him in a pet store, so I paid $5,000.
How much money did you have at the time?
Oh, about $108,000 in the bank.
Oh,
yeah,
that's okay.
But again, I was in
Well,
the mind that I needed to build
maybe.
credit, so I took out a loan.
What the? Is that the personal loan?
Yeah, that's the personal loan.
Dude, you're killing.
That's the old.
Introducing the Workday Pant 2.0, a technical 5-pocket pant designed to feel comfortable and look formal. Available in waist and inseam sizes for a better fit. Now comfort looks good.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here with a new Mint customer who says his name is Greg.
That's because my name is Greg.
Well, Greg.
All right.
I mean, that's the loan.
That's the
loan.
that's the synchro name. It's the synchro name.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm gonna call this the dog loan.
That's the dog loan.
So what's remaining on the car? Do you remember?
The what?
Do you know what's remaining on the car loan?
The car? I don't know. We either on the last payment or like the last 2 or 3, I think.
Okay, we
I'd
might,
have to look
we
it up
might
for
take
sure.
a look into
Yeah,
it. And the personal loan has about 1,000, right? Left on it, something like that.
That sounds right. Yeah. There is another small loan.
What?
There's a third one that you're seeing here.
Credit card?
No, it's a bed.
It's a what?
I had to get an adjustable bed for my back and leg issues, and my doctor insisted that I looked into getting one. So I took out, paid like $500, $600 down, and then took out like a $2,500 loan. Yeah.
When'd you get
Bro,
it?
why are they
Interest
so
rate?
spread?
6%? I think it's correct.
What's the monthly payment?
I think it's the 112 you're looking at.
Oh, so that was the
that's the
secret name.
112.
Yeah,
They're playing like if we were playing progressive right now.
secret is usually a store finance.
Yeah.
Okay. Credit card I want to take a look at in a second. Could you pull up your credit card app for me, please?
I think you've seen it already, but to show you, I only own like $900 on it, and it's just a utility card for the business. So it gets used and it gets paid off. It gets used and gets paid off.
Do you ever hold balances?
Over the last couple of months, yes, because it's been thinner than I would have liked. But I plan to pay it off with this check on the 20th. So
But it's only okay. It just scares me because it's only getting thinner, except for that spike.
Yeah. Well, that spike's going to pay off the. Yeah. There's the. Okay. The credit card and the balance of like $950.
Yeah. Credit line available, $31.12.
Yeah.
Kill me. Okay.
Again, I am still trying to do some credit score stuff, so I will pay off a little bit.
Why do you give a credit score? You already have a house.
Because eventually I will have to sell that house and I'll have to move somewhere when I do. Right?
Why will you have to sell the house?
A $2,100 mortgage payment is really hard.
So you're saying you're not.
Alright, at least I'll get a 10 stack after this.
Gonna be able to afford the payment.
I don't know. I'm hoping that I will, but again, I'm always planning for the possibility that I won't. Right?
Late payment fee, October 31st. Late payment fee.
Yeah.
$25. Late payment fee, December 1st. This just happened.
Yep.
Oh, me.
October was a very lean month.
Oh, and you have a brand new iPhone.
Dude,
What
this phone
the
was
fuck?
free.
Really?
Yeah, Verizon traded us an iPhone 7 for that.
Why would you have
For
taken,
business
bro?
purpose, Chick-fil-A. Lucky it was all the way back.
Dude,
in
you
August.
eat. Don't you eat? I eat.
Why
People
did he
eat.
do that?
I definitely eat. I eat a lot.
He could have
You
went
don't have to eat
up
out if you can
there.
afford to
Dude,
live
I can't cook for 3 people for cheaper than $12. I can't
Oh.
cook for 3 people for cheaper than $12.
Wait a second. Let me get my little handy dandy. First of all, that was 3 people.
All right, fuck him.
You did not feed 3 people on $12.
Chicken sandwich is $5.
So you just got 3 chicken sandwiches. You didn't
That's
get any
generally what we
fries.
get,
You got
yeah.
nothing.
You feed 3 people on $5 in a hurry.
Deal. The chicken sandwiches, the chicken patties. We have HEB. I don't know what your version is, but you can get the frozen chicken patties. Put them in the oven, and I promise they are individually less than $5. More of an
We have
initial
Walmart,
investment.
and they are not good chicken patties, and that is quicker,
Okay, so it's
more convenient, taste.
What the fuck is this? Why is everyone... What the fuck is this game? What the fuck?
There we
And
go.
on top of that,
So now there's more reasons.
it's affordable, right?
Don't
You eat
fucking
2 or
attack-
3 days a week. It adds up to $15.
2 to 3 days a week.
Yeah, 15, 30, 45 bucks.
But
It
you
adds
can
up
afford to pay the card.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Late payment.
Why the
It's not
fuck does he
affordable if you
keep
can't pay
doing?
the
Just
card.
go
Do I
up.
look like the kind of person that's ever made sound
Alright.
decisions about food?
No, but that's why I'm trying to. That's
this
why
is-
I'm trying to get
this-
it across.
But this is my
You could
weakness.
go up
This is always
right
gonna be
into
my biggest
there.
weakness.
No. You just allowed yourself infinite excuses for the future.
Oh,
and try
that's
to
fair.
take
That's fair.
responsibility.
That's actually true. Yeah.
Yeah, so why not like actually take responsibility? Say, hey, we cannot afford to live right now.
Fuck
we don't
him.
get to afford to go out and
But
get that.
since we're traveling,
Why
guess
the
what we have
fuck
for
would he
breakfast
do
today?
that?
What did you have for breakfast today?
Chick-fil-A.
He could take
We use the app so they
card
give us free
right
nuggets.
there.
What about the continental breakfast at the hotel? Free.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's generally just a bowl of cereal.
Yes, and that's
things.
food that goes in your stomach for free.
What the fuck?
For free. You can't afford to pay this, Boogie.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
I wanted to see if that was
If-
what
if
happened
there's
because I was
anything
looking
I can
away.
get across in this episode for you to just walk away.
Thank you. Blue. Sweet. Thanks, Blue. I don't know why the fuck Blue did that. That was really weird. Make alliance request with Blue.
With buddy, if we cannot afford to pay something, if we can't even afford to pay off the credit card, we're getting late fees and we're just getting.
I mean, I
can't go out to eat.
have a food budget of about $300 a month, and then we use that.
Groceries?
It includes groceries most of the time. Yeah.
For-
we do eat groceries at home. We have like some of the inexpensive meals we make. We make tacos. We make shrimp pasta. If I'm really feeling splurgy, we'll make burgers at home. We eat at home the majority of the time. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we just can't afford to probably go out at all right now. I'm really sorry. It sucks.
I mean, it's true. Yeah.
So okay.
But it would have been more expensive to drive back to Fayetteville and make a taco than it would have been to go to Chick-fil-A today. But you're right. We could have eaten cereal at the buffet.
Yes.
They could get a blue kill right here.
Kill me.
They just go boom, 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 boom.
What I can't see is the interest accruing. Obviously, we have the late fees, but the mobile apps love to try to hide how much interest is accruing.
I mean, I just pay the minimum balance every month, and the minimum fee is generally.
So that's what you meant by paying it every month? Minimum balance, not
Sometimes
the
I pay off more, yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really bad. If we hold a card that's accruing interest, then we can't afford to go out to eat once. We just can't.
Aw, damn it.
You spend thousands of hours on the road. Fill hundreds of horses under the hood. But every race, lap...
Bro, why was that? Because I attacked one of your fucking
Zero sugar. Zero sugar. 100% NOS.
things to try to get a kill?
Can't.
That's true. Yeah.
Because interest.
Well, this will get paid off on the 20th with this huge
all of it.
All of it, yeah, the whole thing.
Huge.
Yeah, yeah.
From what?
From the spike that came in AdSense from.
Like the $6,000. That's okay.
I'm like 700, 800
Hopefully,
is what we made.
Green doesn't get a kill on
which
me.
was really awesome. I'll hope
They
we
didn't
can
let.
maintain
They
that,
wouldn't
but-
let me
Is this the
fucking.
the preferred club?
That's
They
the
got
house.
upset because
Oh,
I
sorry.
attacked one of
Yeah,
their
that's my
fucking.
current checking balance. So that's weird.
That scares
Bro,
me.
what the fuck?
Anything less than
Who am I playing?
Exxon, fair. Came down here. McDonald's, less fair.
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A.
Oh, wait till you
I
get to
don't
the
know how to
Starbucks.
play
then
with
you're gonna
people
go real
like
mad.
this.
I'm not one of those people that
But
freaks
it's
out
like
about
all
Starbucks.
people who don't know how to
$5
play.
every couple of
It
days. I love me a
confuses
pink
me.
drink. I love me a
Oh, well, I'll freak out about that because you can't afford it.
yeah. Well,
Like, I'm not one of those people that when people can afford it, I don't
Yeah,
freak out
yeah.
as long as you're hitting investing goals that are necessary to survive.
sure.
Cameo, I'm glad that came in. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's a little
I
extra.
think that they're gonna
Yeah,
try to get a
100
kill
bucks.
on me.
You can book me at cameo.com.
StreamYard, we're paying for it.
Yeah,
Barely made it back.
Yeah, it's necessary for the podcast.
Yeah.
That's where we film there.
Utilities, yep, that's fair. Can't hate against no
Why don't they
utilities.
take a-
Same with gas. Walmart, you can never really tell what's being purchased from Walmart.
So most of my Walmart
Okay.
purchases tend to be meds. I'm on a lot of meds. The most expensive, which is my testosterone, which is $200 a month.
With your medical issues, do you think McDonald's, Papa John's, Starbucks, McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, all in all being processed within a couple days' time is helping.
No, not at all.
It's not helping your wallet either.
No, not at all.
Why are you still doing it? If we know we're killing ourselves and we're financially killing ourselves, why do you think you're still doing it?
I think I wouldn't weigh 400 pounds if I knew the answer to that question.
Okay. Well, you obviously had discipline for a bit, though, because you did go through the surgery, which is very difficult.
Well, the surgery did its job, which is
Yeah.
to say it extremely restricted my stomach intake. And it still does to this day.
Okay. In a lot of the American versions, don't they require you to lose a good amount up front before you
Yeah,
have to
they
get
did.
it? Okay, so you had the discipline to do that.
Well, it was a lot easier when I walked into an emergency room with a blood pressure of 280 over 180. And they're like, hey, you're dying now. You're
Okay.
not dying eventually. You're dying now.
But you kind of are.
I mean, this.
No, wait, you said you're not gonna
As
listen-
unfortunate as this is the healthiest I've ever been.
But you said you're not. You don't feel like you're.
What
gonna
is
be here in
Red
your 60s.
doing?
Well, that's just the stark reality. When you've done what I've done,
I
to
do
my
not
body.
like
I know, that
how
just,
Red is
to
playing.
me, that feels like now.
That's fair. I see it as 15, 20 years from now because that's what it is.
Certainly not. Well, you're 50. 60 is not 20 years from now.
Well, it was mid-60s is what we're saying, right? So
Okay.
that's 15, 20 years from now.
Starbucks.
Yeah, Starbucks.
There's lots of Starbucks. Tokyo House. Very expensive. There,
Business center.
$90.
Business center.
No.
That one was a write-off.
No. Write off of what? Prime Video, Starbucks, not even a full month back yet. Starbucks is a lot. Arby's, at least get food that tastes like something.
Hey, let me tell you a little bit of something about Arby's, okay?
Good fries?
They have very good fries. But recently, I've been getting to realize the value that you get from Arby's is surprising how much food you get for your amount of investment.
Wait
It's
till I
actually
teach you
really surprising.
about-
It doesn't taste good. I want to make it very abundantly clear. But again, when you're feeding multiple people, you save a lot of money at Arby's.
Wait until you hear about the
I've
grocery store,
got
it'll blow your
a
mind.
weird setup here,
Burger King,
especially with the
Netflix,
way that
nothing good
Red
on
is
there anyway,
playing. It's
Starbucks.
very
I just canceled
confusing.
Netflix, actually.
Good,
Yeah.
good lad.
I canceled Netflix and I canceled Hulu. And the only thing I have now is Disney Plus, which we watch literally every day, and Amazon Prime, which I pay for the shipping and for the things that we need anyway.
Starbucks, more Arby's.
It's all food. I mean, like I can save you all the scrolling. It's all food.
We're not even halfway through a month. This is what I feared going in here. So we have a credit card.
Sure.
We have a credit card and we weren't able to do the math that we typically do. But I would not be surprised if you did not go out and have these $25 drops every single day.
So he just is
12
doing
to
that.
25, something around there.
He's just
Yeah, it's almost
fortifying
we
on
spend
all
about
ends.
$12 to $15 on food a day.
Let's call it 15.
Yeah, it's called 15. That's
Well-
actually very fair.
Let's call it 30. We could have paid off.
Well, let's not call it. Oh, yeah, 30 days. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we could have paid off half. Now you throw the Starbucks in there and you throw the business dinner in there. Even if you're writing it off, we probably could have paid off the credit card that is accruing interest
Yeah.
and that we're missing fees. By the way,
Yeah,
if you're gonna
it's
hit the
it's the
fees-
missing,
Oh, yeah,
it's the
that's
late fees that really kill you on your credit card.
First waste. I mean, like
Then we're not getting Starbucks.
Any financial show on the planet will tell you if you're getting charged late fees or credit card interest or loan interest, then you can't be spending.
Then I'm struggling here. Do you care?
I do. It's again.
Then stop. Be an adult. Act your age.
Better futures start now with the Ninja Trader mobile app. With the power to customize how you trade on the go, you can quickly and easily place trades with a single swipe and view index, financial, energy, metal, crypto, and more futures markets and access over 40 built-in indicators plus custom indicators all from your phone. Stay up to date at all times by enabling notifications. Get started today at ninjatrader.com.
Okay. Are they gonna try to take?
Which is what I would say.
I mean, that's fair. Again, food has not been a area that I have been very successful at controlling.
Trust me, I can't really talk about it either.
Dude, let me tell you.
But at least I can afford it.
I've taken it's bigger than you. Okay? All right? Listen to me, dude. I've eaten more than you at a buffet before.
Just
okay?
please not in my bathroom,
All right?
please.
You I appreciate that you think you know what it's like to be addicted to food. I promise you, you don't.
I will be honest, one of my big struggles is on a daily basis, like I won't eat a ton during the day, but then I'll get something fatty, greasy, sweet, and then I binge a massive portion in the evening. That is my typical issue that happens, and I yo-yo 30, 40 pounds constantly.
Yeah.
I'll be good for a while, and then I'll yo-yo. So I can't talk about that.
I mean, the only reason I'm not 600 pounds again is because the surgery is doing its job.
Can I ask how much you weigh?
400. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good job.
My lowest ever was 330. I got back up to 400. This is where I've stayed.
Yeah.
Within a 20-pound variance. I've
And I
gone down to
assume you're-
380, and I've gone back up to 400.
Where does your doctor want you to be?
I mean, ideally, you'd like me to be my ideal weight of like 175, right? Like that's what anybody would want. We're talking knee replacement surgery when I get home.
How much is that
and
gonna cost?
I think it's not even. Hopefully Blue Cross Blue Shield will cover it. I pay $800 a month for the best insurance I can afford because
You have no
I
choice.
absolutely have no choice, right?
Yeah.
It's
And you met
literally
your deductible.
Do
this
it.
year.
I meet my deductible within the first like 2 months, most of the time. Yeah.
Lots of Amazons and Panda Express.
Yeah.
Gas. You must drive a lot.
We don't
Or
drive a lot, but we buy a tank a week, give or take.
So do you go in there and get a bunch of drinks then? Because I'm seeing like gas stations.
Oh no,
a
never.
lot.
I don't go into. Yeah.
Because I'm seriously like 2 weeks back and I've seen like 5 gas stations.
Well, we did travel here, so we needed to fill up at home. We filled up here.
Yeah, but that was yesterday. Like I'm talking in the last 2 weeks. Starbucks, Burger King, Starbucks.
Oh, in the last
Domino's.
2 weeks, I was on my way to
Starbucks.
Last month, I was on my way to Cleveland, Ohio, to finish this documentary. So that's probably maybe what you're saying. But no,
the documentary that we talked about, the one that everyone has seen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we generally fill up the tank once a week. It's a hybrid. You'd have to drive 555 miles a tank is what I get. So
Okay, I'm struggling with the eating out once a day thing because now that I'm scrolling through here, I'm seeing about 2 to 3 if we're considering Starbucks and we're considering, unless this is when they're hitting. But seriously, scroll here.
Yeah, I think
like
that's when they're
13,
hitting.
14, 15. Like these are just individual days. 16, and
Yeah.
there's 2, 3 in each.
Well, I think that's probably more when they're hitting.
But even if that's when they're hitting, still, since this is sectioned out day by day and 3 are hitting a day, even
Yeah.
if they're coming from a previous day,
like I said, we average
then
about
it's like
$15 on fast food a day.
yeah, but I'm.
What is Red playing like? Why? Bro.
I'm also kind of struggling with that because if we go here, okay, yeah, middle of November, Golden Corral, well, $62 at Golden Corral, but okay, we'll call that an oddity, right? We went to Golden Corral.
I mean, it was. I invited somebody out to my editor, me and my friend Flint and my girlfriend went
Your
out. to
editor,
dinner.
you pay your editor?
When I need to, yeah. Yeah, when he's got a project that we need
Wait,
him to work on.
Why aren't you editing your own stuff? You have time, I assume.
He's incredibly better at it, and so if I have an actual project that needs to get
Yeah.
done, and he works for minimum wage for me, to be very clear, because he's a friend. So, but occasionally he'll get a business dinner to talk projects and stuff.
And then we're getting back to utilities, so we've gone close to a month.
What the fuck?
So yeah, minimum once a day, and then
Yeah,
you throw an extra $5 from Starbucks on there as well sometimes.
Sometimes,
within a
yeah,
day.
yeah.
Yeah.
So let's call it
every
20.
other day.
Let's call it 20.
20.
But again,
then-
most of the time I'm feeding 2 or 3
Okay,
people off of this
but-
money.
But that's 15 is like that's like the minimum we're spending a day at
All
fast
right, let's
food,
call
right?
it at that point $600 a month on food.
Oh, 1 second. So minimum 15 a day plus probably 5 for Starbucks every other day, so 2.5 a day.
Yeah.
So then we saw about once a week, maybe twice a week sometimes, there's that Dave & Buster's, there's the Golden
Red
Corral,
is making this
there's
game
that
so
other thing. So all of
hard.
a sudden that throws off the average of 15 a day, turning it to what would probably be evenly distributed, $20, $25 a day, throwing the Starbucks maybe $30 a day on average.
Sure, yeah.
So if we actually start going off of that, and again, I wasn't able to do the normal math that I was able to do before most episodes. We're looking closer to like $900 a month, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Let's call it that then.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely room to cut. I included in any time I talk about these budgets online, I generally say 600 for this stuff, but 900 might be more realistic.
But you can't afford 600.
That's true. That's true.
So you said
I
you're
think
feeding
I'm
multiple
gonna
people. I understand,
take
obviously,
Australia.
girlfriend situation. Okay,
sure.
Who else are we feeding?
Unless if he puts the 15.
So again,
unless if he
my
puts.
roommates mostly like to remain private. They're not on social media.
Okay.
So I do have some difficulty divulging the arrangements that we've made.
Okay.
But in exchange for
Okay.
They would have been thought earlier, but I was talking to Haley on the phone for like
Yeah.
and forgot that I have wifely duties.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was over here.
Get away from there. I can't really attack white right now, but I will attack your territory.
Did you know we have this?
What is he say? What is he saying? No.
a lot of things that I physically cannot do. I can't mow my lawn. I can't get into the attic. I cannot do a lot of the things that are necessary to be done.
So in-house help.
That's right. So in exchange for in-house help, every once in a while, I get someone a sandwich. And if I were paying to get the lawn done, my house.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
It's way ridiculously.
Well,
more
you're just
expensive than an
acting
Arby's
weird.
sandwich, right? So the deal that I have.
No, you're acting weird is what I was saying. You're like, what the fuck? If anyone's rude, it's you. Why is it
set up
doing
with my
this?
roommates now, I'm saving a tremendous amount of money. But that will occasionally include hey man, you want to go out to dinner? It's been a month. Can I take you out to dinner tonight? Because I'm never in a position, not to speak too much about my roommate's private business, but I could never imagine myself in that position where I would get paid so little and do so much to help a friend. I mean, I'd like to think I'd be able to, but physically I can't do most of these things. I can't climb a ladder. I can't. These are things I physically cannot do, and I'm very blessed in that regard. And so, yeah, it's probably, I know it's a stupid investment, but since they're making such a stupid investment this way, I don't mind making a stupid investment their way.
Are they paying any rent?
Yes.
What are you getting? Because that helps offset some of the budgetary costs that we're gonna have to go into.
Do my roommates pay rent? There is compensation, not just in terms of things that they're able to do around the house, or things that I cannot do, but there is compensation. Yes. But it's not something again, they are private people. I don't want to get too much into their lives.
Totally fine. I do get that, and I want to make sure we're protecting privacy so that nothing negative can happen. So that's fair. Have you ever downloaded the app Credit Karma?
I believe so. I don't have it on my phone currently.
If we could just get you to go through that, it'll take about 5 minutes.
'Tis the season to save now at Conlins. Save 35% off and more store-wide. Plus, ask about available 60-month special financing. Make your holiday shopping easy this year with last-minute gift ideas from Conlins.
Boom, 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 boom,
Botox
boom.
Cosmetic is partnering with iFund Women because women entrepreneurs have grit, courage, ambition, and vision. Yet we know less than 50% of women think they can start a business. Now you can make a difference by empowering the...
All right, credit score. We've jumped up?
Yeah.
673?
Yeah, like I said, I do know the tools to build credit. Someone set me down to do it, and I'm trying to maintain the best credit that I can. Certainly that's not in the 700s. There's plenty of room, right? But considering my financial situation, if I needed a stopgap loan, which I hope I never do,
That's what
right?
emergency funds are for.
Right? Well, again, I don't have them, unfortunately.
Oh, what's this, actually? $7,732.
This is what's left of everything. That's everything.
Okay, but that is money.
That is money.
What's it in?
This is currently setting in Ethereum, and since I printed this off, it's actually worth more.
Yeah, but what have we learned?
Well, we've learned that I don't think that market can go any lower. There's no way it's going to go to zero. It can't go to zero.
Sir?
It can't go to zero.
Sir, what have we learned about our money?
You don't take the loss until you sell.
Okay, well... Okay.
And also, it was also kind of smart to spread off the losses across multiple years so that I get that nice tax deductible. Yeah.
Okay. Sleep number 3,218.
Was that the total?
Not 2,500. This is why I had. This
I
is
guess
why
it was more than that. Good idea. Okay.
And yep, there's the credit card as we saw. Lending USA. Oh, here's the car. 6,472.
Is that what I have left?
Yeah, which is a lot more than you suggested.
I guess so.
Nah, this is why we do the little investigation.
Well, that's why. Yeah. Again, I ballparked this stuff in my brain. I've never looked this stuff up, so I'm glad we're looking it up today, so I know for sure.
Lending, personal loan, 3,448.
That's my dog. And do you want to know something? Worst investment in my life, because I don't even like the dog that much. I love my first dog. He's like he's my soul dog. He's like the member of the family. The second dog, he's mostly just a dog. He's a good dog. He's a really good dog. I really like him. But I didn't want a dog. I wanted another Sammy, and I got a Leo instead. But he's still a great dog.
Okay. Yeah. Your car payment is.
What are we down to?
$238 a month.
Yeah.
You're halfway through the loan.
Yeah.
We really sounded like we were much closer.
I thought I was. Again.
See, Green is actually a good player. Green understands the game right now.
In some of these loans,
Green 100% knows what's going on.
The actual loan right now.
Well, you took out a 5-year. Okay, so I'm gonna steal from our friends at the money guy.
Yeah.
I mean, really, you want to pay it off if you're gonna take out a car loan. No more than 8% of your income on a monthly basis.
And I like it.
You put 20% down every time.
Which is certainly considerably less than that. I paid half.
And on a three-year term.
Well, I paid half. The initial loan was $10,000 because I paid half. I paid half up front, if I remember correctly.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
And then.
And again, the only reason I financed the back half because I had the cash. I could have spent it. It was before crypto even dropped. I should have probably done it, but the only reason again, to try to maintain this credit score. Have some small loans.
Your dog. Your dog.
$5,000. Yeah.
No, it thinks it's at 23.49% interest. Is what it says you are at.
Boom.
That's the loan.
So that can't be right.
Damn,
sure
bro. From what I went to, now me and him are just gonna card. Now you go back. Boom. Beautiful. Is he coming for me? No. He scares me with that tactic. But I know, but he's just doing that. He just puts two, and then. No. I don't want to attack green. Look at him. He's so much more. He has so much more shit than me. You attack green. You attack green. I'm not fucking attacking green for your ass. You dumb fuck.
That's what I think it is.
Is that even legal to make a 23% loan?
Oh yeah, there's people on my show all the time.
That doesn't seem legal.
Credit cards are over 30%. Your credit card's probably over 30%.
I mean, like
It's
the minimum
15 to
payment's
30.
like $20 a month, so off of a balance of $1,000.
You know why the minimum payment's $20 a month? Because they want that interest to continue to accrue.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's,
I thought
that's
I was
not
paying
in your
all the interest
benefit.
off.
No. Oh,
Well,
buddy.
the number's never broken over like 1,000.
Oh,
So.
buddy. No. Okay. Now I'm understanding where we might be in terms of financial knowledge. No, that's not how it works.
Okay.
With credit cards.
Well, then educate me.
Yeah.
Yes,
well,
please.
Well, the for credit cards, we never want to hold a balance anyway. Because if we're
Okay.
holding a balance, whether or not you're making a minimum monthly payment, it's accruing interest unless it's in an interest-free period.
So if I were to pay anything off first, it's clearly this dog loan. That's got to be right.
What was 986 again? What did we put down for that?
I think that's just the credit card balance.
Oh.
And again,
no.
that's a secured credit card, so I don't think the interest is very high. It's secured with a $1,000 CD.
Oh, yeah, let me find out.
Yeah, tell them, because I think I made a smart financial decision with that credit card, because it is a secured card. It's financed, secured with a $1,000 CD. So my understanding is the interest rate was going to be very, very low on it.
Can you bring up the credit card again?
Yeah.
So now we have a full picture of your debt and where
Yes.
we've gone.
Right.
What's good is it looks like you don't have anything in collections or anything, which is good. So, I mean, that's, I feel like that's potentially next steps if we have to drain. Okay, so the $7,732 that's in that. Oh, this is just a daily graph. Where was that at some point, and you've been withdrawing from it to survive?
Yeah, at the beginning of the year, if you see in the documentary, in February.
Look no further for your beauty gifting this season. I just came home with some fantastic holiday gift sets from Sephora and Kohl's that are perfect for any beauty lover. And because you earn both Sephora Insider points and Kohl's rewards on your beauty purchases, Sephora at Kohl's always delivers the best beauty for the best value.
You
I
attack.
wanted my hepatitis C gone.
I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about mine.
I knew for years. Epclusa has a 98%.
Epclusa.
This was 30,000, but I've had to withdraw from it.
This year.
Yeah. And again, if this was.
What did he say? What is he? What the fuck? I'm gonna guard against this guy this turn because he does not seem to understand anything. Bro, what do you want me to do? You attack green then. That's what I meant to say. Is he putting them all down in there? Yep. Bro, this is pissing me off.
That can't be right.
Are you sure? That's what I think it is.
Is that even legal to make a 23% loan?
Oh yeah, there's people on my show all the time.
That
You
doesn't
kidding me?
seem legal.
33% loan. What is he going booing? What is he? He just wants me to fucking bum rush him and then make it so that he. What the fuck is his? Is he a retard? Is he fucking retarded, bro? Like what?
Credit cards are over 30%. Your credit card's probably over 30%.
I mean, like.
If you want someone to fucking attack green, attack him yourself, you dumb fuck. I'm not just gonna boom into green and then you end up the winner. What the fuck is your problem? I'd rather do that to you than to green now that I'm thinking about it.
It's
the minimum
15 to
payment's
30.
like $20 a month, so off of a
You know
balance.
Ooh, is it gonna bum me? Is it going to? Yes, good. Ah.
So
Why?
1,000?
You know why the minimum payment's $20 a month?
What the fuck is he so upset about? Why is he being such a bitch?
Because they want that interest to continue to accrue.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's,
I thought I
that's
was
not
paying
your
all
Bro, whenever fucking...
the interest
benefit.
off.
No. Oh.
Alright, let's see if another video works.
This is what just 10 pounds of body fat looks like. If we want to drop this, we got to take our metabolism.
All right, Steven, I saw you arguing with Aiden the other day. How do you feel about that conversation? Was that productive? Did that get your blood flowing?
Like, are you actually pissed at Aiden other than the whole, coming after your family, doxing, and all that stuff?
Other than coming after your
Other than
family, are
everything
you upset at
important.
Aiden Ross?
Other than...
No, but like...
Why was the panel last night treating Aiden calling you the F-star so casually? It was kind of... It's hard for me to understand that. I can understand it through a couple perspectives. One might be... it's hard to make sense of this. Either one, it's because Aiden is super clouded in the... Is he still part of the WL community? And they don't want to like fight the WL community. Also, Aiden's fan base is like very active and very evil, so maybe they don't want to get on the bad side of that. So that might be one part of it. A second part of it might be them not following or knowing anything about my personal life. So when he's like asking questions about like my breakup or my ex-wife or like cuck jokes or whatever, people think that's just like kind of a meme or who cares. And then when I make the Muslim jokes on him, people think it's like the worst thing in the world because I'm like being Islam.
You attack white. You're the biggest...
Islamophobic, phobic, or whatever the maybe.
You fucking attack white first. You're the biggest one here.
So they feel like him coming back on me and just like calling me like 20 times in a row. You 40-year-old, like Jesus Christ. Maybe they felt that was fair. I don't know.
We go anywhere in public. Nobody knows who you are. Everyone knows who I am. So that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Yes.
Nobody
knows who I am. Everybody knows who's that one guy that you thought was gay from Andrew Tate's stream. That's literally the only thing knows about him. You're a 40-year-old.
You're a 40-year-old.
Aiden,
You're a
chill.
40-year-old.
That was
What was
kinda
he
wild.
saying?
That was funny. He like completely fucking snapped after I poked him in like two vulnerable spots. The Aiden, the Andrew Tate thing and the viewpotting thing. He like broke completely. Did you have beef with him prior to that? He was coming for you from the start. No, we didn't have any beef. Actually, our last conversation was pretty friendly, but
you each like have
he's
150.
like not enough of a
I'm the
person to have
smallest
strong
one here. I'm
opinions
not
about anybody.
attacking
He probably just
for
follows the winds of his audience. So, and I'm sure Sneeko was probably texting him like, "Oh, ask Jesse about this or whatever." So like, yeah. Then he pouted like a child the rest of the podcast. Yeah, I'm guessing because I'm guessing that because of sorry. I guess this is just a guess. I don't know. I have to, yeah. I could be making this up, but it feels like he is not used to getting pushback because so many people will suck up to him because he's a famous streamer. That's my guess. But I could be wrong on that too. Maybe he does get a lot of pushback from other people. But Yeah, that's like a guess. He's not used to having anybody like actually push back for real, and as soon as I did that, he like basically lost his mind, which is kind of sad. I hate it when fucking people, especially like him, do this, because it might have been like a fun convo. Like if he really wanted to go back and forth, I got a million Muslim jokes, I got a million Jew jokes for Aiden Ross, I've got a million botting jokes, 10-year-old fan joke. I got so many different jokes that I could have used. It would have been really fun to run back and forth, but it's kind of boring when the other person just calls you like a get cuck like a million times. It's like, okay, well, I don't know what. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, if you want to say the same insults over and over again, right? You see how far them white jokes get you. we can do 8 Mile, and I'll just use a whole bunch of new shit against you.
Damn, I was gonna do that.
Yeah, no, it's cringe, I think. He said someone texted him not to talk while you were there, and then right when you left, he started talking shit again. Then after you came back, everyone was quiet again. Yeah, because I think that there were people probably texting him saying, I doubt it was a manager saying, don't like do this, it's not good for your brand. It was probably either Sneeko or other friends texting him saying like, hey, you look really bad and unhinged right now. You need to calm the f down and chill, because you look like a clown. So he probably decided to shut the f up and chill, and then claim that it was like a sponsor or some bullshit. Yeah. He also claimed he had to go somewhere, but as soon as you left, he stayed for the rest of the pod. Yeah, he's just a coward, yeah. Why do you assume Aiden was in comms with Sneeko? Because aren't they friends and they chat? And like these guys are always like texting each other, like all these people whenever they're on shows and shit, so. Am I worried for your own safety? 10-year-old attention span is usually pretty short, but obviously I don't want to tempt it that much. XXC practically begged you to stay, but you failed now.
I almost admire you. Still on these streets, running and gunning. I'm just amazed. Doesn't get to you.
Watch your ass out there, okay?
I'm gonna be fine. They love me in Beverly Hills. Detective Foley, you ever read your own files? Shootouts, starting the piece, a lot.
I had other shit that I wanted to do, and also it did feel kind of weird. Again, me, okay, boundaries. So let me say this, okay, because I'm not like crying about it, but I'm literally sitting on a podcast with this loser fucking piece of shit, like smiling and grinning into his phone as like my family members are getting spam phone calls, as pictures of my kid are being posted on his community. That's not just a random community on Twitter. That is Aiden's community. He's a mod there, and he's got other mods posting like pictures of them with like Glocks or guns in their lap, you know, saying I'm gonna go and find Destiny and shit. And it's like that. It just feels weird. Like, why am I gonna sit here and play nice and pretend that like this is anything when yeah, when this is like really weird that this guy's like sitting here as this fan base of 10-year-olds are actually. And then also when I came back, he literally defended. He was like, yeah, you should get doxxed. You should, like, really? My family? That's unhinged, bro.
Oh, Aiden's community should be spam report off the internet. Yeah, they've been posting pictures of my family and my address for the past 2 hours.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Aiden's not doing shit. Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
Aiden, come on, bro. Aiden, come on.
You're Aiden. You are fine.
That is not Aiden. Come on, bro.
Aiden.
I have no control over that.
Alright, maybe something cool will happen now. I do need to go piss, but my turn's up next. Alright, real fast. Okay, cool. I made it. Yes. All right, that means I won. This is so good for me. Yes. Boom!
Aiden! Aiden! Look at this. No. Listen, it's all part of the game.
What the fuck is going on? Novice. Huh. Green was a novice? Bro, that must have been a new account. There's no way that guy was that good and was a novice. Like, understood what we were all what the plan was. What? How did I drop after winning that game?
All right, yeah.
Why did I drop?
Why do you assume Aiden was in comms with Sneeko? Because aren't they friends and they chat? And like these guys are always like texting each other, like all these people whenever they're on shows and shit. So.
Whoa, what the fuck?
My word for your own safety. 10-year-old attention span is usually pretty short, but obviously I don't want to tempt it that much. XQC practically begged you to stay, but you failed him. I had other shit that I wanted to do, and also it did feel kind of weird.
Why did I drop points after winning a game in Risk?
Me, okay, boundaries. So let me say this, okay, because I'm not like crying about it, but I'm literally sitting on a podcast with this loser fucking piece of shit, like smiling and grinning into his phone as like my family members are getting spam phone calls, as pictures of my kid are being posted on his community. That's not just a random community on Twitter. That is Aiden's community. He's a mod there, and he's got other mods posting like pictures of them with like Glocks or guns in their lap, you know, saying I'm gonna go and find Destiny and shit. And it's like that. It just feels weird. Like, why am I gonna sit here and play nice and pretend that like this is anything when yeah, when this is like really weird that this guy's like sitting here as this fan base of 10-year-olds are actually. And then also when I came back, he literally defended. He was like, yeah, you should get doxxed. You should, like, really? My family? That's unhinged, bro.
Oh, Aiden's community should be spam report off the internet. Yeah, they've been posting pictures of my family and my address for the past 2 hours.
That's good.
Yeah, Aiden's not doing shit. Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
Aiden, come on, bro. Aiden, come on,
you're Aiden. You are fine. Aiden,
come on, bro.
Aiden.
I have no control over that.
Aiden. Look at this. No. Listen, it's all part of the game. Listen, I appreciate it. Listen, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's fine. I'm gonna be looking for the high schoolers rolling up, okay, with their pistols or whatever. That's cool. I'm just saying you can't call me a 50 times, get mad when I make one Wilson joke, then have your community try to dox me for 2 hours, posting pictures of my family, and then sit here and cry, and then say you're like a cry bull, or you don't have get some control over your life, okay? Jesus Christ. But anyway, have fun. I love you guys. Okay, now I'm going for real. Peace out.
You both.
Hold on. Right. Let me talk on this.
I can't control that, by the way.
What'd you take last night? Oh, just MDMA. Nick Merckx and others echoed that Aiden got to be better than that, and then he conceded. Yeah, but I don't even like the phrasing of that. I haven't seen the clip.
There we go.
And I don't want to because I don't want to get like more upset than I already am about how dumb that was. The idea of them saying like, Aiden, you got to be the bigger man. Like, I'm the one that started it. Like, he's the one that got his feet in the mud first, and I just decided to roll around, you know, with him in it, and I'm fine with that. But then for them to be after, it's like, Aiden, you gotta be the bigger man, bro. You gotta like stand up to the, don't, it's like, what the f do you mean the bigger man? This guy's the child that already started this entire fight. Why the f do I care? What do you mean be the bigger man? He's a loser. Like, and he always has been a loser. He probably always will be a loser.
Ooh.
But yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's because he's a big content creator and people are soft to big content creator. Oh, I'm getting to be a bigger content creator too, but I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. It's cringe. I think it's cringe, but I think Aiden should go take a trip to Canada. Yeah. Train did both sides start too. Yeah, because Train just wants like peace between people and shit. Yeah. Did you see the new Kanye rant that dropped? Yeah, I saw like 2 minutes of this. Just Kanye being Kanye. I don't care much. It's just, yeah. XQC said unleash the goons on Destiny, then later said they didn't want to mess with DGG. Wait, really? Jesus Christ. 600 comments from 4 hours ago. Wait, really?
Mm-hmm.
Unavailable.
I guess we're going Europe.
True. Fucking true. Check the clip of you apologizing and listen to the aftermath.
Oh, or maybe not.
Oh, this was 2 hours ago. Nice. Destiny apologizes to Aiden Ross.
Wait, can I apologize to Aiden first though, so that we're cool? Because I don't want to
because the shit you said about the Moscow was kind of fucked.
It was fucked. I'll apologize. I don't know if you can hear me.
Wait, who said it was kind of fucked up? Oh, Tifu.
Might have me muted right now. I'm not sure.
He's not.
Aiden, you ever muted?
I don't know if there's gonna be a real one.
Oh, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Listen.
Look at him acting like he's like so disinterested. He's so cool. And like fuck. I actually considered for a split second squashing it, but then like when I saw the way he was acting, I was like,
Aiden, we had that conversation, okay, before. I think the best thing we can do is make the world a better place, and the best way we can do that is for you to fucking kill yourself. Love you. Bye.
true and based. Myth calls you a rat after you leave. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should have mentioned that like his community's been doxing me for literally like the past hour or two on. Yeah, okay, I don't care. Watch right after. How do I see from right after? Is there a way to go to that time in the VOD? I don't know how to do it. Sorry. Here's the clip for the after.
You might have me muted right now. I'm not
Oh,
sure. The best thing we can do is make the world a better place, and the best way we can do that is for you to fucking kill yourself. Love you. Bye.
See, I fucking sniffed it out from that. I sniffed it out from the rat. No, there's no shot.
Aiden, send the goons. Send the goons after him, Aiden.
I don't know what you were expecting. Come on, man. Listen, that shit's not gonna be real.
All right. Well, Aiden, you have full... He did say he was sorry. You have full permission.
He apologized.
Do whatever you... Yeah, that was fucked up. I did not... I should have known better, but I did not.
Bro, Train, I don't care.
This is such a pussy move. I don't like that Train, he always does this thing where he's like, oh yeah, all these big streamers would get involved. Train is just as guilty of it as a lot of other people though. Like when it comes to like sucking up to big streamers, it's super cringe. It's so fucking cringe.
I don't know who
like,
that is.
Everybody will treat Aiden, and I hate Aiden too. It's like pretty girl syndrome where everybody treats you with kid gloves because they don't want to like piss you off because they're trying to simp for you. It's so cringe. Oh my God.
Now I can actually talk.
I think that's just Destiny's way of just saying I love you, right?
Like, look at that. Now I can actually talk. Why couldn't you talk before, pussy bitch? Like, or if you didn't want to fight with me, why the f are you, like, ragging on my relationships and everything? Like...
Yeah, it is.
Exactly. Yeah. He's a complicated guy.
It's a really good way to look at it. Can I actually talk now?
Yeah.
You could have talked the whole time, but you were being a little fucking bitch about it.
True.
No, I actually got texts to Nick. I couldn't say anything. Couldn't talk.
No way.
Bullshit.
Him and fucking Destiny were...
Oh my God.
Okay.
He believes it right off the bat. I don't believe it. Jesus Christ. What a good podcast. So many clips. Don't forget you went back on after this? Oh, to talk about the doxing shit? Yeah, I don't know. And then he's like, I can't control my community, even though he's literally the moderator of that community, which means he can literally control that community, but he's 35 running the 2008 Bill Maher playbook, or Bill Maher playbook, like a 15-year-old who just discovered atheism. This is truly incredible. People don't get this. Destiny's joke borders pretty hard on Islamophobia. Bro, somebody said some shit. I don't know if this is some more horseshoe. I thought when we were atheists, I thought we hated religion. But now I'm worried that atheists didn't actually hate religion. Atheists just hated Christianity. Is that the case? That can't be the case from like 10 years ago, right? This is the TikTok ginger guy who said October 7th was its own attack. Oh. What do you plan to do this Christmas? I don't know. We'll see. Do you notice that LSF cycles between loving you and hating you? I think people's opinions of you largely cycle around who you're fighting. LSF, I believe, hates... I don't think they like any of the WO community anymore, and they definitely don't like Aiden, right? Because the, I mean, they didn't like Bruce when he did his wacky shit, like, yeah. And then you guys have been a bit more active on LSF, so if I'm fighting Aiden, I'm probably gonna get support there. Destiny, I think there's a difference between disregarding the belief in a higher power and actively hating someone's religion as well as insulting their culture. The only reason why I don't like their culture that's garbage and beneath mine and beneath me and objectively shit is because they can't keep it to them fucking selves. And I'm getting increasingly irritated by this. And it's getting very hard not to generalize it more and more and more because it bleeds into the other so easily. I wouldn't have any problem with Christians if they shut their fucking mouth and they keep their stupid shit to themselves, but they don't. They feel the need to preach it to everybody else and talk about how their lifestyles are the best and blah, blah, blah is the best.
Because that's what we are called on Earth to do? We're supposed to preach it to other people, you dumb fuck?
And blah, blah, blah.
It's us caring about you, honestly. I should have moved it down to there, actually, because he's going to want to go boom into there. I think he's going for
It's not. It lost. So we're heading towards an era of more secularism, unless we get jihaded by all the fucking Muslims. Like, your religion is dated, right? It doesn't have the same explanatory powers it used to. It's a good crutch for weak people who need a big spiritual dude to guide them into the afterlife, because they can't handle the messy realities of the world. I don't know. Whatever you want it to be is fine. Yeah, I'll be an edgy atheist, but it's not like the thoughts didn't stop. We just don't want to express them as much. But like, cringe. Like, yikes, fam. Yikes. Nishi said God is dead, okay? And Nishi is like at least 50 years old, so how are we still arguing about this? I don't understand how DoorDashers will just like spill everything, like with the utmost shamelessness. They'll deliver you like a bag with half your drink spilled in the bottom, and it's like, why? Why? Someone asked earlier, are there specific religions you don't care much for in comparison to Islam or Christianity? Anytime you're like, if you do your own thing and you want to do your own thing and you're cool with that, then that's fine. As soon as you start like trying to dictate to me how I'm supposed to live my life.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Save on essentials and more only at Walgreens.
Let's see what I have for trades. All right, I have a 10 stack. Nice.
The world is ready. With your future at your fingertips, it's time for you to take the reins. Study for a degree in animation, entertainment business, film, graphic design, media communications, writing.
Then we have major problems, and that's going to exist on a sliding scale. Don't you think it's something you have to tip before you get the food? Here's a question. Can they see me tip before I get the food so they can at least do their shit better because they see that a tip is on the way? Do they do that, or? You're being a pushover? Okay, you know what? I'll do it. I'm going to give him a 3-star rating. This guy's whole career is about to be destroyed because of you guys, okay? Wow, man, he could just be having a bad day. Yeah, what if he is? What if it's just like a bad day for that dude?
Are you gonna surround
I want to
me?
tell you
What
this.
is he doing?
I was in Israel.
Okay, is
and
he
I was
going into?
Talking to some Israeli and Palestinian peacemakers.
So you
And
blocked me
I
in.
said, I'm telling you the truth. I said, well, you know, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. According to Avatar, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. She's there to protect balance.
Yes.
She doesn't pick a winner. She protects balance. And do
Yes.
you know what the Palestinian and the Israelis in the room? Do you know their reaction?
That's what they said. They thought about it.
They
That's
nodded.
good.
And I think it was because some of them had seen Avatar.
Yeah.
What?
You might not. I want to tell you this. I was in Israel.
True. Okay, I buy it. Uh-oh. Oh, hi.
How's it going?
It's going okay. I just want you to know, okay?
Bro.
What?
That was the longest piss you've ever taken.
Oh, yeah. I resisted the greatest temptation this morning, okay? I hope you're proud of me. Because you left your Discord logged in on the laptop that you gave back to me, and I logged
There
out
is
immediately.
nothing exciting in my
That's
Discord.
fine, but I was tempted to sit there for 2 hours and read every single message, and I didn't. So you're welcome. I just want credit for that. Okay, it was a lot to overcome. If I wouldn't have been on my Vyvanse, I definitely would have read every single message. So, but I didn't. So there you go.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Also,
Alright.
if you had, it would have been a big waste of 2 hours.
Don't care.
All right, Steven, I saw you arguing with Aiden the other day. How do you feel about that conversation? Was that productive? Did that get your blood flowing?
It was fun. I always like to knock people down a couple pegs who are arrogant as and aren't used to having people shit on them. So I enjoyed it.
So my big question about Aiden is how famous actually is he? Because I see his numbers. Like for example, I go to his Kick. According to Kick stats, his peak viewers in the past 30 days are 120,000 live, which I think would make him the biggest streamer in the world. Would it? I mean, that is a lot, right? Close to it, at least.
On Kick, yeah.
Yeah, but I go to his YouTube channel, and he's getting like 100 to 200,000 views a video. So there seems to be a big sort of disparity there between the amount of people that are watching him live and the amount of people that watch him after the fact. And I feel like that's probably I mean, Aiden kind of alluded to this on stream as well, but is there some sort of bot thing going on Kick to this day that's like persistent?
Okay. Here's a lot of issues, okay? Ready? You can figure out how to weigh these appropriately. I don't know.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stewart. Did you know that right now over...
Know how to weigh these all appropriately, okay? Here's a lot of things to keep in mind, okay? Number one, right off the top, there is a lot of people that bought everything. It's ubiquitous in some of these communities, especially in communities with men with no honor or integrity who are desperately looking for clout and attention. So people like Sneeko, when you go on their Instagrams and you see that they've got like 3 million followers but like 8 pictures, it's probably because they deleted every other picture and they're paying to boost the engagement on every single one so that it matches their follower count. But the followers aren't generally real. They're not really that popular, right? You're gonna tell me that these people are like hitting like A-list celebrity penetration.
Is that not a form of like fraud? Because if they're getting advertisers and stuff, like let's say they do a sponsorship and the advertiser's under the impression they're going to hit that many people, and it's all bots. I mean, shouldn't these people be held legally liable if they're like just inflating their numbers?
No, because once the advertisers do 1 or 2 deals, they'll realize that it's all bullshit. Also, you can never prove that they actually botted it. They could just say, well, somebody else botted it, right?
Once again, I just don't understand the botting from like a long-term, sort of perspective. I mean, these people, Aiden Ross wants to have like a long career on YouTube or Kick, whatever.
Does he?
I assume. I mean, I think. No.
Not to sound like mean or derogatory towards young people, because I know you're a fellow young person. But for a lot of these people, right, they only see like in like 3 to 4 year horizons, right? The idea of having a career spanning 10 plus years is kind of out of reach of most people. They're not even thinking about that.
Well then what the fuck would the plan be? Like, what is he gonna do with himself?
Well, when you bot, you've got bigger numbers. It looks good, right?
Hey.
I don't want to be some loser on Twitter with like 200,000 followers. I want to have 1 million followers. So you bot him up, you look good, and then you.
What?
We're out of oil.
Of oil?
We don't have enough oil for me to fry the pork chops, and I
Yeah.
already made them so that they have to be fried.
Yeah, and?
I need you to go get oil.
Why can't you go to get oil?
I don't have a shirt on, and I'm cooking.
You can put it what?
I'm cooking.
It'll be a while.
No,
Hmm.
please.
Sweet. And then
I need you. In my time of need.
What?
In my time of need. I'm not on the camera, am I?
I don't know. I think so.
Oh.
Yeah, you're on the camera.
I was. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Sorry, viewers. All 4 of you.
7. 8. 10. 10 of them.
They're all probably virgins, anyways.
more people see you with 1 million
Based?
followers, and then you create like a. Have you ever? Do you know
Not
what
by
busking
choice.
is?
Incels? That's
Sometimes
the
when you go
base,
out and
bro.
play for money with a horn. You go out to the street, you play, you open your case, you throw in like $30 on your own because when people see money in there, they want to donate more money.
yeah.
Yeah, and then they do. Yeah, and I think streamers are the same. It's why they fake donos. It's why they bought engagement, because if you've got, you know, one guy with 1,000 viewers and another guy with 10, you're gonna watch the guy with 1,000 viewers, even if his real viewership is only 5. But like now he gets another real viewer because he's got the numbers. So a lot of people do that. I think. I know a lot of OnlyFans
maybe,
girls that
but-
do it. A lot of streamers that do it. Yeah.
But eventually, their real viewers are just going to run out within just a few years, and they're only going to be left with the bots. They're going to be, I mean, just at the fucking bottom. I mean, even Aiden Ross, I mean, someone who, I mean, I'd say probably a year ago, he probably peaked. He seems to be kind of on a downward trend now. I mean, once again, like, this guy is, like, way more famous than I am, right? Way more famous. His name alone carries a lot of weight. He has 4 million subscribers on YouTube. His channel is, like, doing the same as my second channel, which has, like, not even 300,000 subscribers. And I don't know if it's more difficult to bot on YouTube, so maybe that's why, but it just doesn't seem like there's as much interest in these guys. It seems like a lot of it is completely inflated, basically.
Maybe, but that's one aspect, was the botting part. A second aspect is viewership can be hyper-specific to certain types of platforms, and it's worth noting that as well. You could have somebody that legitimately has 5 million real followers on TikTok that have enjoyed TikTok things in the past, and either one, they've stopped watching because TikTok fans are very transient, they come and go, or two, they like watching the short form content on TikTok, but when this person posts YouTube videos, they get 5,000 views. And it might just be the fact that that audience doesn't translate very well from TikTok over to YouTube.
Well, TikTok is so fleeting. So obviously that's one example. I mean, TikTok is, I mean, like a million views on TikTok may as well be like one person in a room watching you. Like most of those people probably just swipe past and clicked on your shit on accident. But if you look at the translation from, let's say, like a streaming site to YouTube, I mean, let's take someone like Asmongold, who is a pretty big streamer. You check his YouTube, things seem to check out, right? Someone like XQC, pretty big streamer. You check his YouTube, things seem to check out, and he's certainly doing way better than Aiden is. And that's across the board for all these guys. And then you have Aiden Ross, who, I mean, supposedly is getting an average of 50,000 viewers live, which I think is higher than both of the people I just named. And he's peaking at 120, 130,000 live, which is astronomical numbers. Like, I don't know if most of the top streamers in the world ever hit that number. Like, he is so up there. And yet you go to his YouTube,
I got another
and
10
it's just
stack
fucking
right
dead.
there.
I mean, his Twitter is popping whenever he tweets once in a blue moon. I mean, his Instagram gets a bunch of likes, but he doesn't really post there much either. But then you go to his YouTube channel, and you'd think, like, even just the name Aiden Ross in the title should be getting, like, an unreal amount of views in my mind. I mean, at least a million a video.
Yeah, possibly. But then again, there's two questions. One is we don't know how much of his other platforms are botted, number one. And then number two, it's still hard to tell how much of a carryover there is from his audience from one platform to the next, right?
I know it's hard to tell, but I know it should be more. I know it should be
It's possible. I wouldn't.
Aiden Ross is one of the most famous people on Earth right now.
Bank on that being incredibly obvious. I would say that there were a lot of streamers that had 30, 40, 50,000 viewers that put almost no effort into their YouTubes. So you'd have people with 30, 40,000 concurrent viewers, and you check their YouTubes. I just checked Mizkivs. He's pulling like 3 million views a month. That's not much.
That's
at all.
fair, but
Yeah.
I mean, Aiden's team clearly. I mean, they're putting out like a half-hour to 40-minute video once or twice a week on his YouTube channel, so it's pretty consistent uploads, and it's every single one is with like a popular person. So it'll be like Aiden Ross goes on with iShowSpeed. iShowSpeed is super famous. You'd think that would do better. Only 300,000 views in 2 weeks. Another one with iShowSpeed, 250K in 2 weeks. Aiden Ross and Tfue. That one has 120K views. Aiden Ross visits Drake's mega mansion. Okay, Drake's house, 160K. Like it just doesn't seem to add up in my mind that these are the numbers these people are getting, and so I can only assume that Aiden Ross's name actually means way less to the average person than I initially thought, or maybe just than it did a year ago. Because even a year ago, I mean, his channel was doing way better. He was, averaging close to 1 million.
Sure, all possible things, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he's just completely fallen off. But
well,
I was
maybe.
also under the impression that he was popular, kind of not because of the red pill thing. I mean, he did come up with that, but I mean, he was popular before that for like.
He was popular
LeBron
way
James'
before
sons
that.
or whatever, playing with him on fucking GTA and all that stuff, hanging out with rappers, celebrities. I don't know, maybe Ice Spice twerked on him a little bit. So that kind of stuff probably. I mean, in my mind, he had more longevity than someone like Sneeko, who only blew up on streaming from this red pill kind of stuff.
Maybe.
And
Again,
Sneeko
all
is
different,
like just completely shallow.
Yeah, but no. I think Sneeko has a way stronger long-term audience than Aiden Ross ever will. 100%. There's another thing that happens with Aiden Ross. All of these are factors, by the way. I'm not telling you what percentage weighs into any of them. They're just all factors I know that can influence things. Another thing with Aiden Ross you have to consider is Aiden Ross has very, 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 very high recognition because of how much time he spends like participating in other communities or like bouncing off of kind of like pop culture stuff. So
no, he's like in all sorts of shit. Like Andrew Tate, he's hangs out with a bunch of rappers. He does like a lot of shit.
Or I think athletes or shit like.
Shit. Yes, feed me the kill. Damn it. Okay. Cool, still good. I can come in, boom. I don't understand this play, but I like it. It seems alright. Bro, I don't know what's going on with my internet right now. Sick. Is he going for the...
that. So that gets him like really high name recognition, but that might not drive a lot of viewership. Another really good example of this recently might be like Nick Fuentes, you know, seeing like Donald Trump and all of that, lots of name recognition, but doesn't always translate to high viewership because people recognize the name and see you when you're like...
Bro, what's your viewership? All right, his most viewed... No. His most viewed, like, is on his YouTube channel. It's on his YouTube channel. All right. All right, let's see videos. Let's see like his last video. 27. All right, he gets decent views. And then let's go on to Rumble and see what. All right, let's go on to Rumble. Rumble. Oh, no, well. All right. 30, all right, yeah. Destiny gets quite a bit more views, but that's because Destiny is on YouTube and he's on Rumble. If he was on YouTube, I bet that he would be getting way more views still.
Participating with their celebs, but they're not going to ever go seek you out on their own. Another really good example of this is Pokemon. If you look at Pokemon's analytics right now,
is he talking about Pokimane or?
She's not really like, she's kind of an okay-ish size streamer, I think, like decently big. She might still pull 5-figure viewership. I'm not sure. YouTube channel's pretty dead. Socials don't get as much engagement. I think her Instagram does okay. But when you're trying to figure out like, well, what happened to Pokemon? Why does it seem like she's like so insanely popular? It's because the name recognition is really, 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 really high, but that doesn't always translate to viewership across platforms.
Yeah, well, you're right. I thought she was like way bigger than she is. She's averaging like 9,000.
Yep, less than 10,000 viewers now, basically. Yeah.
There's a big difference between views and engagement.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
I learned about this after I switched into my advertising role. That like we would go after influencers with millions of followers and even millions of views, and then we would look at the actual conversions on the back end, and there would be no sales. So one thing you could kind of look at to check. Destiny mentioned this a little bit before.
Another 10 trade.
Was, how many brand deals has Aiden had in the last 6 months? I think the number is 0.
Yeah.
Well, apart from Steak, I guess.
That doesn't count. Because essentially all,
wait,
all
real
Steak,
quick. Does he even have a deal with Steak?
I mean, doesn't he gamble?
I don't know.
Him gambling is not the same
actually,
time.
wait, yes, yeah, he does. He does. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I do want to say, Devin, though, just to add to that, though. I mean, wouldn't you expect a streamer to have relatively high engagement relative to other people? Because
you would think so.
I mean, the audience is like the audience is like more loyal. They're all there, especially like Aiden, who's known to have like a super toxic, rabid fan base. I mean,
Let me
in
tell
my
you
mind.
a tale. Let me tell you a tale. So, we used to believe that the conversion from Twitch calls to action would be like, it makes sense, right? Like if Destiny right now shouts out my website, you would think like some people would hit it. So that's true. That'll happen, right?
Fuck.
Like, for example, like we shouted the website of the Scuff podcast. I think there was something like 90,000 viewers. I take issue with Kick's quotation marks view, so we could talk about that. But let's say there was 90,000. The website at that moment got 450 hits, right? So there is this initial push, and then that's what causes us to like psychologically say, oh, like we're getting way more audience on things like Twitch and things like that. But if you actually look at the distributed stats across like YouTube, Instagram, calls to action there, YouTube is on average about 18 times more effective. So if I tell you to do something in a video, like go here, buy this thing, this is the affiliate code, you're 18 times more likely to engage with that than you are on a live stream.
That's extremely surprising to me.
I know. I was blown away. I would not have believed that if I had not.
I would think it would be completely
deals,
the inverse, because in my mind, like the amount of streamers I watch is so low that if I am watching them, I'm probably an actual fan of them, and I'm going to be more engaged with what they're doing, and it's more likely I'll buy one of their products. For YouTube, like I watch a lot more YouTube, and it's also more passive, so I'll watch it in the background. I'm not necessarily a fan of that person. It's just like, oh, I'll throw this on. And I thought that's how literally everyone viewed it.
Well, I think one of the things that Destiny was just saying too was the idea of a person in someone's head is different than like having a fan and being a fan of that person. So if you look at like, if you think of like an explosion, like the ground zero would be like your core base of fans. And then everything that goes out from that might be people that are like, oh, I've heard of that person, or I have like, you know, what we call impressions. Like I have an impression of that person, meaning like they're in my headspace, but I don't really know what they do. And so I think Aiden has been attached to a lot of big activations and big people, but he himself isn't like part of that core explosion. Like he does have a dedicated fan base. But
I would say that
to your point, and to Destiny's, I think it's not nearly as large as people think. Which is the case for most influencers, yeah.
Also, keep in mind that the way that people engage on certain products is a lot different too. If I were to do an ad and I were to try to sell my audience like a backpack or something, like maybe I'll get like 100 sales or something. It depends, I guess, on what kind of backpack specifically we're talking about. But even if I don't do a call to action, and even if I don't advertise a single fucking thing, if I play like a new little indie game on my stream, I might have 500 plus fans that pick that indie game up because they see me playing it. So like the ways that audiences engage with like versus like somebody that does like a call to action on a YouTube channel about like history might say, go play Lords Mobile. I think their conversion on that might be lower than if the products are more relevant to their audience as well. But.
Right. Another question that I have, just as a follow-up to something you said, is you said you think Sneeko has a lot more long-term potential than someone like Aiden Ross. Could you elaborate on that?
Sneeko has done a really good job at building a really strong brand in terms of who he is. So he's put in the work for the past 10 years. And Sneeko, generally, from what I've seen, I haven't followed as much recently because he's a piece of shit, but it seems like Sneeko does a really good job at building relationships with other influencers or talent and then engaging with them in a very Sneeko-like way. Whereas, and again, this is all on very, very little viewership, okay? It looks like when Aiden Ross, like here's the difference. If I'm a huge fan of Sneeko, okay, I want to see Sneeko talk.
They're on Rumble, bro. You're on YouTube. So, let's see what Sneeko's viewership is on. Ooh. Yeah, I'd say they're probably about equal, especially if you count that he's on Rumble. Bro, this is so fucking weird. I have never seen anything like this.
Talk to somebody who I'm also a fan. I want to see Sneeko and Drake engage with each other because I think they're gonna have like a back and forth. I think Sneeko's gonna kind of ask some questions. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. If I'm a fan of Aiden Ross and he interacts with a celeb, I think
you could say the same about you.
he's just gonna kind of fanboy and like say nothing and be kind of retarded, and that's it. Like I don't think he's gonna grow any fan base or like drive like real engagement or interest in the interaction. That's just the feeling I get from the outside. You can tell me if you've seen difference and you feel differently. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So to me, when you say something like Sneako's built a brand over the past 10 years, in my opinion, he built like a brand for 8 years and then completely just like dropped that to do this new sort of Aiden Ross impression he's been doing over the past 2, where he reacts to shit in like a retarded way, has no critical thinking skills, has no introspection, self-reflection, and that's like what he's done basically since he started.
Oh. Not yet. You attack red. I'm busy card
and
farming.
before that, he was building a brand that was actually cool and special, and now it just kind of sucks. And in my opinion, that brand has way less longevity because it's inherently tied, I mean, at least right now, to a political, cultural movement, whatever you want to call the red pill thing, that's dying. I mean, it is dying, and there's no doubt that his viewership is probably suffering as a result of it.
I don't think Sneako's tied to the red pill stuff anymore. I think he's pretty out of it now.
Okay, so then what is the appeal?
Well, he was just on Fresh and Fit not that long ago.
Of him, if not that.
Because he's Sneako. He's an interesting, unique character, even if he's retarded sometimes.
Is he interesting?
Right?
He just seems so two-dimensional now.
Does
he? Was interesting.
Sneako has a very, whether you like him or hate him, bro, I hate him more than you do. I don't know how much you hate him, but I promise you I hate Sneako more than you.
I don't hate him that much.
Oh, okay, I hate him a lot. Okay, but he's an interesting person to listen to. Like, how many other people in the red pill space, regardless of how dumb their thoughts are, how many of them would have a 2-hour conversation with Dr. K, right? But like, not many.
True, but I feel like when I listen to that conversation, I feel like he's going down a retard dialogue tree.
A little bit, but Dr. K did a good job at breaking him open. But I'm just saying that, like, I'm not going to sit here and say he doesn't go down retard dialogue trees and shit like that. I agree with you, but he still like is exploring other collabs. Watching a Sneako X whoever collab is infinitely more interesting than watching Aiden pretend to be gay around another celebrity. Like, it's just boring.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Like, here's the thing. I think if you're honest with yourself, I think you would agree with me here. I can watch Sneako and go, I get why people watch this guy. Makes sense. When I watch Aiden, I have no idea. I truly don't understand, unless the fan base is significantly younger than what I'm.
I mean, I would say that I get both of them, probably. Yeah,
really? Okay, I can't, unless you're 14, I don't understand the Aiden Ross thing at all. I don't know what you're watching for.
Nah.
I mean, when he sniffed Andrew Tate's chair, that was epic. That was hilarious.
Okay, well, also, to be fair, you're 20 years old, aren't you? So you might be.
Okay, with the ageism again.
Maybe you're closer. You're closer, okay? Because you're 5 years, okay, from like being 15. I'm 20 years from being, I think, 15. Yeah, so I can't.
Turkey, relax. Turkey, relax. Thank you for acknowledging my presence, though.
You're welcome. What's up, buddy? What'd you come in here for?
I don't know. I heard a certain guy shit talking, one of the greatest streamers of all time, at least in the modern age, Aiden Ross. I don't know why you do that.
Oh shit! Well, here we have a fan in the flesh. What do you think? What are like the main draws when you're watching Aiden Ross? Like, what are you watching for?
Okay, first of all, I'm not a fan. Second of all, just because I'm not a fan, I don't also ignore the shit that they've done. First of all, prior to what they're doing recently, which to be honest, every streamer that has made a lot of money has become shit content pretty much. But prior to all this shit, that guy was very much one of the best streamers on Twitch. The content that he did with all the Adin Ross, absolutely. Back in the pandemic when he was fucking pulling 100K streams, bringing on rappers, like generally.
He's bringing on famous rappers, talking to celebrities, reacting to shit, and talking about what's going on the internet. He's getting swatted all the time, so there's drama. Like, it was crazy.
No, it's not even about the drama. It's not even about the drama. It's about the interaction. It's about how easy it was. It was even his fucking GTA server, the SSB shit. Like, that guy did so much, and not only that, he also, I'd say he laid the groundwork for guys like Speed, guys like Kai. Like, he put on a lot of.
So here's like a question, okay? 100%. Do you think that, like, because when I look at Kai Cenat, okay, I would never watch Kai's content, okay? It's just not for me. But I totally understand why he's at the level of fame he is, why people like his shit. I get it 1,000,000%.
That's fair.
I don't understand, like, comparing Adin Ross and Kai just seems so weird to me. Because for Kai Cenat, when he brings on like celebs and shit, it's gonna be like a funny time. It's gonna be.
What do you mean?
Funny experience. He's got like Kai, love him or hate him. You know, I said the screaming shit he does, but he's like got a very boisterous, bombastic personality. It's fun to like watch him do shit.
So does Adin
like
Ross.
A charisma black hole. He legitimately looks like the kid that was 16 years old who would pretend to take like pictures of other boys.
Ooh. I meant to put a trade in.
Asses in the showers to pretend that he was gay, but then later on you would find out that he actually was gay and was getting off to it the whole time, but was too shy. Like that, I'm not serious. Like, that's what Adin Ross's whole personality to me seems like. He just doesn't seem like funny or interesting at all. He's just like this little giggly weird kid in the background. Whereas Kai, I totally get. I know why people watch him, even if I wouldn't watch it personally. I'm just trying to figure out like what are like the like what are some iconic streams he did, or like what are some things? Yeah, I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm legitimately asking.
The Keemstar moment. The Keemstar moment. Have you seen that? It's epic.
What Keemstar?
When Keemstar goes on a stream and he asks Adin Ross about his crypto scam, and the entire room goes silent. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't actually.
Destiny, have you not seen that? I need to send you this. Hold on.
Well, I gotta say this. I gotta say this. With Kai pretty much took it to the next level. Like, he does the shit that Adin did, but he does it way more consistently, and he doesn't do it in a way that's like distasteful to some. Because I'd say with Adin, like, he did a lot of gay
creators of all time. Yeah.
100%. And I actually put Speed there. Kai, you said Kai.
Oh, okay.
I put Speed there as well. I put Speed there as well. Oh, even though like some people don't like Speed, I think those two guys. I don't watch them, but I also recognize the amount of work that they put in, especially Kai.
I don't know how to pronounce your name. Stray Hin Javi.
Maybe you didn't like that. That's why you didn't tune in. Like, he does what.
How's it going?
He's homophobic.
No, it's not. I don't. When I say gay jokes, I don't necessarily mean that like he's like listen, I love a good gay joke, okay? But I'm saying it just seemed like his whole thing was just like sitting there making like really juvenile whatever jokes in the background, but he wasn't like adding much. Like, if I'm a big fan of Adin, am I really excited to see Adin collab with somebody else? Like, is there gonna be some cool, interesting, unique things that come out of that?
Prior to Adin, there wasn't a single streamer that was able to pull in these A-list celebrities, these rappers that were seen as like completely, because you know, Twitch really blew up during the pandemic. So prior to then, people viewed these social media creators, especially streamers, and these like rappers, actors, whatever, like two complete different groups of people that there was no fucking connection whatsoever. And then Adin started bringing these people on, and he was so fucking comfortable with them, and he took them out of their element. You gotta realize, these people are rappers. These people, like, when it comes to, you know, homophobic, whatever the fuck this gay, that gay, and he took them to that place constantly, and he did it in a way that was humorous. He did it in a way that like made them engage, and he opened the door to people like Kai to have Nikki on, to have 21 on, to have all these guys on, because now they realize, holy shit, these streamers are pulling in insane numbers. If I go on their stream, I give them 2 hours of my time, all of a sudden my fucking like record is selling 10-20% more. So he was the guy that actually genuinely started that shit and just made streamers look dope to the mainstream guys. So that's what he did. I don't know why you want to fucking undersell the guy. Okay, maybe these days all he does is fucking, you know, steak and pretty much like no content.
He's gotten lazy.
Yeah, but he's got lazy after he's made his money. But holy shit, there was that 1 year stretch, like nobody could touch him. It's like what Kai's going through right now. But Kai took it. I think Kai took it to the next level too. But it's pretty much what Kai's doing right now. That's what I think.
It is pretty crazy the amount of people who come on.
I'm gonna get out of here.
Like he just had Nicki Minaj on his stream, didn't he?
Watch
Which
that
is
clip, it's gonna
crazy.
tickle you. I'll see you guys. Bye.
Be careful.
Like, are you actually pissed at Aiden other than the whole, coming after your family, doxing, and all that stuff?
Other than coming after your
Other-
Bro, this is pissing me off.
Are you upset at Aiden Ross?
Other than
No, but like, this is not new to you, though. I think. I know this is not new to you, but it feels like I don't think I've seen you, like, open the stream next day and like bitch at the person.
What do you mean
for
bitch
how
at the
fucking annoying
person?
they are.
Oh,
Bro,
you're
weren't
an
you just
Aiden
playing-
Ross.
I'm not an Aiden
sorry,
Ross
yeah,
fan.
fuck, I
but
just
you
have
don't-
to
you don't-
remember that. Yeah, you have no concept
okay,
of anything. No, like you
Wait,
came
wait,
in
no,
here,
don't
you
do it, don't get
argued with
angry
me
at
for
me.
weeks.
Stop, you're getting
You
angry for
argued.
no
No,
reason.
I'm not angry, but like you argued with me for so long, saying like if you draw a picture of Muhammad, if you go and get killed for that, then that's your fault because you should understand how sensitive that is. And then Aiden Ross goes in on my whole family out of nowhere. What do you mean? No, of course.
First, okay,
yeah,
well,
of course I
no,
don't like him.
no.
He's a loser.
Don't
Argued
get
with
angry
me
at
for
me.
weeks.
Stop, you're getting
You
angry for
argued.
no
No,
reason.
I'm not angry, but like you argued with me for so long, saying like if you draw a picture of Muhammad, if you go and get killed for that, then that's your fault because you should understand how sensitive that is. And then Aiden Ross goes in on my whole family out of nowhere. What do you mean? No, of course.
First, okay,
yeah,
well,
of course I
no,
don't
no,
like
I'm
him.
confused with what the.
Don't do that. Don't do that. You say it's out of nowhere. He told you just because he disrespected his friend's religion.
No,
and then you
hold on.
replied
No, no,
and
no, no,
said,
no,
"You're
no, no,
lying.
no, no,
You
no,
don't
no,
give a fuck
no,
about
no, no, no,
religion."
no, 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 no. He started.
Bro, is that a picture of Hitler with Tom Segura? What?
Started the entire show off going in on me personally. It was all him. He
Wait,
started everything.
Wait, hold on. What did he say in the beginning?
We were
That
like
made you-
20.
I mean, in Aiden's defense, he does have a lot of things that you can go after him for personally.
Minutes into the show, and out of nowhere, he interrupts because he can't contribute to any conversation that isn't about him because he's a retard. He interrupts.
Aiden Ross
with,
is stupid as
Dusty,
fuck,
so
though.
just curious, what happened to your relationship? What's like? Do you ever watch your wife get f***ed? Like, out of nowhere. Probably because he got a text from his other friend Sneeko or some shit. Like, so no, he 100% started all of that. And if you want to fight over shit like that, then fine, fuck it, let's do it. But for him to start all of that, and then for him to sit there and stew like some whiny baby who's upset because his boyfriend showed up with a 6-inch dildo instead of the 12-inch one he's normally used to is unbelievable. And then for him to spend the next hour giggling there like a little retard while his entire community is like spam calling my family and like going in over and over again and like dox the fuck out of me on a community that he moderates. No, that dude can off himself, and he should. It would make the world a better place.
But no retaliation on your end whatsoever. I seen the Reddit. I seen your mods be like, guys, please, no retaliation, nothing.
What do you mean no
But you want to-
retaliation? What do you mean by retaliation?
So you say you wanted to take down the community.
Yeah,
the
that
Twitter
community should be spam. I encourage everybody. Yeah, that community should be spam reported and banned. Absolutely, of course. That's not even a hot take. What do you mean? We're like so far. It's not like for racial slurs or for harassment. It's a community full of people that are posting pictures with guns saying they're gonna come kill me, and then posting pictures of my family and trying to post my address and phone number. Yeah, that whole community should be nuked off the internet. Yeah, of course. I 100% fully endorse and encourage the reporting of people that are doxing people online and posting pictures of weapons and posting pictures of family members. Of course, absolutely.
Yeah, but that's not Aiden Ross doing that.
So did you just give DGG the green light to go ahead and do that?
You already already have the green. Yeah, what do you mean? Of course. What do you? Yeah, that's unhinged. That's insane. We already spam reporting shit last night. Yeah, that was wild. It's so far over the line.
I'm surprised it's still up if that's the case.
Yeah, well, Twitter, yeah, for some reason doesn't like to take down anything.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. Holy shit! After Elon took over Twitter, god damn, like every other post is somebody's head getting blown off. And I swear to God, I'm not looking these things up. I can't handle that shit. It's too much. But I don't know what the fuck. Going on with Twitter, but fuck me, dude. And it's so weird because you could get banned for like the stupid reason. Actually, hold on, I want to pull this up real quick because my account that one of your fucking asshole fans got banned, by the way, that just got unbanned, thank God, right? When I applied for the unban whatever, I did it like 10 times, didn't get unbanned, but then I saw some exploit or whatever the. And the exploit read right this. Well, hold on, let me read it. Okay, hold on. Elon and us loyal fans will destroy woke. X is where woke goes to die. The woke culture is a danger to our kids, but Elon will save us from the woke mind virus. We stand with Elon, especially against the woke hive mind. I put that in my unbanned application. I got unbanned in 10 minutes. I don't know what the f is going on with Twitter, dude, but yeah, shout out Elon Musk, other than the gore shit.
Nice.
Other than that, did you enjoy the Scuff podcast?
Yeah, I thought it was fun, except for Aiden being a huge baby. Yeah, mostly the people there they're fun to chat with, even if I don't agree with them on much. Mo is always fun to chat with. Nick Merckx is a funny dude, even if I disagree with almost everything he says.
He's a really interesting guy.
Yeah, Train can be funny, X can be funny. Yeah, Myth can be funny. Yeah.
So you was just mad at Aiden that he wasn't able to like go back and forth because he's the one who started it, pretty much.
Well, he got really nasty and really personal really fast. And then when I clapped back, he turned into an actual bitch-made pussy and just sat there for an hour stewing. And then it's like, well, did I just like ruin the vibe of the podcast because this limp fucking loser decided to, you know, go into my family and was upset when I clapped back with the weakest insult I've ever delivered in my entire life? Yeah, of course it was fine.
I mean, actually, it was pretty weak compared to the shit that you do. Actually, the whole thing that you said, you know what? He said that his manager or Train or both.
He lied.
Was that true?
I think what happened was I think Sneeko or another one of his friends DM'd him and said, hey, you look like a loser because Destiny's clowning on you like a motherfucker. You're too retarded to ever open your mouth to anybody over the age of 17, so you should probably shut the up and wait for him to leave so that your curly-haired ass doesn't look like any more of a retard than you already made yourself look like. I think that was the text message he got, and he was like, you know what, that's a really good point, Dad. And then he shut his phone off and he just sat there for an hour.
Would you want to have a conversation with him again?
No. Why? What would be the point?
When you left, did you leave because like you just had to leave, or was you like, this shit, I don't want to be around?
I told Train before, and I had a friend over. I wanted to do drugs last night, and I had like shit in the morning, so I couldn't stay until like midnight.
He said it in the beginning of the show.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, way before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, did you just say? I think I misheard you. Did you just say I had a friend come over because I needed to take drugs that make me shit in the morning, so I had to leave?
No, like, I had shit in the morning, so I had a 9 a.m. interview today, and I wanted to do stuff last night, so I didn't have time to stay until 2 a.m., do drugs, go to sleep at 7 a.m., wake up at 9 a.m. Like, yeah.
Okay, I thought the homie dropped off laxatives or whatever. Okay.
Intact face.
So all that doesn't seem legal. Credit cards are over 30%. Your credit card's probably over 30%.
I mean, like
It's
the minimum
15 to
payment is
30.
like $20 a month. So off of a
You know
balance of
why?
1,000.
You know why the minimum payment's $20 a month? Because they want that interest to continue to accrue.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's,
I thought I
that's
was
not
paying
in
all
your
the
benefit.
Let's watch this. I want to know what the fuck this is about.
You don't get a lot of high-level athletes that get that fucked up and are good. You get it in music all the time. Every album you've ever liked, I don't care what genre you're into, country, rock, hip-hop, classic, they were all getting fucking faded. All of them. All of them. All the country artists, fucking booze bags. Yeah, fucking your favorite hip-hop guy smoke weed, Beethoven, whatever, did crack. I don't know. They were all into that shit. Everybody knows that, but you know what nobody talks about? Nobody talks about how much cocaine Hitler did, and that's what I want to talk about. So, everybody knows that the whole Third Reich was on meth. They were.
Yeah.
Hitler was given cocaine by his personal doctor. You think Michael Jackson had a cool doctor? That was propofol to go to sleep. That's JV shit. Like, put me to sleep. Hitler would wake up, and then his doctor was like, "Good morning, my cure," and fucking, and he was like, "Ah, Jews!"
That's pretty sweet.
How he started his day? An 8-ball and a heart full of hatred is a wild way to get things going. So what he did, here's what I really want to know. Why am I learning this at 44? Everybody, we should be teaching this in school. Every kid should know this. You don't think that's a reasonable deterrent to cocaine? When I was a kid, they were like, don't do coke. And you go, why? I mean, that's what rock stars do. And you're like, oh, okay. You mean like Slash and Eric Clapton? Yeah, they're up till 6 a.m. shaving their bodies. Having orgies? You want to do that?
You want to do that?
No. Anybody else do coke? Yeah, Martin Scorsese and De Niro did a bunch when they made Raging Bull. Oh, you mean a cinematic masterpiece? Okay. Anybody else? Yeah, a little fella, you may have heard of him, named Adolf fucking Hitler, was doing mountains of it. And by the way, he was having the same dumb conversations your friends have. He was just having them about war. You know, he was like, we should go to Stalingrad in December.
We should go to Stalingrad in December.
And then, do you think Mussolini likes me?
Is this what it is? I thought it was gonna be like. How is this the dark side of Tom Segura you didn't know about? I'm so confused.
Fucking lunatic. I still think it's crazy. I think it's crazy. You get used to it's crazy that Manziel was doing that as a fucking 18-year-old, a freshman in college. Like, he was so goddamn good. You forget it. It's a kid, right? I was 18 years old. I was getting fucked up too. I wasn't dominating college football. I was working at a shopping cart manufacturer. And I told them on a Tuesday, I was like, I think Friday I'm gonna quit. And they were like, all right. A lot of people do that. You can do that too. I was like, all right. You know what these nice people did at the shopping cart place? They go, okay, on Friday after work, why don't we just go to a bar, like people from the office, and we'll just, we'll just toast you. Good luck. And I was like, oh, okay. So we did. We went to a bar, and they actually, the nice people at the office, they wrote like good luck cards, and they gave me T-shirts with funny phrases on them. And then one of them gave me a bottle of Jack Daniels, which in retrospect was meant to be a parting gift, like, take this with you. And I was like, I'll just drink it here at the bar. So I'm drinking out of a bottle at the bar, The bartender's like, you can't do that. I go, I can't hear you, it doesn't matter. So if you don't drink whiskey, there's this funny thing that happens after your third or fourth swig from the bottle. Your brain actually goes, hey, there's too many lights on in here. Beep, bop, boop. And you go, I want to do
Beautiful.
bad things. I started taking people's change from the bar. I was like, that's my shit. You know, and your friend's like, why don't you calm down? You're like, why don't you calm down? And then I ended up going home with a lady who had a most unfortunate face. You think I'm being mean, but I know I'm being honest, so here we are. I blacked out, thankfully, but blacking out is terrifying. If it's never happened to you, it's the word. You wake up and you've lost time and space. I woke up, I remember I woke up looking out a window into a yard I didn't recognize. I was like, are my friends dead? That's your first thought. And then I turned back and this fucking gargoyle was here. And I audibly gasped in her face. Do you understand? Like, I'm here, and I went, like that.
You threatening
And she
me,
was
bro?
used to it. She was like, I know. You're not the first fella to do that. You know what she looked like? She looked like Bill Belichick, the head coach of the New England Patriots. Picture him with shoulder-length brown hair, same face, same body. I was like, put the fucking hoodie on. I don't want to see this. Then I left, and I felt deep shame, as you're supposed to. You know what I learned about shame? Shame, if you don't know, thrives in secret. If you feel shame about something, you're supposed
Do
to share
something.
it.
You'll
You
lose.
release the shame that you feel, right? Because if you bury it down, it just grows inside of you. So I was like, who should I tell about this? And I was like, nobody. So I ate some pizza and was like, I'm gonna die with the secret. And later that day, a friend who was at that party the night before called me. He goes, where'd you go after the bar? And I go, I went home. And he goes, did you? I go, I did. And he goes, I don't think you did. And I go, well, I did. And he goes, you
No.
didn't. I go, what are you talking about? He goes, I can tell you exactly what you did. I'm like, exactly? And he goes, exactly. I go, okay, what did I do? And he goes, dude, you fucked my aunt. And I was like, your aunt is Bill Belichick? He was like, yes. I didn't know what to say, so I just said, I'm sorry. He goes, no, I'm sorry. He goes, I don't want to fuck any of my aunts, but she is definitely last on the list, so. Switched to weed that day.
What do you think your plan is?
When a TV
To lose?
show continues going on for long enough, sometimes we like to ask where exactly it jumped the shark, so to speak, if it ever made that leap into declining quality at all. If you ask a fan of The Simpsons or Family Guy when their respective series fell off, the variability of answers will inevitably be widened for a number of different reasons. But if you're asking me, one of the best universal determining factors for deciding a show's declining quality is the concept of inconsistency. And with that kind of phrasing, you might be a bit confused by what I mean. In a broader sense, inconsistency is defined as displayed or marked by a lack of consistency, meaning when a series is inconsistent with itself, some standard that was originally set has been interrupted or changed, usually for the worse. Looking at the bigger picture, a series of a long list of episodes having a few instances of lesser quality would almost seem unavoidable every once in a while, whether it be in regards to one aspect or another, maybe an episode that doesn't quite fit, but that's not what I'm getting at. No, I mean when everything feels so different it's almost hard to see the product as the same show in one episode, then it's back to the old vibe in the next, then out out of character, then in character, then out of character, then in character, back and forth, until consistency has no meaning in the show's writing room at all. Causes can stem from several places. Maybe some new writers got brought in who still haven't gotten into the groove of what it's like to write an episode with these characters. Potentially, the writing staff may be conflicted on where they want to take the series, leading to split concepts in action as the season plays out. Whatever the reason, if the staff doesn't get the issue fixed in the right amount of time, they might just be canceled outright, creating another show that jumped the shark and ended before it ever had the chance to leap again. And then there are shows that figuratively jump the barrier to being inconsistent, but still go on. Series that seem to have passed their prime or reached a point that doesn't feel the same, yet they soldier on anyway since it brings the network money. Thus, I return to the examples of Family Guy and The Simpsons. Two shows once seen as the pinnacle of TV that fell off to where now you feel sad watching it more than any other feeling, since you can plainly see the spark it once had as long as blown out. But the decline was so gradual, fans could make an argument for different times when the show really fell off. The inconsistency wafted in over time, so opinions on when the series became different entirely vary. With that idea in mind, I can't help but ask, why does it seem like that issue of clarity doesn't exist at all for a series like Rick and Morty? Yeah, it's easy to point out how there are tons of people that think the series never declined in quality at all, and anyone who says it did is missing the point of the show, but here at the Just Stop channel, we try not to acknowledge people who choose to not critically look at their media and get on other people's asses for choosing to do so. My point is, if you ask someone who used to like the series that doesn't anymore, there's usually a single answer they give for when they stopped caring. Season 3. Among former fans, that season is considered the point of no return from which their interest in Rick and Morty never recovered. And with this overly long analysis, I want to try and get to why. What makes Season 3 so inconsistent compared to the first two that came before it? And beyond that, what makes it so hard to talk about the next few seasons in a similar light? And even further thinking than that, can it recover? Well, the best place to start would be discussing the basic premise, because I got really into that dialogue, and anyone that hasn't seen Rick and Morty is probably confused as hell right now. Rick and Morty is a 2013 Adult Swim animated series created by comedians Dan Harmon and Justin Roiland about Rick Sanchez, a drunken, nihilistic play on the mad scientist trope, and his 14-year-old neurotic grandson, Morty Smith, as they go on adventures ranging from wacky to dark across the universe, all while they deal with family issues back on Earth. As far as my own involvement with the series goes, I started watching it right before the third season started back in 2017, and so with that in mind, I've gotten to see the dark path the series has taken over the past 5 years in real time. In fact, it was the 5th season coming out that originally prompted me to make this video, but after going through a full bench of the series, I realized the only way to fully discuss everything I wanted to would be by going over as much as possible, so here we are. Each section of this video is going to be divided by seasons and more in-depthly arranged based on the core of what I think made each of those seasons work or not work. And yes, I will be going into some explicit detail, so spoilers for each season if you didn't know already. With that said, let's return to basics with...
We're the only friends we've got, Morty. It's just Rick and Morty.
Season 1. For this set of episodes in particular, I think the best way to describe and categorize its different working pieces is by interpreting it in terms of character dynamics, and above all others this season, the most important relationship has to be that of the main duo themselves. Put in basic terms, Rick is the leader. He's more familiar with alien land and technology, has been around long enough to expect danger, and he holds all the power and where the two go with his portal gun and flying car. Morty, by extension, follows Rick and acts as a sort of sidekick, tagging along because he likes to help Rick and see the universe. That's where he's just dragged along. Whatever the case, it's best to establish that this relationship isn't formed out of an inherent need for a power dynamic where Rick is on top all the time, but instead one of necessity so Morty doesn't end up in a situation he can't handle. This idea gets exemplified in episode 105, where Morty is given the reins of an adventure and in trying to go with the flow ends up being assaulted by a jelly bean man. Throughout the episode, you can see Rick encouraging Morty to end the adventure because he thinks what they're doing is dumb, pointless, etc. And by the time we get to the moment where Morty's put in a situation he can't handle physically or mentally from being unprepared, Rick's attitude about exploring starts making more sense. In the first few adventures of the season, Rick is constantly on edge and insists on leading so he and Morty don't get into scenarios where, well, either of them can be exploited. He wants to protect Morty, though it's a side he doesn't show often, and 105 also helps in showing their original personality dynamic. Rick is a cynical guy molded by the lifestyle he's led, choosing not to show his emotions, often out of a necessity to stay alive, but when needed, he'll always come through for the people he cares about. Morty is almost on the opposite side of the spectrum, being naively optimistic in most cases, and his lack of awareness plus general teenage tendencies end up creating half the problems Rick is forced to fix. Their differing worldviews make for interesting interactions and adventures, adventures, and that contrast also helps when the characters need to keep each other in check or help instill lessons, whether intentionally or not. For example, while it's undeniable that Rick does a large portion of the issue fixing in Season 1, the series itself opens with Rick dragging Morty along to nuke the world. Why is he doing this? Because he's drunk, so Morty has to take control of the situation and stop Rick from doing something reckless. To me, that being the first thing we ever see definitely feels like an intentional choice to show that while Rick is powerful and usually in control, Morty also has to keep the balance, demonstrating that the two really complete each other instead of one having supreme authority. When it comes to learning lessons, going back to 105, Morty helps Rick to see that he doesn't always have to keep his guard up, letting him know that it's okay to have a chill adventure, whereas Morty learns that you can't keep your guard down all the time because people will take advantage. So both evolve in ways that affect them later down the line. In fact, you can see that play out in the finale for Season 1, where Morty is constantly on edge about a party Rick and his sister Summer are having, basically flipping roles from earlier episodes. By the conclusion of 111, though, instead of Morty, the responsible one in this context, being left to tie up loose ends by himself, Rick and Summer help out too, of course while also messing around whenever possible. As a season finale, it shows how R and M's relationship has developed over time, going from in the beginning being about one helping clean up the other's messes to now having the two both contribute, exemplifying that their respect for one another has grown a lot. It's really moments like that where you can see how much they truly care for each other, though Rick is less open about it. He even has instances of actively trying to push Morty's affection away, like in 110, where he says that he uses Morty's stupidity as a cloak to hide from the government. But there's clearly more to it than that by how Rick cries rewatching his memories of Morty later in that same episode. Also, speaking on 105 for a last time, after Morty is shaken up by the assault, Rick actively tries to go along with his adventure and get everything done the way Morty wants to, killing the molester in the process. You can't help but love seeing those kind of subtle nods to both Rick's character and the two's overall relationship, since it shows there's more complexity than meets the eye. And the same can be said about Rick's dynamics to the rest of the family. First, looking at Summer, Morty's sister, Rick has probably the most active relationship with her in the series, though even then it isn't huge. His most relevant interaction with her comes in 109, in which Rick goes up against the Devil, who runs a cursed item shop that Summer works at. Besides giving us some insight into Rick's life when Morty isn't in it, actually being pretty sad and lonely, him deciding to help Summer get payback after being betrayed, despite how she treated him in the episode, showed his willingness to forgive and help family, as they're the main reason for him sticking around to begin with. When it comes to Rick's relationship with his daughter Beth and her husband Jerry, you kinda have to put the two as a singular unit, since most of the plots around them have to do with their dysfunctional marriage. In relation to Rick, Beth is someone he holds dear and tries to be nice to, despite having left her so long ago. And while Rick doesn't really like Jerry in any way or even respect his intelligence, he also doesn't try to mess with his or Beth's relationship, since that isn't his problem to worry about. Past their interactions to Rick, Beth and Jerry provide most of the B stories for the first season. Jerry's main lessons coming down to sticking up for himself, acknowledging when he's wrong, and believing in his own skills, while Beth faces issues surrounding finding
Attack White.
wondering if her current family life is all she wants to accomplish. They provide an interesting human appeal to any given episode on a regular basis, and keeps the series as a whole way more grounded in family drama when Rick and Morty's sci-fi adventures with realistic elements aren't enough. And that actually segues me pretty well into discussing Season 1's last important dynamic, the relationship between Rick as an entity and the greater confines of the universe. Most of his grander past is left up to mystery starting out, though we can glean a few key details as they continually pop up in adventures. For one, Rick is a massive nuisance to everyone in the universe no matter where he is. The guy doesn't follow intergalactic
Attack White and then let you win?
So there's more than one occasion where he's chased by the galactic government, which ironically led to several thousand versions of him making their own government that Rick doesn't want to be a part of. And for that conflict to be interesting on an episode-to-episode basis, Rick needs to be smart, but by no means invincible. Most of the time, his only weapon is a ray gun or some other miscellaneous sci-fi gadget within reasonability. He can get himself out of bad situations through creative thinking most of the time, like in 104, which has him escape a ship by using its functions to his advantage, but on other occasions, the guy can just straight up make massive mistakes and have to deal with it. I can't think of a better example to explain what I mean than episode 106, Rick Potion number 9, where Rick miscalculates how effective a love hormone will be, so he tries to
now I'll attack White.
Other sets of hormones, only leading to the whole world becoming Cronenberg monsters. To fix this mistake, Rick's only other option is to take Morty and go to a dimension where the crisis was averted, and that universe's version of them died right after. As such a shocking twist, it acts as probably the season's darkest moment, not only because the event has a long-lasting effect on Morty's mental state,
now I will attack White if...
his character as the season goes on, but Rick, during everything, has a look of pure boredom. How many times has he had to do this? What number of mistakes may have led Rick to do this kind of...
Sir, there's no easy way to say this. Your wife isn't who she says she is.
I'm sorry?
She's your wife.
But also, she isn't.
Can I at least fix my...
FX's Fargo, now streaming.
on Hulu.
If you don't think I'm gonna get the white kill, then you're stupid.
Exclusively on ESPN.
Alright, here we go.
UFC
Trade cards
296.
now. Boom. Alright. Next phase.
Edwards versus Covington for the welterweight title, and Paddy the Baddy versus Ferguson in a lightweight bout. ESPN Plus subscribers can stream UFC 296 for only $79.99. Buy it on ESPNplus.com/PPV.
Of action so many times it becomes normal and mundane. There's a sort of horror element in what's left implied there, and I appreciate these kinds of episodes a lot since they show not only that Rick is a human who can make big mistakes, but also that Morty isn't always going to be unfazed by what goes on. It makes the continuity a lot stronger. As mentioned, the season also takes time to show how being with his family but still feeling distant might be affecting Rick's character, as he's shown to be in a lot of pain. With that being said, I think I've covered everything important that made season 1 as special as it was. I mean, other than the basic aspects of comedy and sci-fi creativity, but those sort of go without saying. So, moving on to season 2, let's talk about it in a section I like to call Why then belong to the heavens? Why, if not so, should the heavens fix me thus with their ceaseless blue stare, roaring beyond, and my mind hide? Or season 2 continuing with work before. Rick and Morty's second season does what any follow-up to a beloved first should do, and that the crew took what worked so well originally and amplified that while minimizing previous issues. Everything is improved upon and expanded naturally here, and like the first, there are a few bits I believe were done especially well. Since it was hinted in the season finale before it, the adventures in S2 deal much more with how depressing of a person Rick truly is. Episode 203 in particular reveals to us that there are indeed people Rick cares about in the universe who aren't on Earth, including a hive mind being known as Unity. But the reason we never get to see these people is because Rick either actively pushes them away or influences them negatively.
Okay, we're gonna go like this.
In 203, when Rick gets back together with Unity for a while, he completely messes up the functioning system she's been using so they can have a good time, eventually becoming so exhausted that Unity needs to leave, lest she get completely destroyed trying to please Rick. It isn't because Rick is malicious or trying to hurt her, but he hasn't evolved as a person since the last time they saw each other, and that inability to change forces her to go, since she and everyone else around Rick are able to mature in places he seemingly can't. To that extent, in episodes like 207, you see how desperately Rick longs to be a part of some in-crowd or social group, regardless of if he has to do something dumb like turn himself into a kid. You see how he can only fit into most crowds for a short amount of time partying and having fun, because when the party ends, no one really wants to be around him, which might explain why he's often so closed off to the idea of friendship or love and only shows it when he feels the most comfortable. There's very much a voice in Rick that longs for deeper attachment with people, but he's not willing to change who he fundamentally is, and so mixed with his unwillingness to open up, no matter where he's staying, no one really gets him. That's why when he almost kills himself in a place visible to everyone for days, he's left to stir there.
Damn, I didn't see that.
He's actually a really insecure person. I'll get a bit more specific about that when diving into the finale, but
damn
in
it.
the second season, you definitely see more instances of Rick being vulnerable and
That sucked. I did not see that he had that right there.
Make sure to check on and keep Morty from going too wild and getting angry. And in probably my favorite Rick moment of the
I think I'll
series,
still win.
reality is breaking apart in 201 thanks to Morty's uncertainty. Rick chooses to give up his own collar with the pretense that he could die.
I think I could still win this. Let's see what the cards are. 10 stack.
He still cares about, but in the context of what's going on, that action somehow has way more significance. Previously in the episode, reality started shifting due to time being unstable and everyone but Rick being uncertain. He makes it a really important point to be in control of his actions and tries to stop Morty and Summer from messing up, since otherwise another split might occur. At the end of the episode, Rick is forced to split reality up a ton before bringing it back together, but one version of Morty can't get his time sync collar on, so that version of Rick sacrifices himself and gives up his own collar. But no split happens when he does that. That means that in every context or possibility for what Rick could have done when Morty was in danger, he chose to give himself up instead of letting Morty perish. Of course, Rick still makes it out alive in the end, but I can't think of a more character-definingly subtle detail at any other point in the show. In a similar vein to that, as a whole, the Smiths are also given more opportunities to show off their personalities and grow as people. Morty learns in 202 that not all life is worth saving, and sometimes it's better to not get involved in a situation you know nothing about when it'll only lead to trouble. 209 explored how he could be very violent and show outbursts of stress, potentially from some of the adventures he's been going on, leaving space for that to be expanded in his character. Beth and Jerry develop more in terms of their marriage and come to understand that they might have the most toxic relationship humanly possible, but they're still
No,
going
he
to
got a
keep
10
it up
stack,
because
alright.
they want to go against everything for what makes them happy. These developments in the family were also a good setup for the season finale, which I still consider one of the best episodes in the show for several reasons. Bird Person, one of Rick's closest friends from his days as a rebel for freedom across the universe, is getting married, but Rick doesn't want to go because he thinks opening up is going to only cause problems and make it easier for him to be caught off guard. Needless to say, by the ceremony, Rick warms up to being a more accepting friend for the sake of Bird Person's happiness. And right when that happens, the Galactic Government, who Rick has been shown to be fighting since 101, appears and kills Bird Person right before Rick's eyes. The one time in who knows when that he decides to genuinely not be cynical and drop all pretenses to show affection for someone in an open setting, that person is taken from him with no remorse. If you were in that situation, Rick's next line of action would only make sense. He takes the family and tries to find another Earth for them to live on, away from the Galactic Government. He isn't doing this just to save himself and keep the family from talking, but because he wants to protect the last important thing he has as tightly as he can so it doesn't leave his grasp, like Bird Person. Once again, in doing so, Rick closes himself off emotionally and tries to act like everything is completely fine. But after he hears Jerry argue about going back home instead of giving up the family's lives for him,
Lose
and
that
others
shot.
go against
Boom.
him for different reasons, Rick realizes he's doing the same thing he's always done to unintentionally push people away. He doesn't embrace change due to his experiences, and that preconceived emotional dissonance eventually makes others worried. Beth worries about Rick leaving again if they don't go along with him, and the kids say they love Rick even if they don't know how to feel about him right now. The only person without any bias behind tolerating Rick's dissonance is Jerry, since he has the least emotional connection to him in the first place. And I think it's that voice which compels Rick to turn himself in. Hearing one free thinker among the people he's kept at arm's length, listening to someone who says what he deep down wants to hear. Rick gets that he can't help his family as is, and that with each passing day, his choices are only making.
Alright, and then I got a 10 stack right there, I'm pretty sure, yep.
So, in an ultimate act of taking accountability for himself and thinking of the family first, Rick leads the
Oh, what? How did he have a...
choosing an action based solely on keeping the last people he cares about out of the crosshairs his own friends got caught in, hoping that
I thought that he had...
normal life on Earth. Well, as normal as it can get with the Galactic Government having taken control. Rick might have infinite families and infinite universes, but with this one choice, he drops any previous nihilistic beliefs and chooses to say, this family in this universe is important to me, and I would die for it. I find that ending epic and complex for not only the character, but the audience watching. Rick goes back and forth on what to do, but ultimately chooses the most logical step in his mind, whether it's the right decision or not. A threat that was previously in the background has gotten to a point where it's directly affecting the story, environments of the characters, and so on, and it leaves plenty of room for what Rick will do next, how he and the Smiths will go further as characters, and what the next evolution will be for them as people and a family. To be honest, I don't think you could ask for a better season closer, so now all that needs to happen is for Season 3 to land that plane as it enters the shuttle. But like the AVGN trying to land the aircraft in Top Gun, I guess the forces of nature had a mission to make that reality impossible, no matter how many universes we have to travel to.
You shouldn't take things for granted. Are you saying granite? Well, yeah, it's granted.
But Icarus went higher and higher, dazzled perhaps by the dizzy incandescence of waxen wings. Or how Season 3 started the downward spiral. If you look at most discussion videos around the third season of Rick and Morty, in regards to what it did that made everything feel so different, a lot of people's go-to is episode 303, otherwise known as Pickle Rick. And don't worry, I'll have plenty to say on that in the grander scheme of the narrative I'm telling, but I'd say the problem started long before 303, all the way back at the season premiere, the Rick Shank Rick Diption. Having just described the intricate details and thinking behind 210, you should have some adequate context for where we left off in the story that this episode is picking up from. And I'm sorry, but whenever I look at this, all I can see is something that wasn't made with a prior plan in mind. Just look at Rick's motivation described in the episode. In-universe, he explains that his reasoning for turning himself in was to take down the galactic government from the inside, and in the process kick Jerry out of the family. And sure, to an extent you can reason that he also has the underlying idea of helping the Smiths, as he didn't need to save Summer and Morty when they came looking for him and got caught by the Citadel of Ricks, but even under that assumption, there are so many questions to raise. First, the idea of taking down the government from the inside is completely separate from the motivations he was shown to have in 210 on a logical level. Sure, in 210 the galactic government was able to find him and his friends after years of hiding and fighting against them, but it's not like Rick wasn't always wanted by the galactic government since episode 1. With that in mind, considering Bird Person mentions how he, Rick, and tons of their friends have been wanted by the galactic government for so long, why didn't Rick go through the whole process of turning himself in way
There we
earlier?
go.
I mean, when Rick says why he wanted to get rid of Jerry, which I'll get into later, what was it he said? We've got adventures to go on, Morty, just you and me. And sometimes your sister and sometimes your mom, but never your dad. You want to know
Master.
why, Morty? Cross me. Considering that quote comes from the
One
same
master.
engineer, I should ask, why didn't Rick destroy the galactic government a long time ago so they'd get off his back end? I don't know. Bird Person and several of his implied friends wouldn't have died and spent so long have the potential to die while fighting them? Rick takes down the government like it's just another day, and he
All right.
swiftly in a single episode.
I'll be
So
back
how
in
come
a
he
little
didn't
bit.
do it earlier with just how many times they crossed him? It's been stated that Rick and the government don't mix because he values freedom above everything else and dislikes being controlled. So why would he ever leave himself in a position where a big power he could easily topple might find a way to take away his freedom and, I must reiterate, kill his closest friends? If I didn't know better...
This may look like a holiday shopping showdown.
Add this to the top of your wish list.
But it's a Nissan sales event ad.
Better hurry, these offers won't be back in stock.
We have a dog and the cats. They leave traces of hair with their shedding all over the house. And I want to make sure that the air quality is good for my kids. Filtry filters give me a sense of relief and peace of mind.
Capital One's top-rated app looks out for you and your money, so you can shop and bank confidently.
Como alguien que sabe lo que es tener diabetes tipo 2, le dije a mi médico, si Ozempic puede bajar mi nivel de azúcar en la sangre, estoy dispuesta a probarlo. Luego de 3 meses, cuando recibí mi primer resultado de A1C, mi médico y yo estábamos felices. Con Ozempic, mi A1C está por debajo de 7. Y aunque no es un medicamento para adelgazar, en poco más de un año bajé algo de peso. Pregúntale a tu médico.
wasted nights, driving down the 101 into the wild. 6 a.m., never tired. We just keep on going until we die. Take my hand and baby we can run, baby we can run till tomorrow comes. Love me slowly, yeah, 'cause we're still young. Baby we can run till tomorrow comes. Love me slowly, yeah, 'cause we're still young. Baby we can run till tomorrow comes. Faded dreams, get no sleep, dancing with the wind till we lose our feet. Don't let go. Take control, play our favorite songs on the radio. Feeling so alive, like shooting stars flying through the sky. Just you and I, we're gonna set the world on fire. So take my hand and baby we can run, baby we can run till tomorrow comes. Love me slowly, yeah, 'cause we're still young. Baby, we can run till tomorrow comes. Till tomorrow
L'Eau de Parfum, Yves Saint Laurent.
This may look like a holiday shopping showdown,
Add this to the top of your wish list.
but it's a Nissan sales event ad.
Better hurry, these offers won't be back in stock.
My heartstrings wrapped around too tight. Illuminate me with your light. You fill all the room inside my mind. And all that I can see is you. You wash away my sea of blue. You're the only reason I've survived. You're the air inside my lungs, and I know you're what's keeping me alive. You're what I need to breathe. You're what I need to breathe. Hold me close, don't let me lie. Alone again, another night. You're what I need to breathe. You're what I need to breathe. The way you touch my soul's divine. Nobody like you in this life. When when I'm going wrong, you make it right. And all I ever want is you. Forever's in our cards is true. Every second with you, sacred time. You turn my days around when I can't turn to myself. When I'm down and out, just the sight of you, it helps you bring me here.